Roll. Oh wait. Now that I think about it, I should add pop-up chat. Hello everybody. Today I've been watching a competitive game live. We are 30 minutes before it starts, so my friends might come later. Oh, but right now I'll play a little bit of Genshin before the game starts. You know, I think they're still in like. Let me take a look at this. Is this copyrighted? Probably. I'll just wait until the game starts. And the analysts talking, and then I'll talk with them. I'm with the analysts, you know. I'm part of the analyst desk, if you know what I mean. I tell them to pick Ziggs every game. That's what I do, man. Even in a bot lane centric meta, I just keep picking Ziggs. He's the best champion in the game. Even T1 Ziggs. Don't you know Ziggs has a T1 skill? Does my Genshin have audio? I feel like I heard nothing though. Let's take a look at it. Anything's happening here.
I remember seeing that last time around.
Oh, they're already picking.
I remember seeing that.
But honestly, that prediction was it was kind of late. Let's be honest.
Like it was after the
It
series.
was after the deadline.
Yeah.
I think we can forgive Jason this one time, but next time no shenanigans, because it was a little bit late, and also it wasn't added at the start, so you only get the benefit.
It was before the match. I have confirmation
I
from
don't
Lisa
need
herself
subtitles,
that it was
bro.
from before the match. And she's the one making the rules, so I don't know why we're even fighting
We're
this.
trying.
this
I'm
whole
sorry,
situation.
We're complaining. It's gonna be
Before the
there all day.
first draft, Ji-sun managed to get her.
I think we're just salty.
And I know, yeah, I wanted to go for Harmon Life Esports as well. I wanted to trust my waters, and I didn't. And therefore, I'm gonna have to make up for it by voting for
Harmon Life.
Harmon Life Esports against Genji. That is what we're gonna have to do. As that is
They
going
won
to
the
be tomorrow's
rematch
matchup.
at
Today,
the
though,
last
we are
fight,
focusing
bro.
on the telecom war. This is one that I don't think has been this exciting
think
for a very long time. And yes, I know I said the
Well,
wrong words.
it's
but
most likely a
hopefully the event
3-0
can forgive me. And to be honest,
or
there's not a lot of
3-1.
expectation on this team right
Don't know
now,
if
so I
it
think you
would-
can say that word as many times.
Is it even
And what
good to
is
give
really interesting
KT
to me,
one
and we'll
game?
talk about for a little
Actually,
bit, is that
feel like
even
it's
though
hopeless.
KT are third, T1 still picked them, right? They still
Yeah.
picked them over a Hanwha Life, and looking at how good Hanwha Life looked and the pedigree of those players on that team in high pressure situations, I do think it makes sense, because KT against Sandbox didn't look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to like give them more credit because like they were kind of trying new things. Like it was like not like on live esports. Like they won against the DK, like how they used to win against compared to the regular season. But the more so in KT, like compared to regular season when they
Maybe
played
I'll-
against the Elite
I'll show
Sandbox,
my
they were
fight
trying new
there.
things. So they were looking like more scrappy. But I definitely do agree. More so, KT was
showing
looking
chat
more
here,
saucy.
Yeah, and let's have a look at some highlights of exactly that.
I'm not
as
looking
we
at
gaze
highlights
back
here.
between KT and Live Sandbox here. This is in game number 1, and honestly, I don't think BDD gets Viger this series. I think
Yo,
he was
if I
absolutely
close the
amazing.
eyes on this, I can still
BDD in
hear
general
the.
has just looked really
browse.
good, and even though it was KT,
I
was
feel
very
like
well
it
in
doesn't
the balance sheet
overpower
between
my
the two.
sound.
The
does it?
main
I feel
difference
like it
is, I
doesn't.
think, with the expectations that were on Sandbox, because Sandbox looked very,
put
very
half
poor.
on.
when we went into the playoffs. And the fact that KT, even though they did win 3-1, didn't necessarily look the most convincing, I think, is one of the large reasons why T1 have picked them. But at the same time, there were a lot of parts that were still working very well. Cuz, I think, still looking in pristine form, and the same can be said for the top half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect the game performances as well. I think it's only one LCK top laner can handle against Zeus, that's the game, which is, you know, that's a big job.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Doesn't often give big praise to top laners, so it says a lot.
And
Big
I think
Booba,
Zeus
top
was the
laner.
only All-Pro first place to get a unanimous vote as well. Actually, everyone that had the possibility of voting voted for
It was
Zeus.
him and Keria, except Legends, because
No, there were 3 Kellen votes. It was strange.
But I do know that Legends didn't vote for like the first. He only voted for second and third for some reason.
It's actually people voting for someone other than Keria. Are you
That
kidding
is
me?
definitely very Lehens. And like you guys were saying, this was a messy series, but probably the most KT series that you could have, right? Like, this is a team that plays to their opposition, but Keen was just having a day out. This all-out was not exactly what you wanted from Bertel, but looked really, really cool from Keen's perspective.
And what, in my opinion, is the biggest edge that KT have shown over Humble Life here, which is something that I think they might rely on today, or try to
has
rely
an
on
edge
against
over
T1 as
Humble
well,
Life.
is that I do think, as Huni was saying, Humble Life played the exact same game, as they have the entire split. KT
Oh, yeah, because they
pulled
won
out
that.
Malphite,
I guess that's
pulled out
fair.
Urgot, really
Yeah.
tried and kind of push, particularly on the top half of the map, obviously, bot lane still picking Zeri whenever it was available, but that kind of creativity, I think, is a sign that KT is still looking to develop as we get deeper into play.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think the Malphite pick, especially against Zeus, I don't think it's gonna work really well. He's gonna get punished in the lane 100%, even though you play against Kasante. The champion is, you know, it's not strong.
Malphite.
But it's not strong.
Are you sure about that? Malphite can break their ass.
We'll see today.
Let's have a look at the team stats here between these two squads.
stats, I guess I'll
Of
look
course,
at the team
T1
stats.
looking a little bit better as far as those statistics are concerned. Is anyone surprised? I don't think so.
What I want to highlight, what is the insane thing, what is a really big statement on T1's dominance, is that they're first in the LCK both in Herald and Dragon. That's not how it works. You get one. you have teams that very highly prioritize Herald, that very generally early game teams that try to snowball off of the gold it gives or the turret, and you have teams that have very high Dragon percentages that try to play towards either their bot side or to scale.
Wow, these
but
stats.
T1 are first in both. So like they both have on
I mean,
average.
that means like they just don't care. They
Yeah,
just go
they
for
get
it.
both.
They're just fine.
not allowed.
85.
Oh my goodness. Here's the match record between T1 and KT Rolster over all of the years. This is, of course,
You see there,
Oh,
in
that-
2017. The reason why they lost in 2018 because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Because
They let him go.
Yeah, because they missed me.
We missed you as well, Huni. Don't worry. Never leave us
True.
again. Please never leave us again. But of course, that is intact the entire time of Faker playing League of Legends. It's actually crazy. Starting off in 2013 is where we're going to begin listing it. But let's have a look at the jungle matchup here. Our key player and owner versus Cuz. This is the ex-T1 jungler that T1 decided to choose because it was either him or Klee.
Yeah, there's only
Yeah.
XT1 players
Yeah.
left in the tournament, and owner first in All Pro for a good reason. But Cuz, to
Mushrooms
me,
are not
as
there.
much as we talk about many of the other parts of KT, and I think they are a lot more obvious, Cuz has been so much better than he was in like the last couple of years. Like his consistency, which has been something that he struggled with the most by like an extremely large margin, has been so much better throughout this split, and I think it's a large reason of why KT look a lot more consistent than they have in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think also the key champion will be Sejuani. That's how I feel. The KT Sejuani is gonna like everyone knows.
Oh,
the
come
KT
on,
Sejuani is
Sejuani,
good
really?
Sejuani. But also, owner Sejuani is also deal different. So I think from the peak and
Personally,
will be
don't
like
want to
really
see any
interesting.
Sejuani here.
Like even against Leaps and Box, like they were perma banning Sejuani, and they just opened one game, and the game was completely broken.
Yeah, that was definitely
broken,
not the
though.
ban to let through. There's actually a lot of things
You
in the
need
draft,
some
I
meat
think, that
here.
are going to be very interesting to track, because do you keep denying Caitlyn and Ashe? Does it mean that if KT are on the red side, they have to ban the old 3 champions that you just have to ban? Just because
Don't
of
know
the
why
bot lane
Paimon
being
wants
so
us to
powerful?
kill
There are a lot of
Crocodile.
questions here. But one thing that we do want to have a look at is BDD and how much League of Legends he's been playing. The BDD Classic, 598. Absolutely incredible.
Going to be playing his 600th year today, no matter what. And there's been some amazing years, there have been some rough years. This year is a great year. BD has looked really, really strong, has consistently fought his way back this split, I think, to, in many minds, the top 4 again, right? It always was Showmaker, Chovy, Faker, BDD. And BDD left last split.
I've been watching like
and now it looks like he is back
LCK for like 4 years,
yeah.
like since 2018.
Even though, you know, barring some very specific series.
And like in the time like BDD like, was supposed to win when Faker's team was trash like 2018.
Because the match is just around the corner.
I didn't see him win. Like his team lost to IG in
T1
2019, if I remember correctly. Like,
is there a chance for KT?
I think it was
here?
KT
I think
as
it's
well.
the way that you were needing to frame this whole series.
Well, I mean, I think there's a chance that KT could
big
take
arrow,
down the
boy.
T1, maybe the single game, but if somehow if they can actually manage to go game 5, I think that's the first key. I don't think they're gonna be like clearly, like comfortably just doing 3-0. They have to make a messy game as much as they can, because also in T1, when the game is like actually messy, they actually make a mistake too. Like especially against like in regular season against like HLE, like those kind of type of game, when they drop the game, they were making mistakes.
And we see the KT fall from grace after being champion in 2018, finally getting Scores Championship. They then got a lot of bottom places, and not until last year did they really recover as Faker versus Keen. Keen really has had a great split, I think, when it comes to coming back. But Faker, the amount of work he's doing with how little resources he's getting has been insane.
It just doesn't make sense.
He still has a goal difference.
I mean, Faker is not even getting a lot of attention from the jump.
Damage is also
he just win by himself.
There you go.
I can't see the screen. I'm actually looking at the game through OBS, so it's actually blocking me.
This season.
I still want to see my Genshin
It's hard because I
screen
feel
on
like
top though.
Faker just keeps reaching new heights. There are times where people are like, "Oh yeah, well,
Oh,
he's not
great,
as good as he
Zeri.
used to
I
be."
see a
I think
Zeri,
he's
boy.
better than he used to be this season. It is crazy.
Oh, lock her ass
Yeah,
up,
I mean, for
boy.
Keen, I said, like, I think he's performing, like, really, really well. The problem is just opponents is a Zeus. That's it. Like,
Yeah.
probably Zeus has to be, you know, like, he kind of has to be sick to be
What the
Keen
heck?
to perform, like, really, really insane. Like, that's how good.
That's how
Zeus
good he is, yeah. And again, ever since Zeus became a starter, he has made it to every single final that is possible for him, right? Like, he obviously played a little bit in 2020.
He's gotta win the final.
Every single one. Every final that he could reach.
I mean,
he
it's
reached.
true that
And it
actually
wasn't
true
until
that he
the
went to
final
every
that he
final.
kind of cracked as
It's
other
actually
half
an
of the
insane
map.
stat.
England
Problem is
has been
hasn't
great,
won anything yet.
but
It's like
going
LeBron
up against
James.
Keria.
It's the same thing. It's bottom and top.
It's not fair.
Shit.
It's the same. Like, if you're playing against T1, yeah, I mean, KT, we're good. We know, like, they know, but the opponents, they're against us T1, so they're just first.
Yeah, there's no but. This is the problem, right? It's like, oh, Zeus is better than Keen on the top side of the map. And what you're supposed to then say is, but look at the bottom lane. Well, there is really
It's a big
kind of no
but.
but.
It's a big but. I like the big
Keria
but.
is just too good at Thresh. Another champion that maybe is just going to be
Thresh.
illegal
And
for him to pick up.
And Caitlyn and Kalista.
I feel like you
and
have to
Northwest, which
give
is all he
Thresh,
really wants to
because
play. And that
would
kind
you
of
rather play
solidifies
against
the
Thresh
issue because
or-
as good of a split Lions had, in my opinion,
I don't know, man.
a really big part of what has made this team.
I feel like your
such
best
a
bet
menace
is to
is
try to
growing,
force Keria
and
on
his impact
something
the map
like
and his
Nami.
Impact on games has been extremely high.
Don't get me wrong, his Nami is still like
that is
pretty good.
provided that he can actually leave his lane. And I think against
But it's like
Keria and Guma,
he's worse,
that is going to be one
not
of the big
in a
problems we're gonna have to
derogatory
deal with
fashion.
today.
It's like
Yeah, I mean,
his
was
worst
crazy.
champion
He
Nami.
was super good, but now it's time to hear from the coaches, ladies and gentlemen. Let's
No.
see what they have to say about this telecom war.
What you gonna say, boy?
최근 경기에서 좀 선호하는 챔피언이 뚜렷하고 그래서 조금 플레이오프 준비하는
No, not now.
싶어서 KT를 좀 보게 되었습니다. 확실히 운영을 좀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 베테랑들이 많아서 그 중후반
Clean meat
운영에서
and
조금
leg
저희가
and neck.
깔끔하게 하는 게 제일 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다.
macaroni.
KT를 약간 맞춘다는 느낌으로 일단 배팅을 준비했었고 경기 들어가는 것 같습니다.
Oh,
지금 나쁘지 않은 상태로 오늘 경기에 지장이 없을 거라 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 통신사 대전에서 꼭 이겨서 승자조로 올라가고 빠르게 결승까지 가고 싶습니다. 팀원 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 KT 롤스터 코치 최승민입니다. 예, 이제 2라운드부터 진짜로
Oh, this guy looks like a boss.
좀더 최선을 다해서 임할 생각입니다. 뭐 직업 자체에 대해서는 별 생각하지 않았고 어차피 이제 프로레이오프 2라운드에 온 이상 한 번씩은 또 만날 수 있다고 생각을 해서
Oh, that's the
나간다면 꼭 이겨야 되는 상대이기 때문에
publicly like allow response, politically correct
일단
response.
T1이 전 라인 다 탄탄하고 잘하기 때문에 저희도 뭐 최대한 안 밀리게 좀 그렇게 준비한 것 같습니다. T1이 약한 라인이 있는 것도 아니지만 저희 라이너들도 충분히 거기 걸맞는다고 생각을 하기 때문에
Are you
뭐
sure
전 라인
about
다
that?
중요하다고 생각합니다. 일단 오늘 경기는 이기면 그 스프링 정규 시즌에서 최고였던 T1을 이기는 거라서
You're not gonna win
지더라도
today,
저희
most
부족한
likely.
점을 빠르게 체크하고 다음 플레이오프 일정에 좀 임할 수 있을 것 같아서 최대한 부담 없이 최고의 경기력 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
No pressure.
KT 롤스터 파이팅!
No pressure. Okay.
I really do kind of like Supreme's attitude about this one. You know, like kind of going into it with
Yeah.
nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect it. Also,
They are
I
gonna
said it,
come in
like,
soon.
T1, even though you get picked by T1, it's a good thing because you get actually one more experience as a BO5 because T1, like if you're already good team enough to be like to beat anyone else, you're gonna, even though you become just a lower bracket player team, you're gonna just win anyway. Yeah,
Wait, if
exactly
if
right.
KT
Well, we'll
loses
see whether
here,
they
they don't
stand a
lose
chance
completely
of
yet,
doing
right?
so, as ladies and
Since they
gentlemen, it's time
like
to
adopted
enter
a
the
second,
intro, and then our
what do you
best
call
of
it?
5 telecom
Two
war
tier
after 5 years. Neither.
elimination bracket. I mean, in esports, is better to do it like this, I guess. Not like the NBA. But the difference is the NBA is like one game is like 2 hours, but like I wouldn't say like you would want to do the same as normal sports. The players, I wouldn't. You have to be honest, like they can play for like 5 hours, and it's fine. Also for esports, I would prefer a double elimination bracket. Like following Dota and Counter Strike. I don't think Worlds will do it right. I don't think Worlds has done this kind of format before. Which is funny because in Dota they do it. They've been doing it since the beginning. Wait, is this song copyrighted? I don't think so, right? I saw on the official YouTube page of LCK. I don't think it's copyrighted. Oh! I'm break my balls, boys. Are we done here? Oh, wait. What's this at, bro? What? Did you say the N-word? 감사합니다.
여러분이 시작됐습니다. KT 롤스터입니다. 2018년도 서버 이후에 5년 만에 5건제를 이긴 거예요.
얼마 만에
오케이.
잡은 기회예요.
Where do you get this music, bro? Did we get to draft already? Is it starting? Now, I wouldn't say that I'm the type of guy that like 100% follows the draft. I mean, I'm not the type to say like the draft will win the game 100%. I would say I'm like
Hello and
60 to 70%. I'm a draft kind of guy. The draft, in terms of like the draft deciding the
has
game.
been quite a while, and Valdez with me is Wolf, and this one is going to be awesome. We are in the first.
Actually, scratch that. I think I actually don't like a few champions.
So we get the
So if I see them in draft, I'm gonna be
Could get it again.
a locomotive.
Isn't it interesting that the last time these two teams faced off in 2018 spring, it was arguably the
I'm
worst
gonna
year
go
in
crazy if I see
SK
a few
history
champions in draft.
for the organization in the
I mean, those who have
LCK.
seen me a long
One
time.
of their most impressive
mean, back then,
ever. Record-wise, no, they haven't
mean, I
broken
think I find a
last
new
year's
channel.
record, the 2015 record. But in terms of the eye
If
test
I see
and
a
current
Karma,
form,
if I see a
understanding both this
Renekton,
meta
I'll
and
go
the changes it's
crazy.
seen, T1 looked to be as strong as
I don't think
ever,
T1
if not the
will
strongest
go
we've ever seen
Karma
them.
ever
KT Rolster
again.
also
Not like
strongest
their
they've been
game
in 5
5
years.
in Worlds.
But it's
My
so sad that the matchup does kind of feel like, as was mentioned on the space, you have all these great things on KT, but you're A tier in every position, and T1 is S tier across the board. So it is going to be a very difficult matchup.
true.
A lot of one-sided predictions going into this one.
Yeah,
Oh,
no spoilers
let me
yet,
see the prediction,
as we
man.
Take a look at our past predictions that mostly were wrong. So, you know,
Bruh.
take with that what you will. As let's take a look at the predictions here
Oh,
on the Korean
Cryo
side.
Stone.
Everybody going for
Nice.
T1. We do see Pony did go for the 3-2, and the second we saw that earlier, we were like, oh crap, that's scary. This guy knows a lot about predictions. He's very knowledgeable. On the global side, we are a little bit more one-sided towards T1 as Chronicler was the only
Yeah,
one
boy.
to give KT a game.
Yeah, block anyone.
And I think
Bruh.
the 3-1 prediction is a reasonable one. Like, I think it is possible that T1 does lose a game in this series, but I personally couldn't even predict that. I just feel like
Who
based on
needs
what we've
trees?
seen so
Everyone's
far,
trees,
and how
trees,
dominant
trees.
this team has been, it just
It's a
wasn't a choice I
very
could
low
make,
chance
but I do
of
respect the vote
getting
because
a
I
game
could see
off
it
of
happening for sure.
KT.
As we see the fan
I mean,
vote
off of
here
T1.
overwhelmingly in favor of T1 as well.
If
You have to consider there are a
KT
lot of
managed to
KT Rolster
get
fans
one
across
game
the
off of them,
years
it's
who
a
have been
miracle
waiting for
actually.
this moment. They showed up big time to support here in the fan prediction as well, I'd say. But even then, you're playing against the most popular team, and they're going to hit nearly 88% of that fan vote.
Yeah.
That's what happens in the fan
I mean,
vote,
even
of
with
course,
T1
as,
was
by
shit,
the way,
they were still
Jason did let us
voting
know
for
about
them
her
to
prediction
win.
as well. She said 3-1 for T1, so she
I don't even know
actually
where
also
you
gave
vote
a
these
game
kind of stuff,
over
actually.
to KT. As here we will introduce our player Zeus on the All LCK first team for 2023 spring. That's not going to be
It's
the one
that
player you see on
boy!
the
It's my
roster.
boy!
No,
I mean, it's
but
my new
it's
boy after
the
Noguri
entire
left.
team, and
Noguri
some
was
people might
my
criticize Zeus
boy,
and won
and then
best
he
of
left.
5 in the World's Finals
I-
last year, but beyond that, I feel like
I
he's
mean, I am
never
a
really
top
slipped
laner.
up. He's never really underdone
Even though-
our expectations. This player has been
Can I tell you
extremely
this?
consistent.
I actually only play
And his
Ziggs
opponent
because
on the other side
she's
of the
like,
rim,
she has a
an
clean
all-pro
skin.
second. In fact,
I'm
and
still a
this is
top
what's so
laner at
exciting
heart.
is the top two top laners.
I mean, I've
sounds
always
very
been a
weird
top
coming
laner.
out, when you say it out loud, but our top two players in the top position are actually facing off against
That-
each other
that
in a
plan
best of
for
5 tonight,
Ziggs
and
to
it's Key,
challenger.
who's
Let's see
actually
if
shown
it happens,
a wider
actually.
champion pool in this role. So we'll see what he's got planned for this evening.
It's going to be really fun. I think that if there is going to be any top laner to challenge Zeus, it will be Keen. So you never know what'll happen. As now, let's introduce Owner, our first jungler here for the LCK team. Of course, he has really stepped it up, and I feel like the meta as well. You know, it feels almost unfair, but it feels like it has shifted even more in the direction of Owner. So, like, even, especially compared to Cuz, I think that Owner
His
will
Lee
have
Sin
the
is
meta
completely
advantage,
broken.
And
in this match.
He was the only player to not make All-Pro in 2022 spring last year. He's on the team this time as Cuz. The
Yeah,
jungle
there was that
opponent from a
shit,
player
like-
who has, as was mentioned by Chronicler, has really stepped it up. It's been his best year in a while, and in the middle of the season, he really just turned it on. So definitely an angle of attack here for KT Rolster. If they can get some early advantages, will be tough for him to play this one out, considering each individual lane seems like it is going to be very difficult to get advantages in, which makes Cuz's life more difficult, but maybe he could be a hero tonight.
And his uncle is here again today. I think this is a really important day to support Cuz, as he will be going up against
The hard
Faker
thing
here,
about,
of
like,
course.
voting
No
for-
introduction really needed, but this guy
Jungle to be MVP in this place. It's like they don't do any flashy plays. All your job for this
years later
this
in his career,
split,
which is
if
kind of
you're
insane
a
to say,
jungler,
but
right,
he's
you
getting
just
more
need to protect your
aggressive. He's leading the
ADCs.
team even harder.
Like, that's
It has
basically
been a
what
pleasure
they've
to
been
watch him
doing.
play this season.
It's 10
This
years
whole
after his
split.
debut, you know, that he's in another playoff. playoffs here against the team he defeated in that very famous finals. And BDD, the only real true counterpart to Faker in terms of champion pool, games played, mastery of Azir. It's so fitting that these two legends and veterans will face off tonight here in the upper part of our bracket. BDD, in a lot of people's mind, definitely a top 3 player here in the LCK, despite the votes not going his way there in terms of second place.
Yeah.
And a lot of us even put him at second, so, you know, that's the way it goes. Some of the other mid laners here have some big names, but either way, here's Gumayusi, who did make it onto the first team. I feel like he had maybe the most competition when it did come to that role.
Yeah, I'd say this was the most controversial one of all, but even still, not a lot of controversy when you consider the duo kills here, where he and Keria dominate lane, which we will, you know, talk a lot about as we go into this series. Is aiming definitely on the other side of things here in this 80 carry matchup. He has been more of the scaling type, but second place in duo kills here do go to KT Rolster. A pretty surprising stat when you consider how many champions aiming has played that are more on the sit back and scale side of things. His Zeri, his Ezreal, for example, but he is still winning out 2v2s.
I like this. It lists their 2 wins, but it also lists a prediction for their win here in 2023 as what's going on here.
Oh, you love to see it! That's right! This MVP!
Oh my god, that boy is that boy!
Player of the split, this was pretty much unanimous. It's hard to argue with this. This guy is he's getting a bit better. I don't know how to say
Oh my god.
He was already insane, but now he is reaching new heights.
I feel like he's improved a lot, but it's hard to say he's improved. I think he just showed that he had more things that we didn't know about. Like, he's like, oh, you guys only think I'm good at like 90% of things. Let me show you I'm good at 100% of all things. As Legends will come down here. He also was able to get onto the LCK third team, or the all LCK third team here, with very impressive finish to the season here. I think more than the early parts is Blitzcrank coming back as Leona.
I see the Clippers clipping it already.
Push that Lehen's aiming duo kill number much higher here, especially in the second round robin and beyond.
There is so much pressure on the KT bottom lane because they are going up against Keria and Guma. So I think it's going to be really up to Lehen's to put a wrench in the gears, right? Because aiming, as you mentioned, he kind of sits back, he farms, he's not really doing anything, you know, different from the norm. So I think Lehen's really has to come up with a wild and crazy idea to take them down, and I'm curious to see what it's going to be.
I am too. I think for KT tonight, the key is going to be patience. It is going to be not taking bad fights. It's going to be just being decisive at the most important moments. The only team to challenge T1 realistically this season was HLE. Hanwha Life Esports did find those angles in the late game on objective fights. And the biggest way that T1 has been winning over the last 2 years is dominance in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, winning team fights that look optimal for the enemy team and then turning them around with amazing coordination. So if it looks good, too good to be true, it
is
probably
making
is
the enemy
KT
use
and I don't want to see any more best of fives here
more
in the
than they
playoffs,
need
like
to.
what happened to D+.
They like
early, we're fighting
already
where
hard
our
to
competition
kill.
isn't online, even if you have the numbers advantage.
That's why
T1
T1's
is
like
more
really
out
good
to
at
fight
cleaning
you.
out fights.
It's gonna
Even
be,
when they're
I
at a
think, if KT
deficit,
win this,
they
long
are at a
games,
ultimate
patient
advantage
games,
actually.
where we do see clutch plays from BDD and aiming.
Yeah, I like what Huni was saying about how KT kind of took a best of 5 to try a lot of laning from the side of KT. You know, Lehen's just getting basic roams off and making plays and getting them ahead and winning. But maybe that's the key. Maybe they needed to take a best of 5 like that to really figure out something special here for T1, because regardless of what you say, T1 in this bracket are the final boss, and KT are the underdogs, but who knows? You know, even against all the predictions, Hanwha Life were able to take down DK. Who's to say that KT can't do it?
Yeah. No, upsets have happened already, and I think they potentially will continue to happen as we go through this tournament.
The game is
and
starting.
The way in which T1 has dominated has been in all aspects of the game, from laning to macro to vision to secure on objectives. And I think if you're KT, your biggest fear is falling behind early, because no team snowballs, no team cross maps better then T1.
This is a Genshin Impact channel, but
push a lane and either
if T1 is playing, I will watch.
Or will stop watching.
I mean, not the regular season, in the playoffs. I have streamed some T1 playoff games last year.
Have set so successfully, KT needs to avoid.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready to jump into game number 1 draft as we
have. Oh wait, you guys can't see the ban.
Taken away. Actually, it was pretty cool to see. You know, the second they clicked in,
I think they should ban.
Typing out Sejuani, and I saw
KT should ban Caitlyn and
a peek behind the curtain.
Yeah,
they have to ban Caitlyn.
Already.
Maybe Gragas or Trash.
And this is a guy that didn't make it onto any all-pro team, but I think he kind of got robbed a
if
little bit.
KT is leaving really Caitlyn open, they are screwed.
Return to form, his best form, and he's been really consistent at that top level.
We'll also see aiming Zeri banned away.
Zeri is a good ban. P1 should ban Zeri every game actually.
Well for
I think
is just
not even like the third ban. I'm revealing it for the first ban is fine as well.
Which is kind of the opposite of how KT have played a lot of the season, almost like a budget version of T1, getting ahead in lanes. Legends is roaming.
Oh my god. Oh, finally Caitlyn. Oh my god. I thought they weren't gonna ban it.
They will not allow aiming to play this Zeri once again.
That you forgot about. I mean, you forgot about that bitch.
It's a little bit more rare these days, but you know, you don't have the Varus, you don't have the Caitlyn, the Sejuani and Vi are gone. And even with Lee Sin available here for Owner, they want to have a little bit more control of the bottom lane. This allows
casters
T1 to now wait and counterpick the 2v2 based on what
the live stream volume lower a little bit.
Bottom side prio with this Elise pick, making the 3v3
I feel like it's a bit louder.
Play out for KT.
That's going to be interesting to see what they counter with. The Felios coming through, and Slams doesn't have to pick.
Yo, KT will want to scale right now.
First, and then save it for counter pick, or maybe even look for a pick for BDD. But
like Wukong's pick every game.
Definitely not a jungle champ that has as much early presence as Lucian.
Not surprised by this.
Oh boy, it's a Lucian on me again.
But
oh,
the Elise here, and you are the best 2v2 lane in the LCK.
Bot lane decided already.
Felios is paired with. You're not worried about whether it's a Thresh, a Lulu, maybe even a Tom Kench. Lulu's so incredibly strong.
Well, this is going to give the time to ban the top side.
In these team fights, some extra survivability for.
I would
going to be a
ban.
Composition here initially for T1.
Actually, you don't need to ban Maokai anymore since jungle's already picked.
KT could stave off the pressure, but we already know in these
first
mid
lane
lock-ins.
Do you ban Gragas? Because what Gragas does, right, is just nullify all of the AP mid laners that KT could win lane with, unless they were willing. They are willing to play Kasante mid like Genji. No, Chovy was using that to counter all the Gragas mids, but
they were the only team to select red side first,
he hasn't used it to counter P1 Fakers Gragas mid.
Normally, you know, the stronger
Genji Chovy's Kasante hasn't been played against P1 Fakers Gragas, which is probably the best Gragas in this.
Well, we've seen a lot of Tristana bans recently,
tournament.
even overseas in the LPL. It's so strong.
I think he was the
now,
first one to use it this spring, right?
Especially, you know, if you walk face up in this, as we have seen in the past.
Oh, Tristana's a good ban actually. Tristana's like really annoying mid lane, in my opinion.
Strong amount of magic damage, but they'll take
oh my god!
Expecting a Kasante pick, you have to imagine.
Oh. Right.
But it will be the Renekton instead.
But the thing about Zeus, he like doesn't like to use Kasante, right? Yep, he's gonna use Nah. Yep. Nah, you left his Nah open. It's your fault.
It's extreme comforts and
oh, LeBlanc. Oh boy. If it's Fakers, LeBlanc is gonna be really fun.
That facet for Faker here.
Okay.
What?
Seeing the Flex Kasante here with the Elise. Chovy showcase this.
What? Faker Kasante?
In the season.
What, you're expecting KT to pick Gragas now? It's like, what?
As it might have just been
BDD is like, oh shit, I can't pick Gragas.
Here, looking for some of those late game setups here and laning well against the LeBlanc, having obviously the engaged tools here with the Renekton and the LeBlanc, but now I think, yeah, you can just play this Veigar, and this is something that was mentioned on the space. BDD has been so good on Veigar. He played it very late compared to the other mid laners, but his performance has arguably been the best here in the LCK. And, you know, a lot of times we look at Veigar and we're like, okay, this
Veigar, I don't know what to feel about Veigar being
but when BDD plays it, he gets lane prio. He's
back
not
in
playing it with
meta.
Kasante, so he's gonna
All
have
the
a
safe
edge here. And now Cuz has a lot
safe
of agency around the
mid laners
top of the
and
map.
scaling.
Bottom side
Like, I don't see Cassandre pick anymore.
I mean
Cassandre. I wanted to say Cassandre. I don't see Cassandre being picked
But after that, Cuz has a
anymore.
lot of agency through mid and top here because it is a Cassandre, it is a Gnar into this Renekton. But what I'm most concerned about for KT is that
Okay,
this
time to move
composition
back,
can
my
snowball
boys.
so
Oh,
well, and they
move
have
back to
Zeus
the left,
on Gnar
to the
into
left,
Renekton,
to
a
the left.
matchup he has crushed in the past. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter if it's Keen. He's just so comfortable on this Gnar versus
Damn
Renekton
shot.
matchup.
Yeah, it just feels like relatively safe solos for T1, and then they have the
Yo,
really
the-
strong
everyone's here.
champions
The whole
really just
T1
get the
squad here.
snowball rolling
Do
down
they, like,
the bottom
separate
side of
the
map.
fans
So,
on
kinda
one
what you were
side
saying before we even saw
and the
graph,
other?
Wolf, is that KT
Because
really
I'm pretty
gets
sure like
PlayStation, you know, they're more
traditional
of a scaling
sports
type
do that,
compared to
just
T1,
so there are
more
no fights.
Fantastic at snowballing, and we have
Let's
seen
see
they
someone
have
that
been
looks like
best so
Guma
far
UC,
in
but I don't think it's
2023 at
innovation.
doing that. So can
I don't think it's innovation.
KT stop the snowball here in game
His
one?
brother-
I
his
feel
brother
like,
Innovation was one of the
our
best,
stories.
StarCraft
No
players.
doubt. No doubt, because I mean the two compositions do very
Yo.
different things. It's not to say that T1's composition can't fight well in the late game, but their magic damage is going to be essentially just
Yo,
this
a
Elise
Korean girl in
on
the crowd that
jungle.
is
Everything
not afraid
else
to
is
show
about
her
setting
face.
up picks here, getting the
Nani?
solution ahead, setting up
And
fights with
usually they're
Zeus.
all really
On
shy
the
for
side
no
of KT,
reason,
they
I
have
think.
single target Elim set up.
Unless
they
it's the
have great
culture,
late
like,
game
you don't want to
scaling.
show your face.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun game to start us off on this best of 5.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
jump onto the Rift right now.
Yeah, I want to look at, as I put the thumbnail of my on my channel. I mean, on this stream, it's Faker and Klee in the same screen, bro.
So cool to be back casting a telecom war in the playoffs with you, Wolf. We have done this more than once. Maybe not in League of Legends, but in the past. And this was always such a fun matchup.
Keria playing Nami. I'm not expecting a good Keria game, to be honest with you guys.
Even though
I mean,
nowadays,
everyone's
T1
like
is
not
known as
good
the
at
biggest
using
one.
Nami,
KT
even in
still has a
professional
huge fan
play.
base in their own right, and they have come out
What?
in
Faker
a lot
picking
of,
Cassandre is like damn.
fiery emotion already.
I mean,
to
Gragas
start
was
us
still
off with some
available,
of
right?
those
I
series.
don't know how to
doubt.
feel
You
about
know,
this. It's like,
in
Cassandre is
StarCraft,
like,
I think KT Roster was able to hold on to.
but I'm not good at
for
Cassandre.
such
I
a
love playing
long
Cassandre
time.
mid
Players like
too.
Flash, for example,
Ever since
are
like
such a
Chovy
legacy.
came out with it.
And in League of Legends, it's been T1 who's been able
I
to do
feel
the same.
Cassandre is
with
like
Faker.
not
We've seen
not a
KT's
blind
roster,
pickable
you know,
champion,
recycled over
honestly.
multiple years score, finally getting his title, but then of course had to retire. Back now as a coach.
Oh, if
But you look at
BDD
the
gets
KT
one charge, it's worth.
roster here, and you're like, well, BDD's back, right? He was with this roster.
What, the
in a
Raptors?
less
Like, you know,
fortunate time for
when
KT.
Wukong's
He's
going
back now
bot?
and he's a huge, crucial part of this. And it's just the difference
Yep,
here,
they
I
see
think, in
Wukong.
how T1 has been able to just be dominant so long, whereas KT started off pretty aggressively as this would be a 75th pick.
Yeah. I don't know the exact number of champions that are released at this moment in time, but I
Double
think it is
kill,
over
okay.
150. But he's getting close to the halfway mark
Yeah.
of playing
Owner's gonna-
half of the champions in the game.
Yep, full
Consider
clear bot
as
side and then
in the
gank.
LCK.
Yeah, consider
Might be a
at
dive
some
now,
point
it's
in time, usually
he
about
can't dive, he
a
can't dive.
third or about a
Can
fourth
he?
to a third of
Oh, but
champions
Wukong's
are
there, he
in
can't
an
dive
even
there.
meta. So this showcases how long
BDD
he's
is
played and how many different
5-0.
styles of play he's played through. As here comes that level 3,
Yep.
at least.
Yep,
this is about
just
as
as
standard
planned.
it gets.
A bit too
Doesn't
obvious,
have level
like,
2 just yet, trying to
Wukong's
get
like,
the
yeah,
games
boy, I'm
very close
coming.
to it. This is going to get very difficult for Cuz to defend this blue buff. He's even just going to let it go.
Yeah. And this is what we talked about. I mean, the Wukong himself doesn't really have a lot of power
Yep.
this early on, especially in this
It's
matchup.
good that
so
Wukong path
you might just have to
downwards.
give up a
They
lot.
know what
Now,
T1 wants to
you know,
do.
They haven't given up the blue. Of course, Owner's going to stick around, but Faker's getting mid-prio and he's roaming
Faker's
over.
coming.
Yeah, BDD
How did
actually
Faker
not
get
here at
prio
all.
first?
Kinda
What?
Start to head this way, but I mean, very difficult to actually wrestle away control. And I love the first strike here for the Elise when you know you have this bottom side prio. We've seen a
this
lot
is
of
crazy,
ETA
actually.
to
You know, how
get
does
additional
Faker
damage
get
done
prio
as you
every
have better
time?
single target. But in exchanges like this, where you know KT are going to have to come over, you're just getting more and more gold. You're just harassing with your spiderlings.
It's
just
not like
picking up
a
money
Sunday pushes
while you're
very
also
fast, though.
delaying your opponent's experience. So knows that Cuz is 9 CS down right now, is down about half a level here. And every time Owner hits these spiderlings, he's getting more and more money. Just using the level 3 timing here to get so many small advantages, and ultimately will still pick up the blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, Owner
And wait,
he
what?
knows what this league
Well,
does
wait,
so well in the early
Renekton
game, and he's not gonna back
warded
away. It's
the
pretty
enemy's
refreshing,
blue buff.
to
So I
see,
think
you know, even in
Wukong
this
could have
game
just
one,
went
that
straight
some of
ahead
these
to
players, they understand, like, what
like
their
the blue
weakness is,
size
and they're really
blue
playing
buff
around
and
it
token
really
it.
strongly. That's
I mean,
something
you
that
know
T1 do
that,
really well. Whereas
like,
it feels like a lot of other
the
our other
spider
teams
is
so
bot
far have
side.
kind of been nervous
Yeah, he's going
to,
there,
you know,
actually.
push the envelope even when it feels like
He
that's
should
the win.
try and steal it. Yep, he's going there right now.
You get a heal here out of Keria. Small
Oh, they're gonna
advantage.
dive again.
But here comes the Elise once again. This time there is no Wukong nearby.
Well,
As
feels
Owner wants
bad.
to set something
Gonna
up.
die again.
Worst case scenario, probably just push them out of the experience range.
It's level 4, so Lehens is like, well, I don't really want to fight this guy. And there are 2 wards that spotted him coming over, and there's really not much they can do because, of course, Cuz on the Wukong, again, you know, he's on the other side of the map just trying to survive.
The
and farm
Sante
something.
coming,
This is
baby.
T1's MO, man. They just 4-man dive bottom lanes when they have tryouts, when they have the best bottom duo.
Well, I mean,
in the game,
Wukong did the right
Tsunami.
thing in my
You are
opinion.
just
I mean,
gonna be
it's
able to
doing
deny
something
a
I
lot
would have
more. Now, I
done.
like that KT do not
But it
panic
feels really
here.
bad. I
They're
mean, you
just
know
gonna
T1's
back away.
gonna
A lot
do
of
this.
experience will be lost.
Feels bad.
But there's nothing really you can do about this. Giving over kills, losing that gold would be huge.
Flash
They
on.
got him.
Teleport used as well. Owner has to flash out of this one as he, well, they
Wait,
were
who
being
TP'd over?
patient until they weren't. They found a little
VDD.
angle and tried to go for it. Didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, we'll be able to get Owner's flash here, but it is going to be a TP and flash in exchange.
Just like
This
that
does
is almost
allow
a
Amy to
1K
get back to
goal
lane
lead, like,
here
bro.
and just fall behind only by the 10 CS here. BDD
Yeah.
might drop a plate here because of this wave, and the demolish looks like Faker should be able to force this.
Nope.
Just going to kind of kite back here. Not quite going to secure it, but we'll be able to get it with the next
Okay,
wave.
okay, it's like for
And this is
T1,
the
right?
play that
The
KT
most
made
important
to
thing for
try to
them is
wrestle back
like
some
lane dominance, right?
modicum of control.
And
Like some
Kasante is a
super
really
amount
good
of
lane
control here on the
dominator.
bottom lane, like,
He can get
and
more
This is what
CS,
this draft
especially
for
against like
T1
melee
affords you.
champions.
Now, this is about as good as it gets, but it
Oh,
is
what the heck
exactly
are you
what this draft
doing,
is designed
Zeus?
to do. This is not, oh man, KT's
Oh,
gone.
got him.
Speaking of,
Faker's getting in there already as the cage will be put down. Faker just skirts around it. Has another knockup potentially, but no. Faker's getting very aggressive here in the mid lane. BDD's MO is
That's a
just
clean
sit
combo.
here, farm tier, and try not to die. So he did that pretty well, though. He's like, okay, cool story. Kasante, I will just continue farming.
yeah, interesting. Hold up.
Oh,
Renekton.
Renekton.
Just on
Renekton.
the edge of vision. Might be able to try to force something here, get a flash, or
It's like Zeus still always gets ahead
grab him.
in
This is
farm.
the timing you're
Like
trying to
I
find
rarely
here.
see
This
him
is
like
Kong who doesn't have six,
behind
so
his
you use
CS
the
for
laner
Zeus.
CC to set up for your damage.
Whatever champion he's playing,
He's not spotted.
even when in a disadvantageous
He's
top
just gonna
lane,
go back
like
to
he's
farming
playing
here. He's only
Gragas.
about, you know, a camp and a half behind the Elise now, but
On.
even able to get
Been a
this
long time
Rift
since I've seen
Scuttler,
on.
not bad. Gonna
He's like his
swipe that
CS
one
is
away.
still even, you know.
Could just go back to the top side, farm out his red buff jungle, and try to hit level 6 as fast as possible. But guess what? He's just going to sit in the bottom side and continue to try to help out his bottom lane.
Yeah. And this is going to be first strike gold. Like I was saying, coming over to Owner, going to stop a back here. Nice warrior trickster here from Cuz to avoid the damage at least, the vast majority of it. And the scaling here for KT is fantastic. So, you know, you'll get the game and you see a 1,000 gold lead here at 7 minutes.
Well, now that I'm
Not
thinking
a
about it,
situation
a
where you're
random
like, okay,
thought
well, this is T1, they're going to win this game for free. But it is a 30 CS
I
lead
haven't
that's
seen
mounting on the bottom
LS's
side.
reaction
Aiming is
to
trying
the
to
World's
bring it
Finals
down
last
here
year.
with his Noon Quiver.
I mean, he's a
in
T1
tow.
fan, right?
So these advantages are big. It is going to be a Drake going over. And KT
I wonder what
Rollsters do
happened
not
in
wanna
game
give
5. I wanna see
more
what his reaction.
than what the lane prio is going to provide. Not going to take any bad fights here. Not going to try to force anything.
Well,
And I
T1's
think
gonna
that
win early.
as
Like, that's a
painful as it
fact.
is to watch as a KT fan, watching T1 take
Also,
everything
it's
on the
because
map,
they
I
have
think
a
this is
good
the right
early
play.
game champions.
Yeah, Faker getting poked out here. We actually did have the ultimate used by BDD, just trying to push him away. It's not like Faker had to flash or anything. It's part of the reason why you do select
should
this.
stand
Maybe
here.
expecting BDD
You
to
guys
take the
can
Vanguard.
see-
He's like, well, I can just get through the cage some ways, and you know, I can set up and very tanky. I'm just going to sit in the lane and farm it out and look for team fights later.
BD is
Standing
going to
on
get a
top
pretty
of
significant CS advantage here from this wave that's crashing into the mid turret.
I'm so small.
Faker had to back, took a lot of damage, and didn't get through the cage, but it's going to take a big hit. Now, I wanted to point this out earlier before we had Cuz going to the bottom side, but Faker is building plated steel caps here early into this matchup. Not something we normally see. It is kind of essential for Kasante to be able to fight against Renekton and the Wukong in the front line. And it's much stronger, obviously, against both of these champions with the recent patch and the recent changes to
I think there's supposed to be a Rift Herald fight
cages get a little bit tougher to deal with
right
you
now,
cannot
but
actually dash through them.
but T1's just gonna cheese
Absolutely,
again.
yes.
Bro.
Well, we do have Faker making his way down
Yep.
the bottom side here.
Everyone
Looks
coming,
like
boy.
Currently level 5 alongside of Legends. They know this is coming, and yes, they haven't died yet, but still, I mean, 3 plates are gone in 9 minutes. And once again, the snowball continues.
T1 be
No
like,
doubt
yeah,
they go
boy.
for the dirt, which is pretty common, especially if you're trying to snowball in the early laning stage.
And going back to the draft, like
You know, at this
think a
point,
lot
I
of people look
think
at that
Keria
draft
should
and the
just
bans
pick
we saw as
first strike on
targeted for
Nami.
close,
Keeps
but
hitting
actually,
this shit.
These are targeted for champions that can compete with Elise pre-level 6. And so now you have this Wukong pick that can't really do anything, can't engage until level 6 is ready. And you're just like, yeah, I am Elise. Nobody can contest me. Nobody
Oh
can
boy.
fight me.
Yeah, well, he's going to hit
Zeus
the
is
cube,
really
he's
good at
being
kiting out.
Charged down here. Can't get over the wall, so he will be safe, but
That was almost a
that's
scary
moment
situation.
there. Should
Oh,
be
they're all
pretty
coming
fine.
top now.
But notice the second, Valdez, that Cuz gets 6, the attention is shifted topside, where they had Cryo in the top lane, so even though the Herald has been up for a little while here, the T1 know that KT
They're
can't
just
take
playing
it.
5-man.
And they're like, oh yeah, Wukong
basketball.
has engaged opportunities
Wait, I mean
now.
5-man
We're
League of
actually, with
Legends.
so much cryo here in the faster buck, going to be able to take this instantly.
Well, Guma's
Yeah,
not
even
there,
can
so it's
go
not
back to lane
exactly
for free, and
5-man.
He's going to have some pressure relief, but we've already
4-man,
there.
one
When
lonely
Wukong
guy.
can only just kind of show up and watch defensively.
Which is what I like to
So
play.
we're winning top
A
side.
1-man
Mid
top
is
lane
going
up,
fine.
split
Bottom
pushing.
side, we're massively winning. We got both early objectives here. Talking about the objective stats that we saw earlier, T1 getting both a lot of the time with these prio lanes. It's another scenario where that's just the case here.
Oh, he's gonna miss 3 CS. What? Renekton, what?
We're
Oh, look at that minion, he's gonna kill that low
Zeus
health range
continue to
creep.
put on that
Oh shit.
pressure in the top side.
One,
And,
-1 right
I
there.
think that's going to stop anytime soon, unless Cuz does want to visit the higher focus
I
top
feel like
side.
KT can only fight after like
Cuz
20
is
minutes.
currently down
There's
here
no
at the
use
bottom
like
side. Looks like Keria
ganking.
staring at that brush.
There's no way like Lucian Nami is gonna be
They don't
aggressive
have much
suddenly.
vision. Cuz just hit level 6, he's level 7
Look,
now.
look, they're waiting
Careful
for
about some
owner
of
to
these
come.
Yeah, I mean, they have Tidal Wave here.
Yep.
Both players with Flash. It's very difficult
very
to make this
dangerous.
happen successfully. They identify, okay, let's go clear that ward and push this Wukong away if he's in the vicinity, which he is. And they're going to be able to get
Divine
back
Sunderer
to the
Wukong.
side.
Calling, aiming down to
Whoa!
20%, just like that.
Just like
Just-
that.
I mean, these
First
are things
strike,
you
I
can
think
do
that first
for
strike gives
tempo.
like
And
40
they
gold.
will, and
Right?
they did.
Yeah.
And now Keria's like, if they stay here, I tidal wave them and they die.
Yeah.
And if they don't stay here, they lose more farm.
His
And
first
we get
tower
played.
gone already.
This is
Owner
why
can
they
just
without
drop
Herald
his
being
purple
dropped. They do
monster
not
right
need to
down
draw
there.
Herald here necessarily.
Oh
There
shit.
is going to face check in here. The polymorph very annoying for him as he will have to flash
Or
over
maybe
the
he
wall.
can't
So
drop
nice
it.
little win to
At this
send
point, it's
KT
not worth it to
bottom
drop
lane,
the
but
Rift
another
bot
point
lane because it's
is
only
gonna
gonna get
go
one
into the
plate.
hands of Guma and
You should
Keria.
try dropping
Be
it
able to
mid
get the
lane.
whole thing, not necessarily off
Because
this
I-
wave,
because
but look at all the
Guma and
damage
Keria
down
will
here.
get-
It's first strike on this Lucian,
will
so
get the
every
tower
time
on their
he's
own.
just chunking away,
No, they're
picking
getting it.
off
On the next wave,
more
you
of
get
these
it.
health bars, and now that this wave has showed up here, I'm gonna probably try to force this one in. Wukong
In
is
my
still in the
opinion,
vicinity,
I
but they have a
think
lot of
give it
ward
to
coverage
Zeus.
here.
Zeus,
And actually
I know
Drake
he
is
already
coming
has
over just to
advantage,
kinda make sure
but
it's
it's
okay,
even.
because he has all
I
that
don't think
cryo.
Kasante
And
will
the Drake is
use
spawning in 12 seconds.
extra gold.
And with owner losing
Kasante's
Flash
like
to
good
back
on
off,
his
he's
own.
gonna use this Drake
That
mid
doesn't
to
need
try
the
to
extra
help get
money.
This early mid turret as well as Drake Prio to take a 2 Drake lead.
Is owner? Where is owner going? I don't.
Heralds could be
Oh, is he
big,
dead?
as meanwhile,
Oh,
Spike
that was
has
that
to
flash.
but I
Oh.
think he's 100% dead. They wait in the brush.
Beautiful Nami play. That's how you're supposed to
All you
use
gotta
Nami.
do. Aiming had no idea.
He-
And that
I
is
mean,
a
even
great
my
first
friend
blood
said,
and should be
who's like a
first turret
Nami
given over
player,
Guma.
right?
First turret
He says
with
Nami's,
12
you're
plates.
supposed to play
And
Nami
the
like an
solo plate here for the
assassin or
final
something.
one.
You're
$6.25
supposed to use your
in the
out
second
of
break.
vision.
And again, Herald,
Because it's too slow
because they dropped
actually.
your mid, 2 plates have already
But
gone
it's quite a
down.
large range. It's
So
not meant to be like a
in lot of
multi
trouble, and if
out, you
this
know, it's
turret
meant
goes
to
down,
be used
after
from a
already losing
bush
bottom side turret here,
where an enemy
you're gonna
doesn't
have big
expect it
problems
to
defending
come.
against this Elise, who's now pretty accelerated in this game. She's
Like
gonna
you
be
see
able to
Maokai, the range is
just roam around.
larger
Actually,
and
sorry,
slower,
not
right?
items, but just
However,
control.
like
She's gonna be able to
if the enemy
fluctuate.
sees it but you can't stop
We
it.
got the Lehen skank coming up to the
Oh,
top
okay.
side as waiting for a good moment.
Zeus is
That will be the flash away from Zeus.
That was a last minute
Saturday,
flash.
you see the level 7
because Renekton can't flash in because it will be in power range. That's actually a good flash.
So actually pretty nice.
Oh, so owner decided to use
it
it mid lane. I guess it's fine.
BDD doing his best.
I mean, it's
to
like
prevent
in this
turret
rift
from
doesn't
going down.
even
The
matter
charge will still
actually.
come
It's like
through.
just use it before
He's able
14
to stop
minutes
the wave,
because they already
delay
broke
the charge.
bot lane, right?
And that turret will not.
The
fall.
money is like you
Luckily
just
for them.
pick one guy to give the money
Yeah,
to,
Zeus
like
losing his
Zeus
flash
or
here. Just gonna give King a
Faker.
little bit more agency in the lane. It's not really about the lane right now, unfortunately. As you watch this play once again, no vision here. Aiming is
Bubble
just
out,
hoping
and then
he's gonna be able to
Guma
deal with
just
some additional farm
guns
here, but this is just
him
straight up
down.
greed, and these are the types of mistakes you cannot make against T1. They have the wave straight in the middle, and if you don't have vision there, you can't walk up like that if you have no idea. Just had the impression that they backed and that he was going to be able to get some additional gold. 1400 here is 8 plates
my
across
God.
the map.
This is something that T1 does. It's like, okay, well, we have these wing
Stop.
conditions. Maybe if
Stop.
we can hold on.
Zeus
And
bot
it's a
and
big
then
if.
the ADCs go
And
top.
so, okay,
That's
maybe
the-
trying to find a little angle here up on the top side. That's that Lulu and Wukong play together.
Oh,
Goes the
okay.
Cyclone onto 2 of them. Guma has to flash away, so they finally find an angle because
They got one
coming through
kill.
the river, T1 did not have vision here in this river, and they got totally caught off guard.
And Cuz has definitely identified that, you know, Owner is on this Elise, a very squishy champion, even with Repel. There's an angle
KT.
there. If you
Oh,
actually
that was
catch
a
her
good gang.
and blow her up, you're going to have some great follow-up here potentially for objective fights. This one, just a skirmish on the top side of the map. So they're trying to get some gold here to BDD. They will end up taking out the Elise, so trading back a kill here. Not too significant at this moment
Nothing
in
you
time.
can do about
But
that.
it could become significant as BDD has now picked up his first kill of the game. And scaling up.
Renekton, he doesn't have vision, so
T1,
he's just
they
gonna
are
let
still about 4,000
Zeus take
gold
everything.
ahead at this point in time. As Owner is
This
very
is why you
aggressively
like
up here
take a
trying
top
to
laner
control
that
this,
can clear
vision
creep
with the war.
very
Like you
fast.
said, the synergy between Wild Growth here and the Cyclone.
So you can
Wukong
steal the
just allows
enemy's
you those
camp
additional
food.
knockups. He plays it very well, Cuz does. Gets a little bit greedy with the flash here. Great bubble from Keria. Without that, perhaps you get an additional kill there, or at least Keria's summoner. His bubble is great, so they will escape there. So flash.
Oh, everyone has their first items right now.
Anything else?
Like Guma's like
So,
way ahead, bro.
Zeus on
Guma
the
almost
bottom
has
side
the
of
second
map,
item.
trying to steal away a
Collector,
bunch
is it?
of
Like,
the
what the
enemy
heck is he
jungle.
buying?
And little things
Gun-
like that are
Oh,
also
it's
ways
like,
to continue to snowball, but actually Cuz got over there, so
budget
took some blue buff
selected
down,
Dirk
so that was
and
pretty
then
nice.
going
Obviously
for
not able to
the
give that
gun
to BDD,
item
because he's
second.
on the top
Oh,
side
it's
of the
for
map, so
Gunblade?
pretty good
I keep
take
calling
that
it
away from
Gunblade.
Zeus, that just wanted that
Rapid Fire
extra
Cannon.
gold as-
Rapid Fire Cannon.
Meanwhile,
Because it
T1
looks like a
and
gun,
T1
right?
with this
So
early
that's why I
lead to take
call it
the
Gunblade
second
every
Rift
time.
Heralds and really push this forward. As I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Wolf, but we actually do have Chemtech Soul on.
No, we didn't talk about it.
Free
in
first game.
Tidal Wave.
Nami,
Gonna go
that's
wide.
terrible Nami out.
That was interesting.
Well, they want to
Sell the
guarantee.
back
Yeah, they
and,
want to
get the
guarantee.
turret?
Exactly. They want to guarantee this turret, and they'd like to use the Herald top so they can get all 3 outers. And if you actually catch somebody there, you get mid without using the Herald. They didn't, so the turret will live, but they're going to just drop it here top side, and then we'll be able to get their second turret of the game here. BDD has Cuz.
Oh!
Man, he's caught on the edge there as waiting for that TP. KT's got an angle here.
Oh, the out doesn't
Faker
hit.
on the run. He does have flash, and he is quite
Oh.
tanky. As Keen really wants to force this one finger just on the dash. Still has not flashed as he will all about him over the wall just to escape. Still has his flash as he is under
Oh.
here, and Owner getting over the wall with the cocoon, and
Oh,
he
damn, they-
around. 2v4, you gotta be kidding me.
These are the fights. These are
They're
the
forcing
fights
it
that
too much.
KT cannot force, or T1 will just turn them every single time.
Well,
They're
if
using the
they're
geometry of
gonna
the map.
go
Now,
into a
meanwhile, they get
Cassante,
the
that's
turret
what's gonna
mid.
happen.
Yeah, they get the turret mid because they were looking for this anyways.
TP
Google was
bot?
involved, TP bottom, and they're actually going to turn this into a 2-turret play here after defending the topside turret. Mind you, the Rift Herald was not used, so it's still available here to use wherever they like. And this is a double interplay here they're looking for right now. Mid-inner goes down, so 2 turrets here. Could be 3 if they actually commit the Herald there on the bottom side. 30 seconds to go until the Drake comes over. And man, T1 a masterclass of macro here. It was so close there on the top side, but you're committing a TP.
It looks so good for KT. They're like, oh man, we got the flank. I think the TP was like a second and
Problem
a half
is
late.
Wukong
Like,
didn't
he was
hit his second
right
out on
that
anyone.
baby.
Yeah.
Get something going, cuz now he's just, there's
Oh.
just nowhere to go. I mean, he doesn't have flash, used it in a couple of fights ago.
And you have no map vision, really, as KT here. You know, you're trying to set up control wards defensively in your own jungle. You lost an inner. So there's, like you say, nowhere to go, nowhere to
Damn,
hide.
Faker.
Look at this.
Faker
This
just,
is-
he just turns.
라인 높여. 자, 궁으로 다시
Says
줘.
he has no full, no flash rather, and no ult. But he is just gonna ult through the wall.
얘 무리한다.
He's like,
Let's go,
they overextended.
Flash kill.
And he just calls it off. He's like, they overextended. And
빼자, 안
I
해도
mean,
돼, 안 해도 돼.
it's just the fans going crazy.
Rule
How
number
long
one
is
of
this
League:
happening?
don't
And
dive
all the
under
while,
tower
Puma's pushing
unless
that
you
mid
got a
turret.
tank.
And he's calling
Or
the
it
entire
is.
time like he's not really getting, you know, overwhelmed by the fact that he's getting flanked
That's
by
why you
4
pick a
people,
list.
right? That was a 2v4 they were running.
Right,
And Faker's
Nathan?
like, yeah, I don't have to
It's
flash.
not
I'm
even
just
that
gonna ult him over
tanky.
the wall.
He only
And
has
he's calling
Gold
it
Drinker,
as this
bro.
is happening. And
Hey,
he's
Wukong
able
don't
turn
even need to
what
talk
looked
about
like a
Wukong.
very
He has nothing.
Unfortunate
Like,
position
the most he
into
can
a
tank is
winning
like 2 or
play.
3 hits.
And the T1 effect is then to just get mid turret and also have
The
block
fault
turret.
was in
See,
actually
these are
Keen.
moments
Keen
where
was
teams
the
haven't
one who dove
realized
first, and
that
then
Faker's planned this
he killed
2
Curse
steps
actually.
ahead.
They
And
didn't need to force it that
they're
hard.
getting all these turrets across the map while Faker is turning this around with all out. And it's like one of those moments where you realize Faker wants to play Cassante because he's like, no, I can actually survive for so long with this shit.
Yeah.
And when they collapse on
It's
me.
just a great champion for, I mean, for everyone basically, but Faker obviously playing it very well. Nowadays, everybody's really prioritizing this, and I feel like he's like, well, this has a good matchup in what BDD
Faker's
plays.
playing all the big
It's gonna be
champions.
fantastic once
You get
once
Master
hit the mid
Vader.
game. And that it has been.
Because he's gonna
Now
get.
we're looking at a game
He's the one that's gonna
that is
drag all the
fighting,
attention of the
because
enemy team.
We're talking about some of the scaling aspects of KT's
Because he's
how
Faker,
They need to
it's like-
survive. They need to not
I was
take these
discussing with my
fights.
friend, right? There's the
It's not
reason
about
why
the
he's playing
kills
Gragas right
for
now.
T1, it's about
Everyone's
the
gonna
kills
try and
that
kill him.
T1 did that.
Why not
All
play a
that
tanky
over
AP
is worth
bruiser?
more than the
Bruiser?
kills that T1 could have
A
in the
tank
game they were
AP.
just constantly fighting. But they're just winning the map because that vision.
Even Cassante is like pretty hard to kill. Like, everyone's gonna try and
is now
kill him.
60 CS behind. Where does he farm? Where does he get
I've
these
been telling my
kills
friend,
for?
like, you know what? Just let Faker play all the tank
Please, Guma, send them to me.
mid
He's like,
laners.
"I'll send some."
Cassante,
And,
Gragas,
he has
freaking
to farm, like,
Galio.
under inhibitor turret, so
Like,
KT
bro.
just have no
Oh no,
control.
because that's not your jungle anymore. He did smite the big raptor.
True.
I'll give him that.
And like,
Yeah,
as,
it's just a total cutoff of vision and control.
exactly, because now
Your own jungle.
if you can't farm,
Here's the
you
thing
can't
about
scale. You
Faker
need
right now,
farming
right?
to scale.
For the way like
Little
Faker
angle here on
plays,
the
right?
Elise.
It's
And
either he baits the enemy
T1 is
or
there
he
as
baits
a
himself.
very long-range
Like, you
tight
know what I'm
comes in,
saying?
forces a flash and
I've
BDD.
seen a lot of times where he like
As
he,
KT,
he
you just have to force
dies
these awkward fights now.
on his
You
own.
have to do the fights I
and the
suggested
enemy
not to do at
didn't
this
need to
point
do
because
anything.
You can't get minions.
It's like in the old days when he picks Twisted Fate and then he TPs into 4 people, trying to save his teammates, but he dies himself.
He's got basically 3 items. It's like 2 items and
Oh,
2
Guma,
components,
what the hell?
But they're big components, so he is
They
really jumping people
can't
now.
really take
And
it yet.
T1 actually got back off of this one. It's not every day you see that from them. They say, you know, okay, we can get this, we can turn, but actually,
Like if
you know,
if
Guma got in
BDD
a
cages
awkward spot,
Guma,
and
right?
crossway, they're like,
Can
no,
Guma
we
like
can't take this
walk
just yet.
towards
has
the
flash,
cage and then get stunned and then cleanse out and then walk out? Is that how you can do it? I think you can do that, right?
And like we were talking about, if you somehow end up overextending here,
I'm not
and
saying,
losing two
like,
players and losing Baron,
he should
and
do
KT
that.
get
He should
all
not
that
get caged in
standing
the
bounty
first place.
gold
I'm
on the
just
map,
saying, like,
the
what if
cost
it
is just
happens?
too great. T1
What if
lose
he gets
literally
caged? Can he
nothing
just walk
except a little bit of
towards the
time.
side,
In
get
this
stunned and
game,
then
I
cleanse
just
out?
said, we'll walk away. There's no loss here, right? And you can see the money coming through here for Guma to build that 3rd item. And here it comes. Bam, IE at 22 minutes. As, I mean, if he
Next
got
is
Baron, he would've had the money
Collector.
there. He's like, okay, I'll just go
Lucian,
It's cool. It's cool. Just
Collector's
back off.
fine. Unless you can
And,
build something else out of the dirt.
in fastest
not
pass, I should
really
say,
sure.
here
Go
in
Yomus?
2023 that Intermission, he got tapped a
I
little
don't
bit early on,
think
but
Guma
he's
needs
always been
Yomus.
decent as long as you
And
can
actually, no one's building
pressure
Yomus right
early
now.
to
Actually,
mid,
like
and
even
you can get the snowball
lethality
going. He's
items,
still
people
gonna be
rather build
strong when it comes
collector
to mid to
or
late. Maybe not a
Dust
hyper
Blade.
carry in the sense of like Aphelios.
Don't
or
I don't
Fairy,
see Yomus that
but
often.
Guma in this
Actually,
position,
these days,
just because he's so
the
far
active is
ahead,
broken.
he
Though.
has so much potential.
I feel
to
like
put
top
on
laners
pressure to look
or
for
junglers
burst
should build
skills. He's
it
almost
more.
like a pick champion at this point.
Yeah.
As a
ADCs
as
are
an amazing
fine.
carry,
ADCs
so
already
he's
have
gonna be
enough
looking for so many
mobility.
angles onto anyone that steps out of line, even more so than anyone else on this team.
I think the big nerfs to
just
Lucian
take the
made it
fourth
so
dragon
that
and
you're
end the
just
game.
A decent Lucian player who was going to win lane, you're not winning as hard. But if you're an amazing Lucian player and you have an amazing team who can empower your Lucian play in the mid game, that's the kind of ways that Lucian is still going to be strong. And I know a lot of people are probably watching this game feeling like, well, Cuz didn't do anything, Owner outplayed him, and the game is over. But again, remember, Wukong can't do anything pre-6, really, against this Elise.
Yeah.
They played around bottom side prio. Faker got mid prio, which I wasn't sure if it was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen, but he got mid prio, so he had a lot of control there. And then Zeus, we knew this is like his favorite matchup to play. He's going to space it,
Alright,
as you can
Nathan's-
see here,
oh,
so
shit.
incredibly well. So I mean, this game
Zeus.
does snowball. It doesn't matter about, oh, do they have magic damage? It's only a Night Harvester on the Elise. Doesn't matter. No, not when you have this big of a lead.
Chemtech Soul here, just picked up 24 minutes in. It is also an Elder Spawner as Cuz.
Cuz?
Did he smite away the red? At this point, maybe it doesn't matter too much, but
No?
kind of funny that that's the spot we're in. Maybe it was going to leash back. Maybe they thought T1 was right there, but either way,
Yeah.
it does mean that aiming doesn't get it.
But, you know,
Potential poke.
Well, aiming has
yeah,
to
the
carry
potential poke you mentioned is significant,
eventually.
but at the end of the day, I don't think they can even come near this Baron.
T1 can just start it up. You know, they do have a lot of control in the enemy jungle. They can see Cuz, as that ward is not denied by
Gone.
the forward, actually.
Going away.
It's a massive chunk, though. Has to use heal.
Okay, this is the angle, maybe. Tidal Wave not great either.
They're not able to zone out Cuz, though. He's still got flash. Still got a way in. He's over the wall. The damage.
Oh!
They get it! KT take the Baron away! And now they're looking
Faker.
for a fight afterwards. The Cyclone.
Oh, they need to get out right now. Oh, Zeus is...
really want to get in there and punish for this. As Zeus not able to get a big Gnar, might be able to take down 2 members of KT. Keria will
Oh, Keria's
survive.
live.
And it is 5 versus 3 in favor of T1, but that Baron is pretty huge for KT. They gotta hold on from here.
It looked like Faker thought the
Oof.
blast cone was going to be enough to actually zone Cuz away, but he doesn't actually hit Cuz with that, and they don't focus the Baron quickly enough, so Cuz is able
can
to
they
come in
still
like we were
push?
talking about with that flash.
I think they'll
Almost
take
the
one
exact same scenario we were
inhibitor.
talking about in the previous Baron attempt from T1, but ultimately it may not matter
Right.
here because T1 end up getting 2 kills here on the solo laners, and aiming, he just got his second item. He's been 2 items down this whole time. He's not really going to be able to carry this on his own, and this should be
Can
an
they
inhibitor minimum for T1.
Don't think they can end,
It
right?
is still a 10,000 gold lead, so T1 even against Baron minions not really.
Well, that was...
caring because
KT
KT
did
can't
really
step up to
well,
defend
despite the
those minions at this
circumstances.
point.
They are
And
behind 4 dragons.
And
bro.
now with the push and all these lanes here for T1, they've prepped top and
Maybe
mid.
they were never
They've got
gonna
the
win a
inhibitor.
team fight, I
Only
think.
bottom is fairly exposed here, but you don't have
And
teleport
Nami
to
was
rush
low
down
health,
and
so
grab
he
it.
could use the
if
chem
Keen
track
wanted
buff-
to
chem
play
tech
this
buff.
one out here, you'd lose a lot of control on the map, and Keen would probably just be collapsed on us. Let's go back to this moment here. Faker's in, Blast Cone is eliminated, and I think he's just thinking, all right, I'm going to zone them away, but they don't have any angle here onto Cuz, so this ends up being straight up a
Ooh,
50-50.
it was timed with the Goom
And then Cuz is able to
Aphelios out.
survive here, and they want to turn this into a 5v5 fight, but they don't have great engage. They don't have the turn they're looking for. Cuz couldn't actually turn around with the Cyclone. There's just too much damage.
I thought
if this was an even game
my
state,
team was
Cuz
gonna
just goes
hit at
back
least
in.
one of them.
Maybe they win the fight with the Aphelios ult, but it wasn't going to happen this
Kill
time.
at least one of them.
It is a breath of fresh air for KT. I'm not saying that they're in a position now to make a big comeback, but it would be the first step towards getting to that position. It is only a Chemtech Soul, so, you know, not a great one. It's still 10,000 gold to lead, but now KT are getting some more items on some of their scaling champions. And if they can hold on for dear life,
It is pretty good for
There's an angle.
Cassante too. I mean, he's got a Gargoyle Stone Plate with some of that additional
Anathemas.
shielding. And Anathemas is
And
picked
the
up
team of
here.
chains on Cassante.
it's just not the best, you know.
Yeah.
I
it's-
think
it's
it's
very
for
difficult to kill him.
BDD. It's the only AP
and if he goes
on
below
this
50%
team.
health, he's going to be even harder to kill.
I guess he can buy armor right now, even though
He's got
his
Jack Show, so-
resistances are like mixed too,
You notice
mixed
that
already.
Faker
Why
was
is he
so
still?
willing with the lead he had to 1v5
yes,
fight,
the
I think
extra
if
HP
zone
is
Cuzzo
helpful.
would have been totally different. They wouldn't have been able to even go for the smite contest. But they can't get close, even with Baron buff, to any of these bounties on these turrets. KT's still just defending in their base right now.
Baron buff about to go. 5 seconds. And down it goes. Zeus in the face of 5 people is just chipping away at a turret. As the super minions being very annoying in this mid lane. Can provide that, you know, a little bit of extra farm for some of those scaling champs, but yeah, I think T1 are just trying to put on the pressure, really trying to choke out this blue buff side of the KT jungle because
It's just really hard to like fight. The main damage dealers on KT are Faker and Aphelios,
As you
right?
mentioned, the Elder coming up. And
It's like they need to need a front line
really
for
criticize
them.
KT for maybe that top side player where they committed the teleport and Faker baited them into a bad exchange. Like, we could be somewhat critical of that play, but it's really just masterclass from Faker once again. I think we have to go back to the drawing board here in the draft as KT roster, because you gave T1 an amazing tempo-based comp. While it seems in some ways outdated with Lucian, Nami, and the Elise, it feels like a week 1, week 2 LCK draft that we saw from D+. Faker has his own flair to it, right?
They brought back a golden oldie from from the early weeks of this season.
And it feels in some ways outdated, but when you can play it this well, and T1 have been practicing this for so long this season, even before the season began, you know they're going to play it well. You know they're going to snowball. And, you know, maybe a blue side look here for KT in game 2 might be the way to go. As it's not over till the Elder is dead. Maybe KT can win this.
No, it's not over until the
no death cap
fountain is
just
dead.
doesn't have the money, and they have to fight anyways.
Do they have the damage to peel through somebody? The Chemtech Soul you mentioned might actually help in this facet. But if you can get a cage and like a Renekton follow-up, maybe you can get something going. But the culling is already in. The tidal wave right on top of BDD. Just frontlining forces the dominance before the fight even really begins. As everybody on the side of KT just running away, we do have a cage to
Everyone use flash.
Star, but this Elder should be T1's.
T1 grouping over here, and I mean, if KT don't fight this, they
This is
lose
a
the game, but if they fight it,
play.
they will not win it. Faker again, 1v5, he's like, I'm gonna lock this down. He's level 16, he's got Anathemas locked, and he just locked it. Onto aiming, he's like, nope, aiming, you can't do damage to me.
And he really doesn't. And he's just there, he immediately hits Cuz, he's like, you're not getting in there. Like, that's never gonna happen. So, Elder Drake taken here by T1.
And we're gonna cower in fear in the base. And
this game is over.
A flank potential for Cuz. He's like getting red buff right now. I thought maybe he's gonna wrap around. He has flash ult, but who do you even kill if you get the ult off? It's Elder buff, and KT are thinking about game 2.
Yeah, just gotta wait. Just gotta cower, as you mentioned, as the poke is already in. Trying to beat it in Keen. Yeah, that is the way. We do have a nice little flank here. Inhibitor comes up. Tower, though, is going away. Tidal wave is going to be big, but does part the team as Cuz still waiting.
You have to kill Guma twice, by the way. If you kill him, you have to kill him twice. And they're respecting the Cuz flank. They're like, I know he's back there. We don't know exactly where. And wow, KT will live a little bit longer here, and the Baron take time will eliminate some of this Elder clock. Though there will be a period of time where they have what we like to call Exodia, where you have both critical late game buffs at the same time. Well, the overlap won't be huge here because they do defend. And if KT take time to or rather, if T1 take time to reset here, and some of that time will actually be eliminated. I don't think they will. They're just going to straight push top, make sure they have 3 inhibs to end the game. But KT just hanging on by a thread. TP here for the reset. BDD has death cap now.
Aiming is looking for his LDR, but he's not going to have IE Infinity Edge for a very long time. So you've got the entire team of T1 breathing down your neck in the top lane, and you don't even have that LDR yet.
Man,
so
Vega and Aphelios like did nothing the whole game. It's like, are they like 1-0 deaths, but like 0 kills as well?
Already does begin. Cage catches the Gnar.
Man, I don't remember them doing anything.
Hunting.
Here we go. That's going to be the end of Keen, and that should be the end of this game. The culling comes in onto BDD.
Man, you guys are really gonna die like this.
Aphelios as well. Everybody is just scattering to the wind as Lehens is just emoting, and T1 will not let them get away for free.
Man.
Takes them all down and takes down all of the Nexus.
Well, T1 was so steady.
Based play. from T1 once again here. And these are the types of games you expect to see with T1, regardless of composition, where they're winning out early, but they had the winningest early game composition where you have jungle prio and you have prio in all 3 lanes. The mid lane, again, somewhat of a question mark, but Faker played it really well. Was threatened only once in the lane ever, and then was able to even set up dive plays bottom
just
side.
play a
T1
few
this
games
all
of
season long with Annie. We've seen it with the
Genshin
Cassidy
mystery
pick.
team.
This is 4 T1 players against 2 weak side AD carry and support players, regardless of team, who are just like, I can't farm, I can't play the game. These T1 guys are coming at us again. And it's a big draft dip here, I think, in terms of what you could do in the early game. KT tried to stave off the pressure, but they made a few mistakes
really
from the top
high
side of the map, and the T1's lead compounded
early
so
tempo
hard. You can
draft.
see the big
This
spike
T1 excels
around
at.
13 minutes, and then that other big spike right now around 20, where they're able to get all those turrets and then take that further lead.
Yeah, I mean, what you were mentioning about the draft.
Double
I think you gotta
Herald,
have the
every
big plays
Drake
on.
is a jungle
You
diff.
give T1 all of these early game pressure points in the draft, you're not going to have a good time. You do not have time to scale.
What are they even looking
I
at?
think we're going to have to see a different idea. KT maybe going to be forced to go over to the blue side, which doesn't seem to be their favorite anyway. But either way, guys, we are done with game number 1. We'll have a break in the space. We'll be right back.
I'll mute for a little bit. Let me look at this again. This is like the only kill they got. The owner didn't have vision. That angle though, like Faker still found a way. And then Curse gets baited. Yo, oh, owner hit his web first. There's a beautiful Nami out. Actually, Keria, like his outs, right? He's actually like on the space, like in between like these spaces. It's the perfect size for the Nami out. That's how you're supposed to use it. Even I Will Dominate explained it. Nothing to hear here. They already ended the game. Okay, I'll play a few games of what do you call it? A new browser capture. Wait. What emotes? Foxy Chovy, oh my god. Does not sound family friendly. Okay, let's play this. Nice to get back to winning. You shit me. Okay, let me take a look. Nilo's the first one. What? Wait, is I'll hate them here already? No. Yeah. What? Klee. Look. Water. Hydro catalyst. Kokomi. What is not Barbara? What's true? I keep forgetting Mona's a hydro catalyst as well. But let me try. It's not catalyst. Let me try Mona then. Mona. Catalyst. Coley. Okay, no more Dendro. Dendros, actually only a few Dendros. It's not a good guess actually. Electro is Kachin. No, it's not Kachin. It's Raiden. Oh, what? I go with Chongyun. Oh my. You Raiden is not Raiden. It's Toma. It's not Toma. Claymore that farms Senora Sayu. I just want to guess Sayu. Okay. Electro catalyst. It's only Yaimiko. What the hell? Spear or short sword? Spear or short sword character? Spear or short sword? Zhongli, I guess Zhongli again. It's not spear. You are sword character. Sword character. Could still be Albedo. No, not Albedo. Sword character. What's the remaining element now? Cryo sword character. Ayaka? Are you Ayaka? You're not Ayaka. Chi. Cryo sword character. Am I missing someone? Layla? What? My brain's not functioning right now. Oh, what? La 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 la. Oh wait, they're back? Yeah, open the sound.
Also prevented your bottom lane opposition from ever playing the game. So Gumiushi, I think he was what?
Guma's
3
the
items
MVP?
ahead, 2 items ahead by like 25 minutes.
4.3k differences.
Yeesh.
Well, we are going to have a look at our second highlight, some more masterclass macro decisions as well as just defensive play, let's say, for T1.
Yeah, and even if Faker ends up dying, you're fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're winning the cross map.
But the thing is, this is a truly Faker shows. He finds the angle that he can actually Spring just isolated that Renekton from the team, and there's like he was just trying to make the enemy team just mad.
And I think that this hero comes. So this is a desperation play, but I don't mind that from KT. I don't want to criticize the decision to go for that because they know that's desperate, right? The moment that ult comes through, they know why not? Like, let's Hail Mary it because we're losing the game otherwise.
Yeah, you have to.
And it doesn't work. And meanwhile, in mid lane, they lose 2.
That was 2v5 in the map.
And they still traded.
I mean, even Zeus didn't even have it didn't have to TP. That was a 2v5. They make a super play and they can't come back to the game anymore. Like, not at all.
Just number 1 against number 3.
Yeah, and this was
Oh,
T1
I
with
know
first
who's
choice
first
as
is
well.
Kaya.
Life Esports were on the table. They were number 5 coming into this one. KT still chosen number 3 and treated to this. And look, a lot of it does come down to the draft. It does come down to executing an early game draft correctly. KT, not a whole lot of options there. We need to see some changes, but where are we going to get them? As we're going to bring up the POG first and see who is going to collect it. It will be Yushi towards that bottom side. A whole bunch of DPM on this Lucian.
Yeah, there were really, as with many T1 games, you can go for anyone between bot and jungle because that's where the game was won.
850 first strike gold earned.
Crazy. I mean, he laned really, really well. Like, that's the first point. I mean, we can't really see it from the highlight that he laned really well. I mean, be able to...
I might have given it to Faker, but yeah, Guma did the most damage. Guma is like, if the team wins, it's like the ADC wins by default.
Already dominated and, well, like the opponents.
We've also seen Lucian really drop in stock because you need to play like aggressively it very, very well. And if you don't do that, you're really going to struggle, right?
Yeah.
And I think that many other teams struggle with actually making use of that Lucian. So really well done.
I like the Faker vote too.
Me too. I probably would have gone there just because of that one play that was really, really cool. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into game number 2, see whether KT can show some signs of life in this best of 5. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spacers. We will take it away right now as we jump into game number 2. T1 kind of coming in, pretty standard stuff. You know, this isn't kind of like they pulled out some new picks or they pulled out some new strategy. This should have all been kind of expected coming into this one, even by the side of KT. Now KT will have their chance on blue side, and we'll see where we'll go from here.
I think the blue side pick is very wise because there are too many priority picks to take away, and if T1 want to play that aggressive style that they played in game 1, it's much more difficult to get advantages on red side. We've talked about this a lot over the last, really, 2 seasons because T1 played this very similar style in summer season. So
Cover your face. Don't look
I
at
feel
my
like
face.
at least now you have some opportunity to control some other aspects of the draft. And BDD playing his 600th game here, fitting he would play it against Faker right in this really important best of 5. We haven't mentioned this, and I know it goes without saying, but this is a double elimination bracket now for the first time. So if KT lose this series, they will continue to play through playoffs. So it's not the end for any of these players.
Now.
But winning and actually defeating T1 here would be such a huge momentum shifter for our entire expectations of this tournament.
Our playoffs already kind of got all jumbled up with Life Esports upsetting DK just a couple of days ago. So maybe KT can get something going here. That is what I said at the beginning of game 1, and then game 1 happened. But I'm really hoping that maybe here on blue side, they'll have an answer.
So Annie going to be banned here from T1. Still see the Elise taken away now. KT also taking away Zeus' Jace. And the Elise in could have been a pick that we would have seen KT find more success with into the Elise early. That was one of the only picks that was left available. But doesn't really suit what their composition is trying to do later. And I think that's why they stuck with the Wukong for the engage opportunities that Cuzco had there and some of the defensive steps they can have against, you know, Cassante and R. But he just didn't have the agency at all.
Oh, they can pick Caitlyn first.
Here. So eliminating some of these really strong T1.
But they have to
pick
pick
why you see
Caitlyn
this instead of an Aphelios or the Jinx. It just takes away those Jinx comps, the Aphelios comps. It takes away the Ahri that we've seen T1 have so much success with when they have the Thresh. to be looking for aggressive dives with.
Faker.
So I actually really like the Thresh ban here.
Faker.
It's worth so much for so many different things that T1 is good at.
Yeah, absolutely. Talia going to be taking
Talia's?
on board,
What
so
the hell? Who
we've
the
seen,
hell bans Talia?
Even in the first series with Live Sandbox, a lot of Talia bans.
Oh
a lot
my
of,
god, they're leaving
Veigar
Kaylin
bans from the
open.
blue
T1
side, but
just
they
take
even
it.
sneak in one here, which means that Varus gets through.
So
And KT immediately slammed that pick down.
notice that T1 did not ban the Caitlyn, did not ban the Draven, not ban the Varus. Aiming has not been very strong in terms of playing around bot side prio. Like he has gotten it. He's number 2 in terms of duo kills here
Ash
with
Kaylin.
Ash
Kaylin.
in the bottom lane.
What?
But it hasn't been
200 IQ
a
in
strong point for KT to actually play Varus, into these matchups, or Lucian or the Draven. And get
Suddenly there's a
the
Kindred
Israel
here.
Karma,
What?
that's a different story. But we won't be seeing that today, as this means the Vine will go over to T1 here with this Ashe, and there's a plethora of
Hello,
things
where's
that
the
T1 can
elephant in
play
the
with
room?
Ashe.
What?
You're in this bottom 2v2. Could be AD carry,
What?
could be support. A lot not shown yet here for T1.
KT do need to show a bit of their hands here. Will they be playing Varus Karma, Varus Heimer? Like, what is their bottom lane going to look like? What do they select for the jungle matchup here with the Elise and Sejuani already banned? Might just see, straight up Wukong. Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. This should be a much more comfortable situation for Cuz on Wukong compared to Cuz versus Elise in the first game.
You have blue side, and you're going to have some amount of control here in the bottom lane. I really hope we don't see the Heimerdinger, because I think that in order for Heimerdinger to find value outside of the laning phase, so I like this too, the Blitzcrank, the Leona, all sorts of engaged champions I like here for Lehens. What Heimerdinger is not going to do for you in this draft is be able to set up on objectives that T1 already has map control, right? And the Leona can actually engage and win T1 get control of a dragon or a baron, for example. Now Lehens has some opportunity to actually set up
back
plays.
and engage
I think
support meta.
We'll see on hit Varus.
What's
in this
T1 gonna
particular
do?
scenario, which I think does also
Come
suit
on,
T1's
Ash
play
feels
style.
like, I mean, he's
We'll
okay
see.
Ash, but
Zeri Ash. We have seen this before.
ooh,
Be
Guma's
very
playing
strong here,
Zeri,
setting up for
okay.
team fights, and it's really
Okay.
difficult to get a huge advantage into this lane now for KT.
Really?
Definitely is, unless they overextend or if, Lehens really finds the big angle relatively early on.
I mean, they can.
Let's see where we do go from here. Sandra coming in,
So-
maybe some LeBlanc play or Ashe play.
I think it's 100% Ahri is the first thought, and then you're like, all right, so now if you ban Ahri and LeBlanc, then we have a lot more power in our solo lanes. If you're banning both of those. Now, T1 are just threatening. They could basically trade one ban for 2 like this because they have the Vi pick. And when you consider how much follow-up there is for an Ashe arrow with Vi, Ahri, it's crazy. So that's definitely got to be banned. Now they can take away the Kennen here. And it may be just a Cassante angle here for T1 on the top side of the map. And, if you ban the LeBlanc here, it feels strong in isolation. But it means that T1 have their pick of the litter here in terms of the top side of the map where they have pick prio. T1 just kind of winning again in terms of using red side better than KT did in the previous draft.
Renekton.
Huh.
So maybe they do just play the LeBlanc.
I wouldn't be surprised. It is going to be blind here, but the Lissandra is gone. And it's on hit Varus with the Leona. So your pick potential here is quite high. They'll wait and save it. It'll be the Gnar to come through. Not
Nas like,
Cassante.
Yeah.
It's like it's a win-win situation. Nice, like basic for Zeus.
Just wait and
He's
see
gonna
what
win
KT is
lane, he's
going to
gonna
pick
win
here
the game
first.
with it.
Let's play okay.
And there's no point in banning out the top
He
side,
is
right?
all 3 of those wins that you see there. He is the only player who's played it, and he has not lost a game of it yet. Jax will come through here for Keen, an old favorite, but
Silas.
a matchup into the Gnar. We'll need a lot of assistance as
Silas.
the debate comes through.
Faker should play
I
Silas.
mean, it's KT this time. We're trying to
Fizz.
settle things.
I think it's happening.
I think it's happening too. I actually thought about this going into today. I was like, today's the day Faker plays Fizz, isn't it?
That's not Fizz. Cassidy?
That's not Fizz also.
Woo-wee.
All right, so now T1 are going to draw an Ahri ban, right? Get a Renekton ban, and then we'll
They
actually
are
swap
scaling
their
like crazy,
draft's
bro.
identity into Vi is just going to play a little bit of keep away, a little bit of defensive setups here for the lanes. We have the
T1,
Dara, we have the space, and we
Zeri,
can play it
and
well against the Jax as we've seen Zeri
Kassadin,
do in the
and
past.
they have
Such
an
an exciting
ADC
matchup
support
between
with
the
10
LCK's
scale
best Jax
technically.
player and the LCK's best Gnar player once again here in the top lane. But they just changed the idea. Like, no, we're just scaling now. We're just playing defensively, and Twisted Fate can help get you advantages. KT now have to play around, constantly roaming Leona around, constantly setting up kills. And the identity of these two teams has changed completely. Now KT has to be the one who gets the advantage. Now KT has to snowball because you're going to be dealing with this scaling Kassadin. As a Twisted Fate, you will never match that damage. And locking down a Kassadin as well with Twisted Fate is very difficult. And it's going to be a hard game here for KT Rolster.
Well, they do have insane amounts of picks, so if you can get that snowball rolling, like you were talking about, if you can begin to get ahead of T1 in the early game, you can set up so many plays with your TF, with your Leona, with your Varus, right? And you will need to, as you were mentioning. So
True, they have a lot
I'm
of stats.
very curious to see if they can do it. I think this will be the next great test
True.
for KT, because if they put on a good showing here, that really puts a wrench into the gears of this entire best of 5, I'd say.
Yeah. There is a small chance with this draft here and this setup that it's actually going to be Lethality Varus. Now that we see the Twisted Fate and the Jax coming through, we'll see what Aiming wants to play. I think that's probably the better call now that the draft is fully unlocked. But this is going to be really tough to play. You have to play T1's game better than they do to get ahead enough to win this game.
We'll see if they can pull it off here as game number 2 is loaded up. Let's hop onto the rims.
Intense Valdez, this draft here. Aiming going Comet. That's probably all we need to know. And BDD on this Twisted Fate. It's just one of those picks you want to get excited about. You want to feel like, okay, this is one of his best champions. There is a lot of lockdown in this composition to try to kill the Zeri. And because of the Ashe pick, normally it looked like, and it very much did seem like T1 was going to play this as a pick comp initially. Now that the Kassadin's come through, you're like, okay, well, no longer as much utility for this Ashe. KT's draft is looking to kill this Zeri or the Kassadin if you get the opportunity to. And the Ashe is going to offer you very little in terms of peel. A lot here at level 1, however.
Well, this is not the way you want to start it off level 1. Especially with your melee support that
you are
is also
lost.
getting chunked out. So
You're lost already.
just coming into the brush, trying to get some posturing here in the bottom lane, and immediately Aiming and Legends will have to start on the back foot.
Yeah, this is really painful. Now, at least they do have some consumables to chug through here, and we'll be able to maintain some level of health here, but it's going to be really painful. And once level 2 comes out here, they can start to hold their own a little bit, and Aiming will be able to poke away and hit some of these comets, but they get zoned out of XP. Yeah, so it's going to be a while before they hit that level 2, as you're alluding to.
This is pretty rough. I mean, you really wanted to get started on the front foot. It is going to be difficult against the Ashe. A lot of teams have just been dropping the Ashe entirely, but Keria and T1 are not really abiding by that, right? Because you can see what happens if you play it out really well at level 1, especially with Halo Blades. You're just Ashe, you're going to slow them down, you can kite them down. Leona level 1 is not very good. Right? Like, what do? You just stand there.
Well, that's what I was going to say is if you have level 1 and you go for the stun first, then you can't get in range to stun. If you go for Zenith Blade, you go in and you die if you are losing that much health at level 1, which they did. So Legends doesn't actually have the health to Zenith Blade in, even if he had it, right, to come over there and try to make something happen. Double cleanse in this lane as well, so you just die, actually, if you go in as Legends. You just kind of have to sit back. They have lose lane, a plate.
0 CS, and yes, there is a big wave in here, but they just got back to lane after having to back at level 1.
And Keria just knows these matchups so well. He's like, all right, well, as long as we win the trade at level 1 with Halo Blades, which we do have, that's what you take as Ashe, there's nothing that the Leona can do, and we're going to continue to put that pressure on. Now some CS will finally come through as a fourth, excuse me, of the call is completed here from Guma already. And he's going to take an early back timing here at the level 3 advantage.
This is unfair, bro.
This is
It's
I mean,
pretty good start,
disastrous is
Will.
putting it lightly.
It's a disaster!
KT, and yeah, a good start for T1.
Yeah. Cuz gonna get started up here. And that's fine. Owner looks like he just went for a full clear of his own jungle, so you might have to forego some of.
He's like a
Skull
completely different,
pressure.
like,
He's not gonna win on the top side. Until he's up
come
low.
from
Just
the
because
first game
his
for
cast
T1.
is
They
mid,
will
right?
win
He's
the
not
late
gonna be able to
game.
match the
They have
TL,
the better
so all
late
pretty
game
basic
comp.
stuff.
Whereas
So
the
just has to give that away. He's fine. He farmed
first
his whole jungle. Looks like he was expecting
game's
that anyway.
comp is just
Does have red
early
buff.
game comp.
Looking to maybe play towards the top side
Oh,
of the map. He does
bye.
go on to vision. Flash on in, as with the red buff, really trying to make this work, but Owner just kind of using this flash to pressure Keen, but doesn't get much out of it.
Cuz here does not have red, but they wanted to beat this super hard, and they are successful at getting Zeus into a vulnerable spot, but because Owner is still here, I don't think they can actually make anything of this. This is going to keep Keen safe here under this turret, and if Zeus really wants to push the issue, there's...
Yeah.
You want to think there's an angle, but pre-6 without red buff, there's really not.
And Zeus is playing this as if Owner is still here, right? He's like, okay, I'm under your turret, I am
don't
harassing
know.
you. And even though he sees, cuz he's like, I'm not scared because I'm gonna play aggressively and show them that I have my jungler here. Now, Owner wasn't there for like the last 10 seconds of that whole bit, but it just shows you what you can do with lack of information for your opponent.
Exactly. Just the threat there means that respect has to be
If
shown.
they let you call your
Owner's
bluff.
flash is on cooldown now. This is significant, especially pre-6 for him. And this lane is
Over.
a wash for now. Can
Quite
be relevant
wash.
later on for KT if they are able to win some early team fights, but that's going to depend wholly on BDD now and where his destiny gates go, because he cannot just sit back and farm. You know, we've talked about some of BDD's games where he knows exactly the timing in which he wants to go in, and there are other win conditions. For example, that series against Genji, where KT won and he was able to shut down Jovi's Akali, did not destiny gate at all in the early game. This is not that type of comp. He will have to get some advantages early. Otherwise, T1 will naturally scale with his Kassadin Zeri, the Zeri that's halfway through now, this cull early.
Okay, they're looking for a play down on the bottom side.
Oof.
Keria just going to respect Flash. I mean, they even had vision in the entire river, but they say, well, we don't really have it in all of the lane brushes, so I'm just going to flash away.
Yeah.
Not going to mess with it.
Feels like a huge win here for KT, considering cleanse is available here for Keria, and he probably would have been able to cleanse and get his way out of anything, considering that vision, but Keria's just not going to take any risks this game. Will flash respectfully. Although from what we could tell, definitely didn't need to, and because just trying to get some additional information, you're clearing vision with all the prio here is just not even realistic for KT. You won't be able to get in there and take that control ward away. You won't be able
Early
to get some
Dragon
guaranteed
again for
break,
T1.
Someone is going to go over even with the Twisted Fate here. As you can see, a slight lead for BDD in mid. It won't mean anything if he can't use it to get the more relevant parts of this draft online.
So we're going to have that first Drake picked up here by T1. It's a Hextech Drake. The second one is Infernal as well, so some of that early game prio on the
Early
bottom
Dragon
side
for
with
the
some of
team
those
that
early
doesn't-
Drakes might actually
doesn't
end up being
need it.
pretty lucky here for the side of T1 if they can get
It's
that
supposed to
second
be
one.
the
But
late game team.
wouldn't be
Feels
surprised
really
to see
bad for
KT try to make a move on the
actually.
second one, right? With all this pick, you've got to do something. You've got to make some plays somewhere. Maybe try to get a pick on the bottom side and look for follow-up objectives from there. Lahen's still level 3 to carry his
They're
level
still
5,
behind
so
it. Okay.
what
It's like
happened
the
in the
early
early
play
game,
bot
we
side
have not forgotten.
by Keria, man.
But,
It's gonna snowball
we'll see
into
what they
like
can get.
He's also spent a lot of time out of lane trying to clear some of these wards,
like
trying to
10K
make an impact
goldie.
elsewhere, but it's mostly just the
Oh,
zoning.
Destiny up to the top side, and that is going to be the stun, but Zeus just flashes away. The Gnar away of the Jax means that the follow-up pressure after
Yep,
the gold
and
card
then
is
it's gonna
not
be a
there.
fast push mid.
Unfortunately, this
Look
is
at
a
Faker.
trade of flashes. If you were able to get the Nars flash and Keen still has his, you now have pressure on the top side, but instead it's just going to be a reset here, and Zeus is not going to be afraid of anything unless he makes a misplay or walks into a counter-strike. But he's got op and he has the range advantage, and this is what Zeus is just so famous for with this Gnar, is his spacing. He will be able to get it back off here. He has teleport advantage.
Okay, here we go for the wall, level 6 against Lahen's level 4. Even with the Eclipse up, he is taking so much damage.
That tank.
And they just use that again for
That
tempo.
damage
Remember
reduction
the culling
helped
in game number
Wow.
1. That kind of makes sense with Lucian, but not every day you see the Zeris
Woo.
really get in the face of Leona and put on that much pressure.
Showing a lot of respect to the fact that Lahen's has flash too, because he wants to maybe flash engage here if they're in turret range, but now they have another wave, and
They
there's no
are- they
aggro on the
6 yet.
turret. Lahen's just wants to scare them away.
Double cleanse,
Yeah,
like you mentioned before,
exactly.
so it's so difficult.
They're just playing it so perfectly. It's It's sad if you're a KT fan, you're just watching this, you're like, it feels so hopeless.
That has been the MO of T1 to try to just essentially just suffocate their opponents from minute 1 and make it feel helpless and kind of win that mental game. As now we are going to have T1 starting up this Rift Herald. Remember, they got the early Hextech Drake as well.
Oh,
so
actually
they're going to take both objectives early with the cast it in mid.
Plus the fact that they know the Destiny Gate is on cooldown, so there's just no angle here. You have the Wukong ult and you have to try to use it, but he's zoned.
Okay, so they're going to get it. They try
Good
to
for
collapse
nah.
here. Nice try to get the Jax away, but T1 are on the run. As now maybe the picks coming in, a arrow from bottom lane, but that doesn't really matter. First blood given over to Keen on the top side. Zay's super low. That's Cuz trying to follow up here. Faker wants to be the hero. We'll see if he can do it. Maybe not expecting him. His Counter-Strike is used onto him just to zone him away. And down will go Zeus. So a couple of kills finally into the pockets of KT.
Nice.
And this is pretty huge for the Jax picking up one. Stopping the Herald would have been nice, but T1 are going to be able to pick up the eye regardless here. And you have the engage with Cyclone and Counter-Strike, and that's what KT were banking on here. And unfortunately, the initial setup there was great.
Okay, here we go. Getting in onto Keria. The cleanse is late.
Ooh.
As down he will go at the end of it, just waiting for the stun. And he did not have flash, so trade of kills.
Yeah, but it's a better trade for T1. The enemy AD carry goes down, and Guma is going to be able to pick up the kill here and go back. He has not completed his call, so it could be better here. But look at how well T1 is set up on this objective, even with one of these sick combos, right? Zeus blocks the initial engage here from Cuz. Counter-Strike's still good, though, and if that Counter-Strike doesn't hit like this fight doesn't go off the same way. Follow-up with the Cyclone is good. Owner is taken out. Zeus is chased down here. Faker tries to help out, but unfortunately it's just too little too late. There's no flash on this Gnar, so he's going to go down no matter what. And, you know, there on the bottom side, finally Lehens decides, now I'm going to make my move. This is exactly what I was talking about before. They were being so respectful of this flash engage range. Finally, he gets it off because the cleanse is late. But ultimately, Guma still trades a kill, so in one tiny mistake.
Okay, cleanse from aiming. Still going to be a good trade for T1 just because the Ash Arrow, it did get nerfed, so it is going to take longer, but it's going to be up before that cleanses, so... either way, nice pressure there. They also get a nice chunk onto KT aiming. As you can see, Lehens, he's starting to get more and more frisky. He's like, I'm not scared of you anymore. Gonna force that Zeri over the wall.
Yeah, BDD also trying to put some pressure on here with Cuz. Cuz doesn't have flash, of course, because of that last fight, and this is really risky.
Keen is about 15 seconds from his flash. Just not gonna go for it here. Gnar into the wall, but Keen doesn't really care. He got that early kill, and now he is in charge of this top.
Yeah, he's a level up, and he has his cooldown boots, plus the fact that Zeus doesn't have his flash still for a little bit longer here, so he actually has some kill pressure, in fact, when Owner is not there. And Owner did back, so... Now KT getting a little bit of map control. Like it's very slight, and the Destiny Gate is available, so you always have to consider that you're fighting a man down here, even if your jungler is there. Rod of Ages complete here for BDD. Pretty early, you know, about the time you'd like to have it. The spacing from Zeus, man.
Yeah, it's rough. Even with this kill, you know, he does have the pressure, but he still doesn't have that first item, so it's not like a massive amount. Still having a nice lead, but not able to punish Zeus, really. As KT,
this game was
like
a bit
I mentioned,
better.
I think they're going to make a play for this second Drake, this
Again,
Infernal, and that
it's
they
KT
are.
that's on a timer.
T1 want to contest still. Team just TP
They
top.
can fight this.
Well, let's see how this goes. Baker's in the pit. That's an arrow onto BDD. The Cyclone is massive, though, and the damage is in there. Double Cyclone onto everybody in the pit. The damage here from Guma is pretty good. He's going to pick up a double as we have a little Zeri moment beginning to form. Aiming, not able to run away. That's another kill for the Zeri. That's 3, and it might just be 4 at the end of it. A quadra kill for Guma, who has 5 kills now.
He has 5 kills and a completed cull, 4 plates of gold, and he's got a whole minute to get the final plate. So 2 back-to-back full plate turrets to Guma, this time with 5 kills. I think we can certify it, Valdez. I think we can say it is stamped. And this game is now off the rails here for KT, no longer able to take these skirmishes. And it looked risky, it looked greedy for T1 to try to force this fight because you're fighting into Wukong ult, but there's no Jax. And that's really the X factor here. Without the Jax and without really your support, your Lehens is not actually able to make a huge impact in this fight either. He has level 6, but he's being zoned out. Arrow comes through here first.
Tried to kill the
when the
BDD
collapse
first.
comes through, the Cyclone is massive, but the damage just isn't
Yeah, he was aiming Lehens first.
Untouched the entire time.
Aguma takes no damage, and
he
aiming
goes
is
for
a
aiming.
lethality Varus, who's very far behind. It doesn't have lethal tempo, is not going to be able to match an AD carry this early in the game.
A little kill on the top side, maybe. Nicely done from Keen. He's like, I'm going to take this into my own hands, okay? My team's not getting it done on the bottom side. Zay's not very happy about that kill on the cam, so nice little breath of fresh air. And yeah, on that fight, it was funny, you and I were casting T1 Challengers on Tuesday. I don't know if you remember, it was a very similar fight with, you know, Zeri versus Lethality Varus, just not able to do much in that extended trade. Either way, in this game, we do have Faker in a little bit of trouble here, getting chased down by the Jax.
It's a twisted fade angle, and now Keen is starting to get fed. And we have seen Keen do crazy things with Jax in team fights, his flank angles, and T1 there ahead in this game pretty significantly, but it's not oppressive map control, it's not oppressive vision like it often is for T1. They have a huge lead on an AD carry, right? And that's an early Zeri that's very accelerated, is going to have her second item very soon. But if she dies at the beginning of the fight, that won't necessarily matter the lead that she has, and there's so much lockdown in this draft, as we'll watch Keen in this exchange.
Wait, what?
That was oh, that was the post, I guess, of the kill.
Yeah, he was just saying, I'm going to take the top turret. Yeah. So I think we were like in between replays there. Either way, as maybe now we'll get another look, as here it is.
Yeah, Zayas greeting for a plate, gets him on the edge of the counter-strike, even with the crush. It's the empowered hit here, and Twisted Fate coming up. BDD is ready to follow up Collapse. And this means there's just no way to counter this. They also miss the Ash arrow. As now KT are looking for second Herald here.
Yeah. And
Faker's free farming, you know, so this is not going to be something that goes over without a cross map.
Of course. As down goes the objective, they get the Rift Heralds. And there is a way, you know, with Fed Jax, you got a Wukong, you have a million ways to pick the Zeri. Maybe KT can find ways in these fights here. I'm beginning to believe in the chances of KT in this game, as Cuz is going to be spotted over the wall by a ward.
Yeah, they really want this mid turret, and they have a Vi here to support it. Zoner just going to make sure they can grab that. Will be a turret going over to T1, their second of the game. Runens is done for Guma. It's been done for a little while, at like 16 minutes. So this is insane team fighting power for the Zeri, but like you said, if you can kill the Zeri, if the gold card comes through, Keen gets a counter-strike off, you only have one cleanse. And you're going to have to use it well. There are so many threats. If the Gnar was ahead, and you had a Vi who's got map control, I feel like this looks way better for T1. Still very winnable.
The only hard CC is BDD's gold card. That's the only thing.
But what looked very
Guma needs to cleanse.
The Keen stripe is showing right on the top side of the map, where you're like, okay, this is a win condition. This is a winnable game.
In the game.
It absolutely is. I mean, we saw it
like
even
it lasts
on the
only
fight. Like,
1.5 seconds
T1
at
did win
most.
that because the Zeri just survived and got so many kills, but the amount of CC and pressure that you have, if they get it into the backline instead of focusing it all onto Owner and Faker like they did in the Dragon fight, if they're on to Guma and Keria, if they're on to Faker, you know, later on in the game, I think they're going to have so much value in these team fights.
Yeah, I actually like the Lichbane second here for BDD in this game too. Often see rapid fire cannon in games like this where you're just trying to get that gold card super early.
Maybe it's Cosmic Drive.
It could be.
The buffed item? I don't think it is.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Codex is out, so. But it could have been. As this is going to be a Drake fight here. It's Ocean Soul, but KT have this choke point control. It's very difficult for Zeri to actually get into position. And cuz Flash ult available, so respect has to be shown. They've got the Narbar.
Fantastic. He gets slowed up and he gets bursted down, and down goes the Leona, but they traded for the Nar, and down goes the Vi as well.
Why did Vi go
Where
in?
did their front line go? And Guma's like, I just want a front line to do some damage. He's not going to have one.
Oh!
Here comes KT. They're going to find Guma and get the massive shutdown of gold into the Jack.
I mean, that fight was so perfectly played
Why
from
did
KT.
the owner go
Zeus
in?
is at
What?
90% of his Narbar.
Oh my
He
God.
wants to engage and be the front line
It
for
was-
Guma.
it was
They
a
instantly
hands
engage
in.
on top of him, kill the Gnar before Zeus can do anything. The follow-up damage is real. And now an inner turret looking like it may go down here. KT, get that mid turret. They're going to get Drake. So
Yo,
much money, 900 gold onto this Jax.
that was a T1 blunder
And we
actually.
have got to watch this fight again because look at the Narbar.
T1 got a bit
of Zeus
overconfident.
here. He is ready. Lehens goes in, turns purple.
No.
Follow up every single person. Yeah. Every single
Look how
person
far
on the
aiming
staff.
was,
Zeus
bro.
pauses here,
It wasn't
ready for
aim.
the
It
follow-up as
wasn't
well. And
like
Faker knocked up here,
Owner
wants to
needed to go
actually
in,
escape, but there's a
actually.
Destiny Gate on the chase. Guma has no agency, has no room in this fight, and we talked about just this. Doesn't matter how much money you have, how much gold you have, and how many items you have. If you can't actually fight, if you don't have a front line.
Lehens feeling himself. He was pretty happy about the play. And it was quite nice, I have to say. You know, they selected their target.
Yeah.
Everybody on the side of KT focuses
He
down
won,
the arm,
bro.
has played the steel caps, and yes, maybe he's got flinching, whatever. Like, they're able to just burn through that because they have insane
I
amounts
mean,
of
they
CC.
are
We're back
ahead.
on
It's
this,
like
you know,
if they are
this is
ahead,
the
they will
chain
go
CC
for it. I
meta.
don't know
And
what's the
KT
mentality
drafted
here,
a whole lot of
but
it here, so
you,
regardless of who's
want,
fed,
you still want to
you can
fight
just
over
burst one
every
person down, you
objective,
will
even
have
though
enough
they don't need
damage.
to. They are the
Especially at
late
this part
game
of the game, you know, like taking that big fight
the
at this part of the
Faker's
game for
Kassadin
T1, I don't think that was a
Kassadin
great
is only
idea.
level
Like, yes, your
12
Zeri
here.
is
Maybe
very
it was
fed,
level 11
but
in
it's
the
one
last fight.
singular Ocean Soul.
It was a
When KT
pulse
are
fight,
really
I
strong
guess.
right now, like, why not just wait for your Kassadin to hit level 16, your
Yeah.
Zeri to get a third item?
And the one thing that I'll say that I feel like is the reason why T1 were so tempted to take that fight is if you win this fight, you probably win the game. You end up getting so far ahead, you get that tempo lead, and you had an R-bar set. Like, Zeus' positioning there, while he was caught from an amazing Zenith Blade there from Lehens, his positioning was set up to actually carry the entire fight. And it was like him in that moment versus Lehens in the Blade. Does the Narbar finish? Does he actually get the engage into the wall here? Or does he get caught and get chain CC to death? And I agree that the risk was quite high for T1, but they have a fed Zeri and they're like, okay, we smash this fight, we win the game, it's done. And in fact, KT are like, no, we win this. Now the Spear Sojourn done so early here for Keen, and he is ready to team fight on this Jax.
And Owner has to flash now. It's just not looking great for them. And, you know, what you just mentioned, Wolf, is that T1, a lot of times, they're like, we can just take this fight. We're the better team. We can just win. You know, that overconfidence, that cockiness. It's not the first time it has bit them in the butt in the past. And maybe it might just get them here as Keria is caught out.
Keria.
He's down on the map. Down will go.
Wait, how did
for
they know
free.
that Keria was
And we
caught
talked
up?
about this, like, because this Ashe was picked so early and T1 aren't playing a pick comp, the Ashe is actually vulnerable on the map. Very squishy support, can't really offer anything for Guma. It's really Owner and Zeus who have to be the front line for this carry, and we're doing a Baron early, 21-30 here with that pick on the Ashe. They have map control, and they've got such great turn. TP from
Owner?
rather from Zeus.
This is really
Doesn't
dangerous,
Narbar this
actually.
time. So there is potential, but the rest of the team not really able to get in here just yet.
Owner has no flash, and they have no vision on this.
Mini Gnar now. KT just, oh, they're going to keep it least, and they immediately go straight to Keen as Faker takes it down. Gonna get the Baron. Now they're going to buy a lot of time for themselves.
This is a T1 move, man. You've got double smite. Faker's got unsealed spellbook. You go in for the double smite play. And KT, they had vision control, but when T1 came in, the collapse, the engage was a little bit slow, and T1 will actually steal this away. As this is what we were talking about with the Ashe, you know, you're trying to come up here and shadow for Faker so that if there is an engage, you can arrow them, and then you can have the escape. But unfortunately, there's not much Faker can offer here at level 13.
If the aiming got it, it would have been nice.
This Ashe, who is caught. As Faker has smite,
they
as
went
you
in
guys
for it
can
because
see.
they had double smite.
They have no vision over the wall. And it's a double smite here. Faker secures the Drake before Cuz can do anything about it. They just call it out. This is exactly what T1 does. They go 3, 2, 1. Out, out, out. Good job.
That was
huge.
big.
Yeah, it's huge, she says. And
Huge! Huge!
that is a huge window back into the game. It's going to buy a ton of time for T1 here on the map for these scaling carries to come alive. I mean, Zeri is online, but the Kassadin needs more time. And the Gnar needs more time.
At least they have bought some time here as Faker's just going to flash away. Keria still shadowing him on the top side. Now he's got Owner as here comes an arrow. He's going to hit aiming.
Gets the Ghost Blade too.
Was there anyone there? Why would you? I mean,
Not going to be too significant here, but
I wouldn't have used cleanse there. I mean, yeah, you saw maybe Zeri was coming.
You're not set up in position
If
with
Zeri was
vision
coming
to
and then, oh
actually,
yes, you
know,
can
follow
cleanse
up on
that.
those. I think he was
I
maybe
would
just trying
save
to
my
stop
cleanse.
actually the back. Like I think
Honestly.
someone was backing in mid, but
yeah, and
either way.
you can also check during that.
Because now you don't
path,
have
like,
plans
coming
for the
down
dragon
shadow, the Jax who's side laning there. Can we maybe look for a pick there?
Oh, Guma in a little bit of trouble as he does have cleanse.
That was so sick from Guma, the way he played that, wall riding the exact part there on the river partition to get away there as the cleanse.
No cleanse on the
So he doesn't have
ADC.
cleanse for this fight.
Yeah.
So shouldn't have been there in mid by himself, I think.
And
Did play it well from there, at least, I guess.
the Drake here, I think, is definitely one you give as T1 because as the last fight showed us, you're not really ready to actually push through when you don't have vision control. And it's better to try to get Faker level 16, which he will get in just a moment here because his rod is about to complete. He just got level 15 off of that wave. So you're ready for the next fight. This is just Soul Point. And the arena is so wild right now because you have this like huge T1
The
fan
5
base here.
minutes.
in
T1 just
Walmart, but you have
don't need to fight for 5 minutes.
Group of KT fans who are super
Get
hyped as
your
well, but they're
Zeri,
like,
another
let's not get too
item.
excited, right? Let's not actually
It should be nice.
really trust just
I don't
yet.
think
every
Zeus
single
needs to
pick
farm
goes over, they're
anymore.
Like, yeah, but Faker is getting 16. You know, hold on. Like
Zeus,
this is
Trinity, Black
good
Cleaver,
for
that's all
us,
you
but
need.
will we
Yep.
actually secure the game? I believe they can do it. I think KT are set up to win this game, but
Oof.
it is going to be about execution. There's the 16.
What's this
on
Jax
map,
item
so we
actually?
have
Is that Zhonya's?
over.
What?
And man,
Jax,
it's all
Jax
about
is like
the
in a
setup
weird
of these
spot
team
right
fights
now. It's
for
like he has
KT, and
equal
if-
AP and
if you
AD
get a plan,
damage.
because there's not a lot of deep vision here for
Oh, you,
T1.
if you still
Every
buy
time
AD
you
items, it's
teleport,
fine.
It's so scary. You just don't know where the Jax is coming from. Speaking of,
Faker waiting in the brush. He is 16, so
Oof.
even if they did something, probably would be.
It's still 4 minutes, bro. What are we fighting for?
Has the
What?
unsealed spell, but wonder if you would consider moving over to a cleanse if we do get into an actual
Try to
team
get,
fight and he's not in the side lane.
BDD
exhaust
to
is still pretty valuable here.
16.
He has now.
Maybe he doesn't have cleanse anymore.
Yeah, he's
Not sure.
Cool down. But he has exhaust now.
Because
which
yeah,
is
you
useful
still
against
need
the
levels
obviously.
to win.
And that's just an additional peel to
Level
tool for
3
Guma.
out of Twisted Fate is still really good.
We're just like game rushing here on the right side of this inner turret, RT1. As KT, they do have the ability to collapse extremely fast. With, teleport on Keen, you've got obviously Destiny game, but
If
Wukong's
KT,
little
like,
angle.
yeah, and if KT had gotten that Baron, this map would look totally different.
Wukong
There
has
would
a
be deep vision
Negatron
around
cloak.
The
What is
top
that
side
for?
of the map. There would be some turrets missing here on the map.
You see,
Might
I
even have
wouldn't
been an
say like
inhibitor. I'm not gonna say that happens 100% of the time. If you get
Fakers
Baron, we get
is
a lot of
his
extra
primary
map, a lot of map
fight
control.
opponent.
And because T1 bought that extra time, they can do stuff like this where they're grouping up in brushes and hoping for mistakes out of KT. Because just 1 or 2 times you make an error like what T1 was hoping for there, then T1 gets an inner, they get additional gold, they get additional map control. Right now you can see there's no real wards, minus the one that's under that inner and mid, that are deep on the map here for T1, for Zeus to teleport to, for Faker to look for an angle on. And so Keen is still ruling the Rift right now. He is a big side lane threat that Zeus alone can't match, so more people have to come over, and it's never a 1v1. And even if it's a 2v1 you think is T1, that's when BDD shows up. He's playing Twisted Fate, and that's the power of Twisted Fate plus a strong side laning champion like this Jax.
Yeah, you see that Zeus can't step up to him. He's down a level, down a lot of gold, so he just has to catch waves inside. No pressure for Zeus.
16 for BDD now. And this Jax does have a Zhonya's. It is very deep where he can go and look for forcing these fights. He can teleport into almost any location. Look at the deep wards they have here behind the Baron Pit for him to teleport to. T1 needs to clear all of that, but also needs to somehow find a path for Zeus, who's a level and a half down now.
T1 can still win,
With
actually.
Narmar, or KT just get the Baron this time around.
If KT wins one game, it would be amazing.
I
mean, I thought it was going to be a 3-0.
We're mentioning, but
I mean, it could still be a
moving into
3-0.
position to restake their claim.
The
Man,
1-3-1 power is
the Hans
real.
doesn't have his
I mean,
item
this is
yet.
exactly where you want to be.
Zeus, he's trying to do blue buff. He's going to get punished for that, as, he doesn't have much place to go. Has to
Oh,
flash.
Zeus.
As Keen now will have a flash advantage and 2 levels.
Yeah, and
they
should just be able to run to Baron here and hold this choke. And Keen.
No, they're getting baited if you do
He
that,
has level
actually.
16 and KT.
Never ever do that.
Continue to 1-3-1 this while threatening Baron. Zeus loses flash, loses his Narbar, so he's not coming in anytime soon. Actually not going to hard commit to this though, just going to put the Twisted Fate in the top lane, continue to get advantages.
TP.
Like KT, a little bit nervous here to start the Baron. They are very low damage with this Lethality Varus and the Twisted Fate, so the speed at which they could do the Baron is not great, but their turn with the Zhonya's Jax and the Twisted Fate is amazing if they start it.
Depends on if they have Jax there, right? If Jax is there, I think they have a lot of damage, but as you were mentioning, he's probably going to be pushing aside and looking for teleport angles, so...
Right now, KT's team does not have constant damage. It's like a burst Jax, a burst Varus, and a burst Wukong. Like they need to find a pick up really fast.
Like, yeah, there's a ton of CC on the side of KT, but you're giving T1 a lot of time.
Yeah, you really are.
Continue scaling to continue getting big items for your carries.
Zayas trying to set up for that Narbar engage. This time Faker has a cross angle. Keen hoping to be the one who engages with them.
All right, Faker. Okay, they're not going to go
not
this.
The one
they don't know
want.
what's on the other side there as vision was being cleared out.
They gave T1 prio on this Dragon though, and now Zayas is just holding that Narbar exactly where he wants it. They've got good turn here too. Just need that front line.
Just waiting for this. Meganar is going to be started as here he goes.
Here comes King.
Oh, King got it. We don't need to fight this.
The Ocean Soul.
Oh, shit.
As they're trying to turn here onto the Jax, they want 100 hit, but the Solar Eclipse is massive from the Leona. They're going really deep.
Oh, he got
frontlining into the Zeri. It's not gonna get Guma though. Crucially, Guma's still alive. Did they go?
They need to get the Zeri. Oh my God.
He's going insane, but it's not enough. Faker has to do it alone, and can he? Yes, he will. With Zeus and Keria left alive.
Guma did his damage before dying.
12,000 damage between Faker and Guma. Two players did 12,000 damage in that fight. Yeah, Keen's got his Zhonya's and he's up in the thick of things, but they can't kill the Zeri fast enough, and they cannot kill the Kassadin at all. You got the Cloud Soul here as KT.
Guma, do you see how much Guma did before he died?
Is what T1 is going to get with this
in that
Baron.
top
The
blue
gold
buff side
injection
area.
here for the side of T1 for this Kassadin is massive. As it's a long con flank attempt here from BDD. Zayas is carded here. They get the Drake, but they do not secure any CC onto Guma. Stopwatch is used here, or the Zhonya's rather, but notice that Guma is not CC'd until the very last moment here where he just cleanses and kites back.
He's doing so much damage as they're all stunned right in front of him.
But T1 did a good job protecting
despite once the Jax is gone, and the lethality aspect of this Varus is done after his Qs have gone off and he actually can't do anything damage-wise in the fight. Like, you have no damage anymore. So then Guma's just walking in with Faker in the front line because they have no fear, they don't care at all.
Now Guma is a
not enough
QSS.
damage,
He had
unfortunately,
QSS
for
last
KT.
fight. Doesn't look like it.
But in moments like this,
He's
you
not
kind of do wish, I think, as gaming, that maybe you went for the on-hit variant of this Varus. Because yeah, you can chip away, you can poke, but when your comp is so reliant on hard engage, if you don't get the kill with that burst, if you don't lock down the Zeri, you're never going to compete, not even close, even if you did have even items, but you don't. And now she's got a QSS, so she bought another cleanse.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, actually, as, oh boy, BDD caught in his own jungle now. You can see kind of how the tides have turned. I was saying they're giving T1 a lot of free time, it feels like. KT, they had so much pressure in this mid-game to, like, look for picks, cut off vision, try to really get this game snowballing. But I think they failed to do that, and they kind of took a lackluster fight there, giving Zeri so much damage in the own jungle of T1.
Yeah.
And now it's, I mean, it's anyone's game from here. I think KT could still win it if they get the good pick, but the Zeri and the Kassadin are gigantic.
But the advantage that they had is now gone, and they still need to take a fight where they start the objective and then turn. And it was better before, they didn't do it then. Will they do it now?
T1,
I mean, they're trying to set up some traps here. But I think you have to actively start these Barons and force T1 to come to you. Otherwise, T1 will just play the poke game with you and be like, yeah, okay, you have a lethality Varus, and that damage is real, which is exactly what KT are trying to do. They're trying to hide in these brushes, chip away at T1 so that when they hard engage, the health bars are already low, they win that fight.
Arrow. Okay, it's going to hit Keen. That's a lot of burst already put into the Jax. Of course, they're not going to commit to that.
He might just have to TP back into this fight. I mean, the timing here is so thin for him to do that. He's not going to do it.
See, when I'm running them down, right? They're like, okay, we don't want you to TP. We don't want you to get away. We already got this burst, this little chip advantage, you know?
It's wild that after getting poked away like that is the time that KT decide, okay, we'll do the Baron now, when they had a lot more map control twice in this game and didn't decide to do it. Now T1 are in position to start this Baron off as KT back away. The bottom duo have just
T1,
returned
I
to
mean,
base.
Yeah.
actually
And, I mean, you have
KT
Last Whisper
played
now
it
is
not
aiming at some
as
additional
good as
damage.
they did, but
KT
however T1 still played it
rushing
really
to this
well.
Baron now. T1 are
That's why they
totally
can
set
play
up.
late game comps. Their
Almost
macro
4
is the
items here for
best.
Faker.
Yeah, look at the vision diff now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a massive flank ward there. There's double control wards on the Baron, triple actually. And yes, KT will be able to take some space now and reclaim some of this vision, but
BDD, he Destiny Gates bottom here, but he's got a long way to push before he ends up getting to that inner turret. So that'll
I
really
will
take
say
him out
if
of threat
KT
here. He does
loses
swap
this, they
back
will
to
lose
his
game
teleport
3
here
in like
as
20
unsealed.
minutes.
they see you.
It's usually how it
They know
works.
this is starting. Yeah, they did not clear out that one ward.
Oh my god.
And as you mentioned, you know, the damage is there, but it's not huge. They can't just
Nice
burst us down,
coming.
but they're committing. KT
God,
going to commit to
Faker-
this one.
Faker
As
is
over
mine.
Double smite again. Can they steal it again? Yes, they
Yes,
can.
they can.
They take it down. And now KT are just lost. Where do you go from here? As ults are going in, they try to turn onto Meganar as Zeus gets low, but he will survive. And the damage not quite there. Goes
Oh
to
my
the ult.
Guma.
He's going to cleanse early, but he doesn't really care. He's still kiting them out.
Why is-
No damage in KT's cup. They can't kill
can't
anybody.
my
kill
God, he's dead,
anybody.
GG.
Faker's in the backline. Guma is diving the entire team. As some low health
Okay,
bars,
wait.
Guma goes down. Faker with a little bit
Wait,
of
what?
low, and they turn it around.
Why is not mid lane? No. Oh, now is low. Oh
And
shit.
you know, there's enough damage in this comp where if you just walk into 4 people, you will
I would
get
ping the
killed.
Na if it
And the
was a
damage
normal
coming
game,
through just
like
barely
Na
remaining
missing,
on
Na
this
missing.
lethality virus late game
Not
here.
alive, not
Ends
alive.
up
Oh my
working out as
god.
Guma just takes too many hits, plus the engage there from Keen. As once again, you mentioned this
why would
double
you
smite
ever?
setup here. Look at that.
Baron
The health
here,
goes from
man.
2,500 to 0 in an instant. No counterplay here as Cuz tries his best. But then they focus on to Zeus, and look at where the carries are. Faker's full health, Guma's full health, but then they chase into a choke point. You've won your prize here.
This
Guma goes
is
for the
fine.
ult. This is fine, right? But
The
then,
next step was too much.
yeah, this is fine because you get Lehens, but then going through this choke
Oof.
point with Faker and Guma here all in the same hex.
They all
Counter-Strike.
Jumped on a Jax that still had
Yes, the
E.
arrow's huge. Like, this is a
Ooh, aiming spear
I
was
would go as far as say this is
painful,
a
bro.
miracle team fight win for KT Rollster, but part of it is because KT turn when T1 overextend. The punish play was real.
Yeah,
But
I
now
mean-
they have no Baron, but they have a lot of map control, and Elder has spawned.
Like you said, you know, if you're all going to go in the same hex against TF, Jax, Taurus, you are going to get burst down. And yeah, you're very ahead. You're trying to push forward. You're winning the team fight, but a bridge too far. Either way, we reset
We are
here.
fighting again.
Is going to back
You
here,
know?
and he buys Randuin's. He has a TP. And this is the last fight of the game here. This is going to decide it. KT need one more miracle here, one more pick onto these carries.
This
No
time
double
Faker
smite
doesn't
here
have
for either
smite.
team, it looks like.
No cleanse for Guma, but he does have the scimitar ready.
A lot of damage thrown
KT
into
can
Keria.
still lose this,
is a
bro.
Straight up 5v5 BDD. On the
Nar.
backside here, but so is Faker. As we wrap around each other, as the arrow comes
Oh,
in,
baby,
it's gonna find
BDD.
KT. They're looking for it. Zeus not really going to get the angle himself. Has to hop away. Tons of
Oh.
damage in onto the Elder already.
Why?
As okay, that's the ult
It's
from
a
Leon.
flip.
They're trying to get in there, and it's
Whoa.
a KT are winning this fight.
Zeus
And
is
Guma
dead already.
trying to front to back, but it's already 5v3. As
Can't
Guma,
Guma carry, can't
no,
Guma carry.
Elder's going to be taken. Elder's going to be taken. KT will
Oh,
turn
the
this
hands
one,
is-
and Guma
Oh!
carded and will get executed.
Okay.
KT
Oh!
should take this, and yes,
Faker
Faker will be
got
taken
one.
out as well. Keria's got nowhere to go. And it looks
Oh,
like
man.
KT have done it.
Look at Lehens, he's clapping his hands. Keen looks relieved as Keria is going to look for an arrow here. It will not matter. And I didn't think I
Whoa,
was necessarily
damn,
gonna
we
say
have a
it tonight,
series,
Valdez,
man.
But we have a series on our hands.
Damn it,
KT
Wolf, don't say what I
bringing
said.
it back in what was nearly an Elder flip, but T1 lose the fight.
It's a burger
Keen
flip,
carries.
A
Would be
scary game, but they get it done, Wolf. They
It was
get
not
done
technically a
in
flip
37
yet.
minutes. Keria, of course, not going to be able to stop them. Down goes the Nexus, and we have a series on our hands. It's all tied at 1. And maybe that's it. Maybe that's all KT had to do. Just prove they could take a game. And now it's anyone's
In
series.
my opinion, T1 should just
BDD, Lehens,
take
these
double
players
ADC,
are
bro.
so
What?
good at pick
Why didn't they
compositions,
take
and they
Caitlyn, bro?
Really showcase that power of their playstyle in the second round robin, where we saw KT go on that insane streak where they beat every top team.
Why
except
T1 no?
in round robin 2,
Take-
and we saw Lehens play champions like
Okay.
Blitzcrank, champions like Leona,
Then-
champions like Nautilus coming through. And when they are ready to punish these neutral objective fights, and they're all on the same page, this team looks like it could be the best team in the LCK. I mean, legit, they have it when they're in the zone, and in those final few fights they were. And one overextension from T1, from Guma and Faker there, was I think the losing moment for T1. If they don't actually hard force it, they just take their Baron buff and walk away. I don't see any way KT comes back. They group up, they have Cryo for Elder, they win the game. But instead, just a little bit of greed here. It's a T1 game 2. We've seen a few of these this season.
Guma. How did they not win this game with that level 1 team fight win,
They took a fight maybe where they shouldn't have, and they said, we're better than them, we can take them down, right? And the answer is no.
I do wonder what the draft setup is going to be.
It's not even Zeus's fault,
because I do believe T1 will pick blue side. They will have that advantage once again.
We'll have to see if KT have a response to that early game that we saw in game number 1. But either way, this is all tied up. It's anyone from here. We're going to take a break and have the space.
What are you saying, bro?
내 불꽃이 무서워 보여도 걱정 마. 정말 안전하거든. 진짜 멋지잖아. 다음 편지에 다 적어야지. 좋은 노래 한 곡. 그게 최고지, 안 그래?
What? Oh, Ezreal is in this line? Oh god, why is there another Fiora skin? What? What? Bennett Kaya. It's not Kaya. I'll hate them. I'll bait. Ooh, what? Got them all. Nope. What's another spear? I'm gonna say Kaching. No, it's not Kaching. Oh, it's not Kaching then it's it could be yeah, I'll pick Ayaka then. It's a sword. Ayato? What? Jin? I don't think I'll get copy strike here. I think T1 has bigger fish to fry. I'll sleep for a bit.
Faker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
I'd like everyone to do their best Bro Morgan impression, have a look at their hands to see how much game there is on them. Am I right, gentlemen? KT evening things out here, bringing us to a best of 3 between themselves and T1. What do we think of the draft, boys?
I was a little scared after what transpired early, in this Ashe pick in the early lane did exactly what it needed to, right? And that was the main pick that I was really worried about going into the later stages of the game, because with how far ahead the bot lane should get, you're going to lose a lot of pressure. But I did really like the KT draft, as we talked about extensively, because it gives them so many options of trying to find picks later. And with how scrappy T1 play, I think a composition like this that skirmishes very well and is able to punish people trying to set up flanks, trying to set up traps, plus the level of comfort that the KT have on these individual champions is really, really big.
Yeah, I mean, I also really like the Jax pick because it scales really well. It's basically good against the every 5 champion or against the T1. and especially Faker picked the Cassidy, and it's like really, really hard to team fight against Jax, especially if Jax is bad. But the Jax was bad.
The Jax was fed. The bottom lane didn't start out so well, though. There were some hiccups all over the place. It felt like Faker kind of cruised to level 16, and then KT had to deal with the cast and died a couple of times, things like that here and there. But this was a game that came down to securing some of these barons and fighting for these elders. And we're going to have a look at the first baron here. This was just T1
okay.
saying that this is ours.
Yeah, so, well, this is the worst part.
You cannot lose a smite fight with double smite, bro.
This time they actually
and especially against T1. Not even sure.
This one is gonna hurt.
They didn't get the
I guess
because
KT needed to force a fight.
Goes for a large part of it.
Yeah, I mean, they focus on Gnar, and Gnar actually leave. What's that mean? Everyone's really, really vulnerable, so that's why Guma find a way that he actually jump over the wall and be able to fight, be able to kill
I don't know why Curse flashback.
Look at the Alex
He thought he couldn't.
Oh, it's good.
I guess you can't fight Zeri.
No! Came into the Jack face, right into it, and I mean, they could have ended the game if they actually win the fight. Like,
they had Baron.
Look at the timer. Like that timer.
So this wasn't really
the hell?
Truly, because they had an extra smite.
The one prior to that also not really a flip either.
But well, no, because then Owner was dead, so that was great still. But they won the game there. You have Baron, you win the team fight. Just gotta hang back. You gotta respect KT.
Yeah, and look, we'd like to say that this is then KT utilizing a team fight advantage to cruise towards a cool, calm, and collected victory. That's absolutely not what happened. That's not the way we do things, not in these parts, ladies and gentlemen. We're elder flipping. That's what we're getting into. And it wasn't actually a flip. It was actually a very good turn, but it was another fight that KT had to orchestrate.
Yeah, I mean, KT, I think they probably could have gone double smite, but I think they decided to go for the gold from the BDD because they know they're gonna fight no matter what first, and which is they were right. Like I think the Ash engaged like pretty fine, but the thing is like
Zeus jump is not that far. You will not reach BDD from there.
Even though he was a Mega from
now Zeus doesn't have jump.
Find a way that he can actually follow up.
And you see again, like
look at Zeus.
Makes sure that Faker can't do anything. So T1 just doesn't.
Like, Zeus.
If Faker isn't doing damage, if he's getting zoned out of these fights, you're never gonna win, right? Like if you look at how much damage the level, like what is it, 17, 18 cast in does at that point, it's nothing.
Also, you need to know Ash Zeri is not the team fight call. Like I kind of wanted to mention it from the drafted sequence, but the thing is like it's T1, so that's why it looked good because they're dominating the lane. But the thing is like, what if the game get messy? That's why I said that from the pre-show, if the game get messy, they could easily make a mistake, which is what happened. They could actually drop the game. That's what happened.
Do you know what it's time for? It's time to give Keen his POG, because he earned it so incredibly hard. Here he is, 7-1-7 on the Jax. And I agree with you, Hooney. I think that they have team fought really, really well with these sort of picks. This time around, actually challenged, though, and it's Keen's undefeated Jax that helps them do it, alongside BDD's undefeated TF.
And Keen, his form and his resurgence to form this split has been completely insane. He is one of the very few players that is able to win Jax into Gnar like very consistently. His Jax is just, at this point, probably the best. And it's Zeus' Gnar. We know how good Zeus is in almost any matchup, how confident it is on this pick. And Keen not just getting a lead, but last year we saw him get leads, not know what to do with it. This time around, he carries it home.
Yeah, I'm really satisfied with how Keen these days being performance.
Like huge as well.
I mean, only thing that I was like, a little bit worried about his item build. I don't know what he was.
You know what? I think I'm gonna have to hold you there, okay, Hooney? We're not gonna go into it. We're not gonna talk about the Negatron
Let him
cloak.
talk.
He had a lot of votes. Everything was great. We loved the build, and now it's time to throw it back to the boys on the desk for game number 3.
Thank you guys on the space for that one, as KT, backed by Keen and the rest of the team, are able to get it done in game number 1. And I feel like this should be a very big swing. Now, T1 should select blue and then try to just do what they did in game 1, and maybe they continue, but I don't know. I think that now KT kind of prove it to themselves and prove it to everybody that they have a chance in the series.
Yeah, I think they certainly do. Now, T1 picks blue side, unsurprisingly, because they have all the big threat picks, right? The Elise, the Caitlyn, the Lucian, even as well, that you have to consider, and the Annie that you will never, ever see in this best of 5.
They also banned Varus on red side, big KT. Maybe they ban away the Elise in that spot.
Maybe. Or maybe you pick up something different in the jungle, because I think the one champion that we know can contest the Elise fairly
Oh man,
early.
my room is
It's not always
really
guaranteed. It's not an easy match.
humid.
It's playable is the Elise.
I don't know how-
Right?
what's
we haven't
word
seen it
you
all
can
this
describe.
series.
Stop banning Sejuani, what
like,
the fuck?
you would like to challenge the Elise early on.
There it is.
So 2 bans for 1 here in some ways, because
Oh my god.
I think that the main reason why we are seeing these bans for T1 is because they wanted to have that Elise control. This time they will not.
Okay.
See what
Okay,
the final ban
T1,
will
you
be
can
here.
continue acting like
As
Caitlyn
last
doesn't
time it was the
exist.
Zeri, will be once again.
Or you wanna
Caitlyn.
lose?
Seems to be pretty obvious. I don't think you want to leave this open unless you want to leave everything open and try to like get yourself one of these like crazy 80 bot lanes. So
Oof.
instead of Caitlyn ban, they're actually going to ban Ashe here.
And if it's a Varus first pick, KT may just try to play Karma and handle
No.
it. We've seen that a lot from them this season. It's kind of been one of the comfort picks for KT, especially in round 1.
Yes,
we saw so
Caitlyn,
much
bro.
aiming Israel. with
Why you
Lehen's
got the
Karma.
thing so much?
So it does feel like you're walking
It's
straight into that. If
just
T1 do prioritize the
simple.
Varus here,
Just pick
still seems
the
very
hot
strong.
police
Hope
woman.
Saves is okay after that game too. He doesn't look very happy. I think he's just deep in
Oh
thought.
my
But
god.
and especially with a pick like this, they're just going to go for the Lee Sin and say, okay, well we don't need a Elise, we'll just pick this instead. A very nice kind of blind V1 pick.
To
we have
counter
seen
a
lot,
Lee Sin,
in
just
the
pick a
regular
good
season.
front to back
well, Varus is
team
going up
fight.
now.
There are a lot of strong picks still up.
Well,
Caitlyn,
yeah, and you banned the Zeri here.
I
so
don't
it's just,
understand.
That's one of the best options. Now we may just see
T1,
a
I don't
Rakan
understand
lane
you.
here
Just pick Caitlyn, bro.
for T1, and that's what it looks like they're going to pick up. Alternatively, we could have seen the
What?
Thresh angle here.
You want to
But
keep your
it
100%
feels like
win
a
rate?
lot
Like, I don't
riskier
understand,
here
bro.
than the Rakan Zaya, because the Rakan Zaya has
Zaya's like pretty
some
safe
ability to
too.
escape Wukong engages. You could escape the Varus, and if the Rakan actually hits some knockups in the early
don't
game,
get
you can
it.
get some aggressive control over the lane.
Uh,
Now, Heimerdinger actually makes sense in this draft, but I'd still rather see Karma because I think Lehen's is better on the pick. And I just don't expect that KT is ever going to have leads to set up.
Or
Okay.
just don't pick bottom lane because
Vega.
Lens can probably play whatever. Like, are you really going to expend 2 bans and then, like, he's just going to pick Blitzcrank or, like, he can just play Leona into Rakan, right? Instead of that, just get VDD his comfort pick.
Yeah, that's going to be what they go with here this time around, is we'll see the LeBlanc taken away. Faker's had a lot of
Okay, here's the
playing
T1
this
has
lane
2
thus
diverse.
far.
There's Lee Sin and
Even
Rakan. So
in
I
the game where
I
he's playing
guess
Cassius and Twisted
actually
Fate,
like
he did play
I've
the
seen
lane
the
phase
Vega
very
Cage
quickly.
counter Lee
We
Sin
won't get a chance to play
before.
LeBlanc this time around. We'll see if they target the
But it really
Karma
depends
and
on the
Heimer
Lee
here,
Sin
or if they have
player.
other plans.
Depends
Focusing on
if
Keen
he
instead
is
does
really
seem to
good
be
at
a
dodging,
idea,
then
because like you said,
Vega's like
Lens
not that
has
good
such
actually.
a wide champion pool.
I would say like
Definitely
Vega
wanna take
counters a
away
bad Lee Sin, is
the
what I want to
Leona
say.
at least.
Leona
But
or
good Lee
the
Sin will
Nautilus
play
is still
around it.
another thing to consider here too.
Leona's just always been one of those,
LeBlanc.
great into Rakan, even Zaya Rakan.
He's
lanes.
just
Obviously,
banning bad
going hard
laners
against Zaya
against-
is not always the best idea.
against
we already have a decent amount of
Vega.
range to deal with that. Curious to see.
Jace
what
is
T1
a
will
Seems
ban.
like the safest choice.
just a Nar again,
Unless
right?
you're worried about something like a, once again.
I think it's
Jack's pick
KT's
here,
turn
but it's gonna
to
be
pick
face up this
Nar.
time if they lock it in now.
Or you can just pick Jace again.
As if you ban the Leona, I mean, there's so many other things you can play. You can play the Karma, can play the Heimerdinger.
Malphite
Renata is the
ban.
most common into
Is
the
T1
Zaya
doesn't like
Rakan.
Malphite?
And that is what they're going to take away from Lehen's here. And Maokai
Oh!
being covered, interestingly.
Maokai jungle is still doable.
Thresh.
Mars
Thresh.
Thresh, an interesting lane.
Oof.
I mean, I think Heimer, you have enough control this time. They will go with the Leona.
I just wanted to see the Leona. I was like,
Well, I mean,
what are all these picks?
I think a lot of
Leona again.
I think a lot of the other picks.
Oh
work
my
out
god,
in different
Faker's
niche
using a ice
situations
the
here.
sweat
And
pack.
Leona's
Faker
the
rarely
safest
uses
lane.
this
It's
thing.
gonna be very difficult to
That means he
block
is sweating
into
right
the
now,
Lee
oh
Sin
my
into
god.
Zaya, later on in 5v5
Rarely
team
see
fights.
Faker use that thing. He's
Let's see what
sweating
the solo
his
lanes are
hand.
going to be here for T1. Cassante likely top. We'll find out in just a moment here. What Faker is going to play.
Shantae.
Might just be mid
Wow.
again.
I was going to say, Talia is still available. But looking
No
for a Cassidy
Keria,
scaling
bro.
option
Please
here,
not
and Zaya
pick
is so strong in
Keria.
the late game.
No one likes
In this
Keria,
meta, you have
bro.
the Cassidy to match some of that scaling from Veigar. It's also a great matchup into the Veigar because you can just rift walk your way out of cages. You also
I think
are
Na's the
playing into
obvious
lane
choice,
where
but
you
Na
just
sometimes
scale.
gets
Yeah,
smacked
the Veigar is
over
not
by
really going to put
Kasante
kill pressure on. You don't have a lot
if
of
you're
power
not
there.
careful.
It's Wukong Veigar.
Jax.
Jax once again into the Kassadin. You know, Huni mentioned it on the space. You know, it can be quite nice into Kassadin because what he wants to do naturally is rift walk forward into the enemy team, so it often puts you in counter-strike range. And if you've already used your Zhonya's in the team fight, the Jax will kill the Kassadin.
Yes.
It can be very sticky on top of Zaya and Rakan as well.
Yeah.
And I also think that Veigar, just in general, is pretty good into Rakan Kassadin. You know, even though Kassadin has the ability to rip walk through cages,
Feels really
it
bad
becomes
to
a lot
watch
more
T1
difficult to
play
even
this
at
comp.
level 16 with that
Like they
cooldown
usually
production,
win.
where you're like,
even
okay,
like
gotta wait
in
a second, gotta be
their-
really careful how position. You mess
their
up
pick
one
bands,
time,
you know.
or
Like
you
if
actually
this
rip
is
walk
like
into
a
a cage,
wash.
and the cage is placed at a
Like
nice
it's pretty
timing to
even
defend
in
your
my
back
opinion.
line.
Like even
Back in
slightly the
Robin,
KT
Rakan has way less
feels
agency when
really
he has
bad to
play
watch
around the
T1
event
play
horizon.
this
So
comp. Oh,
I like
man.
the comp that both teams put together here.
Oh, man.
There you go. Finally,
Hey, I'll
comes
take
through.
Guma.
She's been waiting.
We're like, please play Zaya Guma, please play Rakan, Keria. And guess what? They will. Together. As is usually the case. It says, don't get scared, KT. And they didn't. And at this point, I don't think they have any reason to. They were able to defeat T1 in that game number 2, and I will still hold the stance that I think it might be a big turning point in this. And even that says, you will regret choosing KT.
Yeah.
Gets a cheer from the crowd.
They may, as it is going to be a huge momentum swing in this series if KT win this third game. Because T1, they dropped the ball in that one-team fight. A game was lost by that, but they were in control most of the game. You lose this one, suddenly feels like KT are in control of the series.
All right, let's see how it goes, guys. We got game number 3 loaded up. The series is on our hands, and let's jump into the Rift.
Oh, we're back.
It's going to be a very interesting game. I think Guma's carry performance on Lucian in game 1 was fantastic for the obvious reasons of really pressing forward the advantage and that snowball that T1 always does. But I think he's got a great opportunity to carry on the Zaya once again into all of the nice engage on the side of KT.
Faker.
And you've got Cleanse and the ultimate now to defend against those engages. And when KT overextend, maybe you call the blades, you get a big root, you win the team fight for your team, Faker goes in and finishes off those targets. And one of the other cool things about Veigar using Kassadin, so we're going to see this level 1 fight. Zayas is here though, BDD.
Well, BDD gets 2 stacks, that's worth it for him.
One of the cool
it doesn't
things
matter,
about
it's
it, though,
even.
is that,
It's not even an even
you
trade.
can with a lot of mid laners as the Kassadin
he
later
got 3
on,
stacks.
you can kind of rift walk your way out of a lot of the skill shots. You
Nice.
can avoid a lot. But if you get low, BD presses R and clicks on you, you die. You try to rift walk your way out of that one, you will not escape. You will not live. And BD is getting a lot of first strike value here too early on in this game.
First strike value, he's getting stacks, he's just enjoying his life right now. As much as this is a fun lane for the Kassadin, and it's kind of a free lane because you do just get to naturally scale, like Veigar might have some opportunities if you go a little bit too forward. Veigar also just gets to sit there and scale himself. Yeah, so he's also happy.
BDD 5-1 on this pick.
First loss was game 1.
Yep. I was about to say that, and the
Hey, that's the same for
control he has shown
Faker.
with
Why
this
didn't you
pick
say
so
that?
consistently has just been incredible. And Talia was banned against him earlier in this series. He's not going to pick it up this time. Picks up the Veigar early. He's just been such a point of consistency for this roster, and he's been so clutch, you know, in so many of these fights where KT towards the end of the season have been won by a big shuffle into an Emperor's Divide, great cage, Guma has to flash this blade early, yeah, and that's a huge boon.
Yeah, the Zyrakan early, you know, we talked about this Leona pick into it, is going to really enjoy this lane just because of how she interacts with the Rakan. As Cuz is here.
Just going to zone Faker out of a wave. There's more half a wave, it looks like. Trying for anyways.
Cannon.
Yeah.
Hashtag worth, maybe.
Faker will get most of those. He had red buff, so if Faker tried to go up and try anything, would have been putting himself in danger. And BDD also in danger, but Cuz here.
Owner, let's see how this goes. He hops into the cage. BDD is quite low, but flashes over and is looking for the kill. The last one will get it. First blood is to Lee Sin, but BDD picks up a kill, and now Cuz has the play here onto Owner. One more hit would do it, but they call Keria roaming up, and Keria is here to turn the fight as Cuz hands in the air. Nothing he could do. 2v1 as the prio from bot wins T1.
Keria, nice.
So 3 flashes expended for exchange of 2 here, but obviously T1 will end up getting the better gold. Now, the kill goes over to BDD and not to in the Faker exchange. He gets an assist. It goes to Owner. So both kills going to the jungle in the case of T1. Now, it is Owner on Lee Sin, and he does a lot with a little. He already has his Iron Spike whip online. Just hold up.
No flash.
Don't think it's a kill.
Rough spot here for Keria. He's got an ignite on him. Another
oh, damn.
Kill gifted on a golden platter to aiming.
He's got a little smirk on his face on the player cam there as well. Just end up playing a little bit too greedy here. Gets punished with no flash. Now Cuz is coming over. They're going to set up a dive. This is what Legends will do with this pick. And you mentioned it's greater than
my
Rakan.
god.
Rakan has no flash. It gets
they're
even
not diving.
stronger here. Legends has Hex Flash. It was like maybe they were going to commit to the dive here on this level 3 Guma who has no flash. This has been a pretty solid matchup for the Jacks this season. A lot of those games are Keens, in fact.
I was wondering, like, what is the stat on that?
As BDD here flashes aggressively, and if Faker gets out here, look at how close this is. BD gets in, one more auto takes him out. If that actually doesn't happen, if he dies before that auto goes off, this is horrible for KT, but at least they're able to get that kill and multiple flashes. Keria buffers the knock-up here with his flash, and will take Cuz out. Then subsequently dies
How
down
long was
here.
that cooldown?
No vision of
It's
where
like
Legends is. Legends knows
can't
that
even.
Looks like he will be okay.
Doesn't have that
He does have
tornado
flash
up
away.
when the hands was ganking.
You can see T1 trying to be proactive, at least on the top side, which is not something you see all the time. But Owner very strong right now.
Yeah, Cuz doesn't have ult. He's level 4.
Spots him after the Warrior Trickster, so yeah, he's just gonna have to
Lee Sin
go
doesn't
away.
have
And
ult.
Owner
He's
is
level
saying,
4
okay,
too.
well, there have
What do you
been some
want, man?
slip-ups, but I'm gonna solidify. I'm going to make us okay in this early game.
Keen has teleport, so you're not gonna lose too much here. In fact, don't even necessarily need to use it. He's down here on the bottom side, aiming, hitting some of that poke here. Does have his Dirk ready, and there were times in that last game where I was like, ooh, which would have been better, lethality or on hit? And it felt like mostly lethality, but there were some moments where you're like, okay, well, if he can't actually do anything damage-wise here, if he has no mana or if he's not able to hit Qs, this lethality bar isn't going to do anything. But when T1 overextended and when the engages were there,
rolling
man,
like
he
crazy.
lined those arrows up on this Varus. And once again, he's going to play it.
Chains of Corruption also fantastic.
Yeah.
Just, you know, not even just for pick potential, but also for if they engage into you, because it can chain. That's the part of it, you know, the Chains of Corruption that can really just kind of put a stop to an engage. As Faker is in the cage.
BDD is just having so much fun in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you blink into Veigar at level 6, you're going in the cage. You're going to be punished, okay?
And if you already use that ultimate, then the mana cost is so high to continue to use it that, like, you're going to be pushed out of lane if you continue to do so. Faker does, you know, end up having a similar amount of mana here to BDD, but BDD looking for a plate.
And Q comes in because this here, he catches him on the edge of the cage, goes back in onto BDD, who's got an ult and a dream. Can they get the kill? No.
But this should still be a lot of extra mid-prio here. Going over to KT Rolster, Lehens is up here as well. And they might be able to turn this into a mountain break here early.
Lehens coming in, trying to stop some backs. I feel like they could have stayed, maybe taking a plate, but just want to get the good back off.
Yeah. Deciding not to rush over to the Drake or collapse onto the enemy Zaya, who's bottom, and we'll have level 6 very soon. Aiming just hit his.
Nice play here from Zeus. He's going to all out him underneath. Keen in a little bit of trouble, but looking to maybe trade it back to Snow. Hops away, and in goes Zeus, takes the 1v1. And this time, he'll get the better of it.
Yeah, has the Ghost available. Keen no flash. Goes over here to try to defend this turret.
Uh-oh. What's going on here? Owner's here as well. The Warrior Trickster might save him, but they are on the chase. As Cuz does have flash, there it is. Trying to get in behind the minions, but it doesn't matter.
Damn, it's a disaster,
On him
man.
and kills him.
That was beautifully played from Owner. Third kill for the Lee Sin, and Plate Gold going over the Zayas. And Keen just overextending there, and Cuz with no level 6.
Oh,
Over for the contest.
Maybe now an engage onto them. Chains of Corruption go in.
they have no
Pass
mana,
back
bro.
away.
Still has ult and cleanse. Naming has no mana. But I don't play this too greedy. Back to looking at this again.
BDD at 67 stacks, 8.5 in.
Keen really overplays his hand here. Counter-Strike goes off, Zayas charges through, gets the Q, pulls him back, and then he knows, okay, I should have enough damage here. He has the Ghost, of course, to follow. One more dash Q, taking him out. Cuz comes over here, and because Owner hits level 6 off the kill, you could imagine that he probably is a few minions shy of 6, so maybe he thought if he comes up here in the tower and he gets like maybe 3 minions and he hits level 6, maybe he can survive, but the timing is off. Owner is able to come over and take him out with a really nice flash Q. Hits level 6 himself, and now they're going to take the drink.
Lee Sin is going to be such a massive threat. So much of the gold that T1 is ahead in this game is onto the Lee Sin. Whereas, you know, you've got a kill on BP, you've got a kill on aiming, so some of the gold for KT in a quote-unquote better spot.
Yeah. Speaking of,
but
this is going to showcase exactly what you're talking about.
Obviously, these leads on the top side of the map are pretty massive for the top and jungle of T1.
Oh.
As once again, more skirmishing. Keen looks pretty happy to take this fight, but gonna dodge the counter-strike, and Zeus is on the chase here, not gonna get the knock coming out. Faker here.
Faker.
Uh-oh. He does have flash. Yep, there it is, but the slow comes in. Another couple Qs, and yeah, they're just gonna let him go.
BDD is going to trade this for a plate. So not all lost here on the side of KT. Rolster is still going to get some value here, but you know, you are Keen, you are an incredible Jax player, you have won this matchup before, but you're behind, and you have to respect the fact that this is a team that is going to play around topside. They will play around these vulnerabilities and kind of bait you in. As now with no teleport here, he's going to lose more gold topside. So yeah, your Veigar going to plate, but you're losing multiple here, potentially topside. Had to flash. T1 in a very dominant position here in this game. And unlike the last, you know, there's not a great setup for KT to look for insane picks. Like, their comp is somewhat mixed in what it's trying to do this time around, and without a Jax that is fed, team fighting becomes way more difficult, especially when you consider the Xayah who's just kind of chilling. You know, no huge disadvantage here.
This is dive?
Going over to aiming, but it's split gold.
Not
Farming
really.
it out, getting poked occasionally, but he has 3 biscuits in the potion.
Yeah.
I guess eventually those come in handy. But yeah, he's just hanging out, scaling. Faker, you know, he's 6 CS, not really that big of a deal behind, so he's also just scaling.
The early Merc Treads coming through from Faker here, delaying his build quite significantly, whereas Rod of Ages is done super early for BDD. And yeah, it's not going to be too significant in terms of like big power spikes for the Veigar, but it is going to help him get additional stats, as well as levels for his abilities. So, okay, ult trade.
But a storm comes out, they're going in onto Lehens as the Eclipse value is there and used. Lehens is just losing health slowly.
Lehens solar flared earlier, didn't get the ult out of Guma. This time he will with the Zenith Blade. It's not going to be the trade they wanted. So actually Guma and Keria will take control of the lane. And Faker is just very rarely actually in mid. You can see he's just constantly ready to come over and follow up on one of these plays. And yeah, it's cost him a plate, 2 plates eventually, but he's casted, and he will be relevant later. Because BDD is really the big shining light right now for KT Rolster in terms of advantages.
Yeah. As, you know, you go in, he's got a flash out. Like I said before, you know, it's relatively high cooldown at this point in the game, so if you're just rift walking into a Veigar, you will be put in the cage, and you won't be able to get out for a little bit.
They really wanted to bait Owner here. They had Cyclone, they have Lehens here. The Solar Flare is committed. Faker has to flash, and so that's a huge win.
Oh,
no flash now.
He's going to catch him. Exhaust has to be used, and now he's turning it around on BDD, who is quite low, and Owner's right here for the punish. 4-0 now. He's got Gore Drinker. As Cuz is just barely trying to survive here with the Cyclone.
Oh man, this is a disaster for KT. Well, Hens has no ult.
Bonus
so
everywhere,
follow
bro.
up here on Guma, who also doesn't have his ultimate back available. Just he's got Hex Flash.
Right, getting on in there. It's going to tap Keria on the back.
And this is going to be additional plates going down in the mid lane. T1's
Pasadin
gold
didn't
is
get
starting
those
to balloon
plates,
a little
right?
bit here, getting closer to 3,000.
He's really
about
bad.
2,700 at the moment. And you're really desperate for something here bottom side, but you don't have ult. As Zeus just controls this top side. He's almost got the whole turret. And this is a very different look for Keen here, unfortunately. All it takes is one kill and your lane falling apart in this matchup to really just be useless on Jax.
We've seen this before, like way back when we first started seeing this matchup, which is the Jax really struggles early, but not only that, if you get this far behind, it's going to be even worse as he brings him right over to Owner, but
oh my god,
it's going to be punched in the face. No butt, actually. It's going to go down.
No ifs or ands either, Valdez.
Like Cuz is there, nope, just gets punched in the face.
Yep.
Sometimes that's what happens.
Cuz has no Cyclone, and that was such a great play from Zeus, just communicated with the rest of his team who's up there. And Owner's like, all right, well, bring him to me. I'll take care of it.
Copy's
he will
gone.
get the entirety of that turret, by the way. So two
Frozen
turrets
Gauntlet
now.
is broken now.
Moving over to T1.
Hens who are on vision. That is the way it works. He's going to get knocked up. There's an Ignite in as well. Misses the Zenith Blade. And now flash forward.
Whoa.
Auto nearly catches Guma, but now even this lane that was slightly in favor of KT, not so much anymore.
Yeah. By the way, I said two turrets. I really meant they got plate gold in mid and then the turret on top. Obviously, the mid turret is still standing, but there's no butts here in the bottom lane either, as Guma will get away. And, I mean, this angle here, you end up getting this hit onto Faker. You have ult, but you're still early game. You don't have enough damage here. And that shield comes through. The exhaust is there. And Cuz is just over here like, I can't do anything. And then Zeus pulls Keen into Owner.
Yeah. And then
That Q from Lee Sin was
no.
accurate.
Get punched in the face.
Yeah. Cyclone, nope.
And this, I don't really know what Legends was doing. Like, maybe he thought he just randomly queued in the brush or something, but he had vision of him the whole time, so pretty straightforward for the T1 bot lane.
Yeah, I think the hope is that Guma's low enough and doesn't have flash or ult, so maybe they can get him, but his flash was back up, so actually,
yeah. Here's T1 taking a second Drake on the map. So Mountain first.
Actually, if the junglers ahead, the whole team will be ahead.
On top of the Chemtech, and it is a Cloud Soul. So I feel like it's actually not
Oh
that bad.
god.
Here is BD's in a lot of trouble as now all the lanes are falling apart. The one shining light of KT. It was BDD, and now he's died 3 times, and he's going to lose his turret.
Yeah, turret's going down here. Cuz he's got Cyclone this time. I don't think he wants to use it here. He's just going to try to keep the turret alive.
What was they got there, though?
But I mean, this is a massive gold lead here now. They have 30,000 to the 25,000. We're getting close to 5,000 gold now. In an instant, this has changed, right? It's a 2 Drake lead here. As BDD feels safe because he has the cage, but this is Cassante. Just goes through cage, doesn't care. Unfortunately for BDD, the follow-up charm is there from Keria.
Damn,
chain CC'd to death. Thought the cage alone was going to be enough to save him. It's not, and now you don't have any win. KT don't have any win conditions. Valdez is what. Yeah, T1 just mind controlled my brain.
Sometimes you go Bruce Almighty. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Never go Bruce Almighty.
Except that one time Wolf just did it like 10 seconds ago.
Don't be like me, don't do that. So, you have Herald control now, and this should actually be the second turret for T1 when they decide to drop it here. The mid turret has taken so much damage. This goes back to the same sort of game 1 control conversation we had where you have a Kassadin, a Fed Lee Sin, and a Rakan. You get rid of that mid turret, and you have so much siege, you can control oppressive vision around these critical objectives. See where Keria is. He can be up like this because he has so much support. They can even engage over the wall. He has flash. He has ult coming back up. He's waiting for it.
Yeah, they have 3. They're like, oh, he should be safe, right? But I think the second you see Keria, you got to just, yeah, they're just going to have to back off of it. Rift Herald coming in here looking to get a charge into the inner. and 18 minutes into the game. And this is with a Xayah and a Kassadin on their team. This isn't like the, you know, the Lucian, the pressure lanes, the Cryo mid. No, it's just, you're just scaling at the same time.
It's interesting, we talked about this, you know, we hadn't seen Owner's Lee Sin, which was surprising, but you consider the Elise draft, and then what they tried to play in game 2, and now he plays it, and it's just one of the easiest calls for T1 to make. Is like, yeah, we'll prioritize the Lee Sin on blue side, that's okay. We can play any draft with this. And this is Owner's game, man. He's everywhere all the time, setting up picks, getting these solo laners behind. And they have a massive lead on objectives here. Keen.
Oh boy. Well, he's going to dodge that Q. We'll see if it helps him out here. Hops over to Owner, and the counter-strike is there as, nope, he's going to hop over and kick, as now we do have Lance trying to turn this one around, as Q once again landing into Keen.
Oh, the third Q landed.
And, well, not the best execution, but they do force Keen back.
Yeah, still really well played. Zayas doesn't have enough vision or information to try to commit any harder there. And I think it's the right choice to back away, but still getting a flash away from the soul laner who's just desperately trying to get some farm and maybe some bounty gold. And what it turns into is he's pushed away, he has to flash, and it's actually a turret that goes over to T1. So they will grab this bottom outer. All outers removed from the map here for T1 now. Bit of a golf clap coming through as this is just the traditional T1 lead into 6,000 gold, sub 20 minutes type of game. And there's not much to say
gonna
here for
do the
KT
thing
because there
in
are
game
no
2
miracle
again.
fights
Gonna
or
get double smite
engages
for the
here
team.
anymore in this draft.
Owner
The Jax is
and
too far
Kassadin
behind to make a big
together.
counter-strike play. He will just die if he engages. He doesn't have flash now either.
Yeah.
So these subsequent objectives should go over to T1, and I think it's not even unrealistic to do Baron on spawn, which is kind of where they're pushing towards right now. Zayas has TP.
You can at least bait a fight, perhaps. There's a really nice orb was just pushed down there, probably by Lens, just outside the pit, just at the mouth of the pits, so that it can't be taken away by vision.
And Keen also has that flank ward playing to the left side of the Baron there. So these subsequent objectives, maybe he could get a flank angle off and stuff for a counter.
Hey, yo, hello.
T1 do commit. And
wait, I think I see you in my Genshin streams. Today I'm not doing Genshin.
No, I think I do.
Every time I look at your emojis, I think the guy has a
I
cupcake on his head because it's a pink color.
yeah.
He has played with steel caps.
Your emojis, where do you get these emojis? What? Let me look at this.
Yeah, the one Mountain Greek
Copy
is
image.
also quite nice.
Okay,
Just
paste
to
this.
add to everything.
So as KT,
There's nothing going on in the game right now,
Potential
currently.
Baron take, T1 are just not there. They're pushing
I mean,
bottom.
T1's just gonna win the game.
And they're going to be able to turn this.
I'm
into
in a
some
low
point.
state, I'm sleeping.
And even though it's just a Kassadin here, it's one of the least diveable champions in the game. I mean, Faker has 80% of a turret here, so he also has flash. You can't.
I can't even look at your channel because
And if you try, there will
if
be
it's in chat, I
consequences.
can't
Yeah, I
check
don't
other
think
people's
so.
channel.
Now with the Leona, they might try. No, they're not even going to. 2v1 on the
Well, they
bottom side.
kill
He's in a
Zeus.
little bit of trouble here. Doesn't matter
Oh!
how much armor he's got. He will be taken out.
What
as
is
they
this
get an
game?
objective turret
I guess they'll
and the
give mid
kill
lane.
onto Zayas.
Yeah, but Guma also gets
They're
this
winning
turret
two
here,
sides
another
and
inner
losing
going
one.
down, so they end up winning overall massively here. And yeah, Zayas overextends. Probably didn't have to die there. Probably didn't need to force that. And by force that, I mean just
KT just need a few small wins like these, and then they'll be fine.
I mean, he's like way up here. Not much you could do to defend this one, unfortunately. But T1 really just trying to sell the idea.
Are
of,
these
like,
default
better time,
emojis?
that top
I
turret
never
is
really
carrying
look
going
at
up. The
the-
timing of this doesn't work out. Still,
In
mid turret goes
the-
down to Guma. They get to the point.
the
So they're winning
other
basic
emojis
three
in this
parts of the
place.
map. Yeah, you lost top turret and a bounty
It's
went
quite a
over, but
few
it's not that
stuff.
significant.
Is this a car here?
As
Does
KT,
this work?
they're just grasping for
Yeah, how many
anything they can
emojis?
get, you know, get that top turret, get a kill on the
I mean,
Zayas,
is it
but
like
can't
the
start Baron
WhatsApp
yet.
emojis? I think it's just the WhatsApp emojis, right?
Small victories.
Yeah, small victories, you know, one step at a time.
There's a car, there's a red car here,
At
lol.
least it's not Infernal Soul.
Wait, they
So
got a
been
kill.
A little bit of a problem. 2.5 items here on Guma, who was able
Every
to
time I
pick
look
out
at the
some
hands,
kills
he doesn't have
early to
an
mid
item yet.
Some of those in the lane as
Poor
well.
ass support
Yeah.
players, like, they don't get any money.
It's kind of weird how that early game went, where it felt like KT like had all these options and had all these win conditions, and then like top started losing, and then bot started losing, and then mid started losing. It's like
Classic
one by one, the
song.
lanes are like, oh. Okay, well, what do we do now?
They just had so many of these
just end the game, T1.
leads built up by owner, just making big impacts everywhere. You know, the near
Yeah, it's
victory there
Saturday on your side as
the
well,
big
right?
for
Are you
Owner. He
are
gets
you
ahead.
going anywhere?
Sometimes with a
Saturday?
lot of teams, like, okay, Lee Sin got ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to stream every day.
Owner has used it everywhere.
Just stream
Now this
something
time
I like
there,
every day.
Faker
Either
has not even swapped
Genshin
to
or League
smite.
of Legends.
They don't even need the double smite here. He does.
Oh,
have
he's
TP.
going in.
Keria is zoning.
Yeah, that's a
Oh.
lot of damage in onto Zay's right. Like, what? There were 5 people there. Or 4, I guess.
Oh, they're
For the majority
getting
of it.
the
As
rift.
down goes the Baron. T1.
Nice, no one
taking
died
the
and
bait,
T1
they
got
don't
away.
even get Zeus.
Yeah, he gets out,
Yeah.
fall out there and gets away from the top side, or gets away through
So
the
yeah,
top
I'm
side.
not going
As KT,
out.
unfortunately,
Actually, I
is not able to
choose
lock
to
anybody
not go
down,
out
not able to
today.
get Cuz into the pit. And once again, this Cassante does his job. Like the last time, we
It's
saw Faker
Saturday.
on the Cassante, he was
It's
on the backside of the
a
pit.
rest day for
In
most
game 1, just
people.
trying to prevent everybody
Me
from
too.
doing anything. Basically 1v5, and this is Zeus' job now.
Oh,
He's just going to try
Zeus
to keep Cuz
is
away from this
delaying
Baron.
them
That's
like
his job
crazy.
here. Keria's with him. Good dash away from Keria, and he does, of course, have the ability to continue to zone. Cuz just wants to get
the
the pit,
hands
he's got the
away.
charm, and then the follow-up
Oof.
knock-up, so there's just no
Okay.
way Cuz can flash.
Yeah,
or
now they
Warriors
have
to
Baron, they
throw
can
both
end the game.
into there for the
Yeah.
50-50. And they commit everything.
What is that emote
He lost
actually?
hold, but okay.
Ghost available.
looks
He's
like,
just going to go straight through it as he
I
does
don't
get
see
some on the
anywhere on
opposite side of it. But yeah, you're just not
the
getting away from this.
symbols.
4 people against
Oof.
BDD, and they feed the kill over to Guma, who's
Looks like
now
the
on a
game's
killing
gonna
spree.
end soon.
And they have Baron buff, so they're just going to push 2 lanes here and start to take more of these structures off the map. They're going to just go straight for inhibitor first here and then go for the top side
Yeah.
I
What?
feel like game 1 was more of a game than this one.
push. Yeah.
And game 1 was not much of a game. This
Yeah,
is
it's
just
the end of the
absolute
game.
stompage right now.
Yep, this is just
Yep.
vintage T1. And
Woo.
what do you do as KT here? Maybe flash Cyclones? Better
Why
than
are they
flash
still
Cyclone
playing
angle in
safe?
game
What
1,
can
because
what
remember
can
when
KT
Cuz was on
do?
the Wukong and he was like, maybe I can make this happen. Maybe we could go wrap around, and they just completely ignore him.
Oh,
And
you
T1 are
try
not
playing this
overextending,
game.
They're not making any mistakes this
But
time.
I'm not that good
And
at this game as well,
remember
actually.
game
But I like
2,
watching
KT
like
had
the
some
competitive
advantages,
games.
and then
Like,
they lost all of them.
you know, like
There were
good
2
people
Baron
playing the
steals
game.
from Faker. And then T1
and people who
essentially
play
lost in
for their
overextension.
livelihood. You know?
It's those types of moments where you're like, is KT gonna win this series? And then you realize it
People
was
who
really
play to make
KT
money
didn't get this
are
opportunity.
usually
to
people
punish.
that are good at
Like
the
T1 was
game.
probably never gonna lose game 2, right? And then you look at this and you see T1 are just playing it very safe, very slow around their advantages, and you wonder.
And
what sort
yeah,
of
I just
choice
like
KT can make
commentate
in
a
this
little
game
bit, like
to
just
even it up. How much
just for fun, you
proactivity
know.
is there even that they could potentially
I
do?
still mainly
So
gonna
point
do Genshin content,
T1, the
but
Drake
if
spawns
there's
at
like a
25.
game that's,
Look at the amount
I
of
mean like
distance
what do
between
you call
KT
it?
and
If
the
it's
Drake
like a
itself, they have to push
semi-finals
through
or a
clear.
finals, I will watch it.
Blue buff to Keria.
I mean, I will
I
stream
guess
it.
it makes sense. I think
Semi-finals,
Honor also already
finals,
has
grand
one, so-
finals.
Like, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
it's like right now is
Might as well.
I forgot what you
And
call it. It's-
KT will not contest the Drake. It
This
looks
game is like
Just gonna simply defend
quarterfinals?
here and hope
I
for
would
maybe
say
an
it's-
Elder Foot
it's a
fight.
quarterfinal
BDD
right
doesn't
now.
have his death cap yet. That's pretty essential.
So yeah,
for these
I'm
late game
streaming it
fights.
right now. I think the semi-final
This
is
time
in
you
like
don't even have like the Felios
3 to 4
angle,
days. Usually the
potentially.
final
You
is
have
on a
Faker
Sunday,
again,
but it's not tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. I think it's next week.
into Single Mountain Drake, but it's also Cassante and
Yo.
Deadly Sand. So you're not really going to be dealing 2 damage to the top side of the map at least. We'll have some opportunities to the
Now, this
others.
is why I said like Lee Sin does not counter Vega.
I don't remember if it was Trinity Force.
If you can go out-
Cleaver for Zeus
Yep, look
last
at this.
game, or if it was the Sunburst,
Why is
but
he
either
out
way,
so outside
Nagar is a
alone,
frontline
man? Everyone's
champion that
gunning
can be
for him
punished
right now.
by Jax very well. So we're gonna watch BDD get caught one more time. Flashes, but still is taken out. But this time it's a Cassante, like you're saying. How much armor does he have? You know, I'm personally trying to look away. So the Jax can't actually.
Hide your eyes.
If Lehens hits a Solar Flare and a Zenith Blade on the Cassante's ass, it's
Game
like,
is
yeah, okay,
over,
cool
dog.
story, though. You know, it's not the same type of game where maybe you pick
Do
Zeus
you really
on
want
the
to
star
hook
at the
into
beginning of
that?
the team
I
fight.
saw
The
you.
frontline is
I
just
saw
too
Lance
great
hook into that, bro.
this time around for the same type of pick to work with the Jax here in game 3.
Oh,
Let's see if they have some big
feels
potential.
bad.
KT gonna send it. Let's see how it
Flash.
goes. As Cassante just in the box, but doesn't really care too much. Faker threatening from
KT
the
cannot
right side,
do
has
much
level
right this
17.
game already.
And he will
It's
just be
far
able to
too
hop
late
away whenever put under any pressure.
Buzz here just trying to help defend, trying to push out the enemy's support as the siege continues here. And it's just the kind of game that feels so painful to watch if you're a KT fan. You know, you're watching this, you're like,
they're slowly getting choked out. It's gonna end soon.
Alright, little pick now onto the Cassante. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. The ultimate from the
shit, I didn't see how he died. God dang. I was looking at the comments. I was looking at the chat.
Zeus has TP, and there's no objective for KT to take during the interim here. So a bit of an overextension from the top laner here, and is unable to get through.
I'll be streaming the finals for sure. I'll be watching the finals.
Into it, and is blown up. But it's still, it buys you time as
tomorrow,
KT.
I will stream tomorrow.
The more frustrated you become.
Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Maybe a little bit was...
everybody's getting caught.
Underestimation, as... Yeah, he was gone.
Final should be next Sunday.
Trying to get out, but
should be next
Sunday. The potential of Shirley's
and T1 should be there.
We talked about Zeus.
T1 is like the best team right now.
The objective can't be taken before he's up. He's respawning here.
T1.
Complete map control. Naming is not really going to be here for the contest of that Baron if it is done right away. KT have to fight through so much, and T1 doesn't even.
I'm only streaming T1's game, but it's most likely they will get to the grand finals anyway.
There's the TP itself.
Yeah, another TP comes in, and T1, they don't want to waste
and
too much
I'm
time
streaming them because I'll say they have the most fun in their games. Even if I'm watching the game, right, I don't want it to be like the boring teams. Even if they're first place doesn't mean that games are fun, you know. If they get first place without doing anything, then I won't be watching them anyway. Oof, they got stunned.
Yeah, just taken out, chained.
But they're the best team and they're the most fun team to watch. So I will be streaming their games in the playoffs. Another game I will be streaming is
the long range engagement.
It should be 2 more streams. Oh god. Oh, Keria, let's go. Oh, they are. Oh, gaming is dead. Yeah, he's gone. Zeus and Rakan destroyed them. Zeus and Keria. That's why I wanted to say. Then final engage.
T1 going to match point here in this third game, it looks like, as there is just no recourse against this big of a lead. It's 12,000 gold here at 30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
KT fell behind early.
I think there will be one more game left. I'm just chilling here for now too. I'm not doing any like challenges.
3 early kills and pushes that advantage across the rift. So many near victories for KT in the early game. So many skirmishes.
Okay, the game ended. It's a toilet break for 5 minutes. I'll be.
5%.
I'll be. I got a
P2. In terms of damage, in terms of positioning, and when you're playing at this level,
inactivated.
Close just isn't good enough. Almost killing someone isn't going to get you that 300 gold. And T1 stomping once again for the second time in this series.
Yeah, they get the job done, as I think G-Sun is letting me know that Cassante had 236 armor.
I didn't want to know!
For that.
Why didn't you just send him a private message?
Oh, it's Yundo. Thank you, Yundo. Yeah. At the end of it, didn't really matter. It was a team victory, and, you know, sometimes you don't want the gold to be on your Lee Sin, but when it's owner on Lee Sin, I guess you just do.
Yeah.
So he got, like, an early whip, and he just went to town on every single lane. It was really rough.
The early whip, and he was just hitting those E's, doing tons of damage, getting the slows. Cuz fell behind early because of it. He out-damages Gumayusi in this game on the Xayah. That's how much of an impact he made. And unfortunately, Keen, this time on the Jax, he's shut down, picking up the rare loss on what has been one of his most successful, I'd say his most successful champion this season.
Yeah, and that was his R5 counter pick, so now, as KT, I guess you go back to blue side and hope you can get something going like game number 2. Otherwise, this Mun might be in the bag. T1 looking scary in that last one. But guys, we will take a break and be back for game 4.
Ooh, I'm back. Ooh. Oh, bye for now. Oh wait, bye. Oh wait. Okay, you. Okay. Now for now, I'm just gonna be chilling too. Waiting for game 4. Game 4 is. Let me look at the last engage again.
따먹을게. 빨린다.
Look at Keria, bro.
앞으로 빨릴게 앞으로.
Oof.
와버려. 좋은데.
Oof. Nice.
얘는 좋긴 해. 덱 잡았지.
Look at Kasante, bro.
걔다 잡았어. 이 사람이 죽으면 끝. 미드.
재미없게 끝났어.
컷도 되고.
이거라도 잡을게.
나이스. 카사디. 아까.
Window cap. Okay, I'll be playing this game right now.
아 오랜만에 들어가지고 너무 신난데 이거.
Dendro 5-star. Okay, to confirm, we can pick a Dendro. Another Dendro cap. I'll pick Dendro Traveler.
잘하다.
나이스.
There's one guy that's actually 5-star Dendro. Medium size.
Emilio is a playful enchanter
I think
support
he
that
died.
brings warm, fuzzy feelings wherever he goes.
Ooh,
He's mastered
really
a
is.
form of fire magic that can heal instead of hurt, creating the adorable Fuimigos from his eternal flame. Now he's off to Ishtal's capital to pass the ultimate test of greatness, making his beloved family proud.
I'll pick Klee.
Welcome to
Woo!
the Emilio Champion Spotlight.
Come on, Fuimigos. We got a lot of work to do.
Nope.
Emilio's passive, Fired Up, gives his friends a little extra fuel. When Emilio's abilities touch an allied champion, their next attack
I wanna
or
pick
ability
another
will deal bonus damage, scaling with
Catalyst
attack
though.
damage. The target enemy will also burn
Let's
for a
pick
few
Kokomi
seconds.
then.
The burn doesn't stack, so reigniting it will just refresh the duration.
What?
Emilio wants to be the very best, but
No
always has
one
time to
ever
fun.
was.
His Q Ultra Mega Fire Kick launches a ball of flame that knocks back an enemy. If it
Yeah, I
hits
already
the ball,
read about
behind
Emilio
them, it
anyway.
explodes, dealing damage and slowing in an area. The ball bounces extra far when it hits minions or monsters. Line it up when you're sure to score a goal.
Nyan. Yeah.
Cast
Oh,
Emilio's W, Cozy Campfire, to create a zone that follows the closest teammate. The zone heals over time and applies Emilio's passive every few seconds. It also boosts ally
Catalyst.
attack range for percent of their current range, increasing with ability level.
What?
These effects apply to all allied champions in the area, so gather around the campfire, no song required. Recast ability to have the zone follow someone else. Emilio loves to help others and makes new friends wherever he goes. Use his E, Warm Hugs, to protect an ally, granting a shield and move speed. Warm Hugs holds 2 charges, so the Fuimigos can spread the love or stack it up.
My fire might look scary, but don't worry. It's totally safe.
Emilio's ultimate, Breath of Life, unleashes purifying flames. Allies in the area are healed and cleansed, removing any crowd control effect except for airborne. Allies will also gain tenacity for
It's
a
a
few seconds
4-star
You're welcome.
Catalyst.
In lane,
Lisa?
Billy wants to play safe and bide his time for team fights, but he does have some poke jewels in his backpack. His range is short, but the move speed
What's
from
this
Warm Hugs
cringe?
will keep you safe when you run up an auto. Ultra Mega Fire Kick will bounce on hit, so catch enemies
4-star.
behind minion waves. Score consistently, and you'll drive your opponents un poco loco.
We did it. Yeah.
All of Emilio's abilities apply Fired Up when they touch allies, and those empowered attacks can run surprisingly hot. Cozy Campfire grants Fired Up 3 times over its duration. Weave in 2 casts of Warm Hugs, and you'll get up to 5 passive procs on a single ally. Try this out in 2v2 fights to make
5
sparks
passive
fly.
procs.
Emilio is fast and hard to lock down, but he's squishy, and the knockback on Ultra Mega Fire Kick is his only peel tool. If you waste it, Emilio's out of gas against any assassins or other divers. It's also single target, so groups of enemies can quickly burn him out. And remember, you can't cast your ultimate while you're affected by hard crowd control. Milio's flame may be eternal, but stay out of reach or you'll be quickly extinguished.
But I want to help my family.
In the late game, Milio's teamfighting powers really flare up. Stick with a group of allies to catch the most smoke for your fire.
I'm just warming up. Get it?
Yan Fei.
Cozy Campfire is great for healing all your friends, and at higher levels, the attack range boost shines even brighter. Use it to grant massive buffs across multiple teammates, whether you're torching turrets or late-game objectives.
I'm pretty strong. I've been training, like, all day.
With Breath of Life, there's no waiting on a miracle. Its area
What?
of effect cleanse can turn any fight. Cast it in a pinch, and you'll be out of there before you can say, Flamey-O! The bonus nasty will also help keep your team out of the frying pan.
Tag, you're it.
Emilio can't wait to share his Fuemigos with new amigos. So what are you waiting for? Pick them up and they'll be sure to warm your heart. Join the gentle flame on his adventure at the links below.
Let's go, amigos.
Links below. No.
We will.
Kazuha.
Finally.
No, not Kazuha.
Faker has these big games.
Sucrose, not sucrose.
What an impressive
Let me take the Wanderer. Wanderer? It's not one. What? What other 4-star medium-sized catalysts are there? It's not.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. Yes, that's Tony and Chronicler doing some stuff. Thank you, Freak, for also taking us through Emilio with that champion spotlight there as well. And we are now into game number 4. T1, you can see I'm avoiding talking about the game a little bit there because honestly,
nothing happened.
There was not a lot to talk about after Ona just dominated that early game.
This was us asking for game number 5, which after that game, I don't know how likely it is. So the only thing that I really want to note, because there were a lot of similarities to the previous draft, was this Cassadin. Reason why it's yellow for me is because I think that T1 really look at their best, and we even saw some glimpses of it, but both bot and top were one too hard, and jungle most notably, which snowballed everything else.
Yeah.
When Faker actually has agency, and I think the Cassadin in isolation is good into the Veigar for obvious reasons. You can skill alongside him. But you kind of knew that Jax was coming, didn't end up being a factor, and I think that I just like to see Faker on something which he can
we're done with this. We can
None
go
of that matters because,
game.
as you point out, that B1 Lee was something that I was worried about because of Varus, but it was okay.
Yeah, I mean, because I think KT pick up the support Leona. Like, it's really hard to snowball into Zyra Khan, especially. I think if you pick the Varus, you have to focus on the... no matter what, you have to focus on snowball.
Yeah.
And especially against the Zyra Khan, they scale better, the team fights better. The T1, the biggest difference between game 1, like the previous game and this game was they were team fightable at least with this comp.
And I think we saw it as well. If I remember correctly, we actually saw KT hover like Heimer as well.
Yeah.
Like Heimer and Karma to me would have made a lot more sense because it actually allows you to utilize the aggressive pressure that the Varus can have.
I like the idea of a Renata in that spot also against the Rakan. Feels pretty nice. But let's jump into our first highlight here where Ona really started to get the work done. And it looked kind of okay for KT, but first blood going over to T1 and then the following up kill. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, I mean, you have to know this is where the SK. You have to know that T1 is actually closer to the. This is a T1 jungle side, so it's also they're winning bottom. So Rakan move faster, and you know it's the game. Game's honestly kind of over.
And we saw in the previous game, we talked about Faker. Owner is something very similar, where if Owner doesn't have a good game, we often see T1 struggle in the mid to late game because he's responsible for so much of the playmaking that this team does. And that also works the other way.
The red buff helps kill
Owner
it
gets
faster.
fed, you don't
Nice
get to
exhaust
play
by
the game if you're
Faker.
playing against him. Like, he will take a lead and completely remember. Nicely done by Faker. Good bait, right? Has the exhaust ready, is casted in, so has the extra MR, has the Merc treads rather, and then yeah.
I mean, especially if you're playing lead, when you're ahead, you can actually
do anything.
You can just go anywhere. You will be getting something.
Yeah, and it was absolutely fantastic for Zeus there as well, because it was never at this point where the Cassante wasn't able to do enough and claim relevance. We've seen in a lot of our previous best of fives over the last couple of weeks, Cassante struggled to find relevance, and Zeus this time, yeah, had some oopsies in positioning and things like that, but otherwise the lane was absolutely fine.
And what I really want to highlight as well is that this was very reminiscent of game number 1. I don't think it was as much of a stun because the matchups worked a little different, right? Zyrocon are never going to punish the same way.
Yeah.
But it's still something that you're going to be worried about for KT, and hopefully on blue side they can try and find lanes that make better use, because the early game has been fairly T1 favored in most of the games.
And let's go into our next highlight here before we reveal the POG, as Ona is going to pick it up. Never mind, we don't have another highlight. And honestly, we don't need another highlight, because Ona ran the early game, and then, I mean, honestly,
it's a jungle diff.
A Baron that was just taken.
It's one of the jungle diffs of all
and
time.
what we see here is that we did too good a job on our first highlight package for Owner, because it's just going to be the same place. And going into the next game, denying Owner a matchup as strong as this, I think, is going to be key, because I think Cuz has still had a great season, but he needs to be able to match Owner if KT wants to have a shot.
Well, I mean, I think I would say more so like from the KT, like when they actually picked up like Virus, I think they have to also remind themselves like how they actually lost the game 1. Like Faker Faker played the Cassante and they keep diving bottom. Like those kind of play they needed when they actually picked up Virus. That's why Virus is OP, and you gotta get snowball.
Yep, it just didn't quite work out, as I believe it is now time to get into game number 4. See whether the blue side is OP, or whether it's going to be a 3-1 for T1. Let's throw it back to the boys on the cast desk.
Okay,
Thank
game
you,
4.
Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown.
What does
What did
KT
they
do
mean
actually?
by not voting for Owner Wolf? I'm
Does
just
KT
curious.
choose blue side
you know, the
again?
guy who
I
did
think I didn't
pretty
see
much
them pick
everything in
their
the early
sides.
game. He was supported by
Why is that
Keria
bald-headed
and his top laner Ziggs.
player?
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them had
Oh
good
my
games too.
God.
I voted for BDD in the
Nyan.
KT win, which I was the only one who did. But there's people are entitled to their opinions. That's why we have a vote.
Sure. They were all part of the team.
Media, so you know they had their own reasons that
the
do
boss
make
is
sense.
sweating.
If
The
it was
boss is
media,
sweating.
I would be
He's
with
sweating
you.
like
But,
crazy.
look, we have a talented team of people who are very in tune and watching the game very close, and 3 media votes.
Okay, they picked the blue side.
Let's
I
talk about
think
this
they should
KT
really
draft
consider
here,
Caitlyn.
because we're going to the blue side for them again. They were
Amy
able to
doesn't
find
play
success in
Caitlyn, I
game
think.
2. And I think a lot of this is the fact that they have a lot
Feels
more
really
agency
bad,
in terms
though.
of what they could do with their
I
bans.
think I've seen him play
and
Caitlyn
T1
before,
haven't
like
looked
way
as strong
back.
if they're not dominating in the early game in the jungle. And so
It's a jungle
Red Side does
there.
hurt owners' playmaking potential. Let's see what KT have in mind for this one, because I could see basically the same type of draft coming through here a second time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too
Annie
surprised.
again.
As
Wait, technically,
all stuff that we have seen
technically
before
Klee can be
so
Annie.
far. Wonder if any focus will be on that Lee
Probably
Sin
there's
if they
no
get
skin
Cuz
for
to
Annie.
play the Lee Sin here,
No one.
because I'm not sure if you really want to ban it.
I
You
think
could ban it here.
I think that he'll pick Varus, or KT will pick Varus, not for Cuz, of course, but for aiming in the same spot again.
Picking aiming
Now, the Ashe
Varus
ban
for
this time
4
around,
games,
was taken
bro.
away by T1 last time, and as you know, you and I were talking about on the cast when you talked about it, Ashe didn't provide a whole lot for this area.
Why is T1 scared of
To feel in the late
Keria?
game. Looks to be
Oh
a
my
first
God.
pick here. First time T1 are going to give the opportunity for KT to lock this one in. It will, of course, be at the cost of playing into a Caitlyn lane potentially here. Could be
Just
the
pick
Varus lane
Caitlyn
coming
and
from
end
Akuma,
the
so
game.
It is at a heavy cost.
T1, this.
See what T1 decide to
Hear
pick
the
for the
voices in your head.
opportunities they have now on
Pick
the
it,
side.
pick it,
Yeah, I mean, the guys on
destroy
stage were talking about getting a
KT,
better
pick
matchup
it.
for the jungle, and yes,
Lee Sin,
perhaps you
Caitlyn,
should.
do it.
You're still
Lee Sin,
giving
Caitlyn.
owner Lee Sin,
Pick
right?
it, pick
And
it.
I mean,
Hot
they also
mommy
had the
police
opportunity
woman
to
cosplay.
pick Lee Sin third,
Hot mommy.
and go for a really
Oh,
if they wanted to do
fuck's
like
sake.
Varus Caitlyn or something crazy, blind.
What are you
Instead,
doing?
they're just gonna go Lee Sin Rakan. Say this worked in game. This worked in game 3.
I would have much rather seen, instead of a Zeri here, just a Thresh lock in. You know, you can go for something like Thresh
KT
Ahri
need
here.
to pick Zeri
Feel
actually.
really
Don't
confident
feel
in their
like
ability to set up for picks.
don't
and
feel
you
like they can
justify
win with
Ahri.
anything else.
Instead,
Just do
we're
a
gonna
4
go down the Zeri
protect
path
Zeri.
and this is not my first choice here. You're playing this into the Rakan.
No, why would you not pick
So there are some big
Zeri
threats,
Wolf?
not
Are you,
only in the late
what?
phase, obviously, but in team fights here too.
But
At least
T1
that's
can-
the problem you're gonna have to deal with.
They have
Why
Caitlyn
can
or
be very
Varus,
nice
man.
defensively here
I
against
would pick
Rakan lane.
Caitlyn. He's gonna pick Xayah
Many
just because of
different
Rakan's
options, I think, that were
synergy.
much stronger here in terms of setting up
Just
picks
Xayah, bro.
and beating T1
Pick
in their
it.
own
Ah,
game.
goddamn.
So they're going to use this time.
I
They
mean,
wanna
it's
go off into Xayah.
fine.
They want to use this
It's
time to
like,
think about
huh?
bans. Unless there's something special.
Guma, what you doing?
Yeah, I don't think
It's
so.
a lot of like sly sideways glances and other things that weren't Xayah that were being said. So
You just pick it for the
maybe you're even
synergy, though,
considering
huh?
picking for mid and
It's
maybe
fine,
just pick
actually.
some other random AD carry and try to get through it. But I think want to get something for the bottom lane. The Rakan has a lot of power together.
And KT, I think, picked the Zeri here because when they see the Rakan, they're like, all right, well, this is going to be a Rakan Xayah lane, so we feel safe.
Veigar?
You never want to pick
I
Zeri
don't
when
think
Caitlyn's
Veigar
up.
was the
And it
problem.
felt like maybe T1 was concerned, like, dude, we play Caitlyn. or
Veigar
Rakan,
is a
really
problem
safe,
for
but maybe
Faker, but not for the whole
maybe that was something
team.
that was being
It's just like a
considered.
laning
They're mostly
problem.
talking about the second ban.
I feel like Veigar doesn't do anything
Veigar.
late game.
See the little block taken away from Faker once again. This time the Talia is banned.
Blanc
Talked
ban
about it
again. What the
previously
hell?
how it was left open and they prioritized the Veigar. This time both are now removed from BDD. It's best champions.
Go
towards the end of the
for...
season.
I will
Vizier
bang.
nerfed so heavily.
Yeah.
Not off
Just pick
the
Gragas
guy.
for
Yeah.
Faker
Scott.
T1 to just ban.
It's been a while.
So you see what they
since hasn't
banned.
been Vizier relevant every game. Like
When are we gonna have Corki picked into Veigar? That's my question.
If I think KT can
Anyway,
ban Cassante
Lissandra.
actually.
Gonna also
Shantae,
be also maybe
Shantae,
leaning towards
Shantae
the
to
Ahri
Shantae.
Lee Sin combo here.
Shantae.
it's very tricky here for KT. It feels like this is a trap. T1 are just trying to play like Gragas or something, and they're banning Lissandra to bait out an Ahri pick here. Because the other picks that are super strong here, the Cassante is still open.
Yeah,
Shantae.
And like, this is basically just saying let's trade bans because I want the Cassante. We have pick prio here on red side, and we're still
Gragas
gonna
for
have counter pick.
Cassante.
Could also just wait and try to get an R again for Zeus.
No,
a little bit scary
it's
with
fine.
Jax available. But if you pick it on R5 and maybe Keen doesn't feel comfortable blinding Jax, could be another look.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is going to be that Gnar.
Or you just pick it.
Yeah.
Just pick Jax Cassante. Jax
Sweet control connected,
Cassante.
that's
Jax
also
Shante.
available.
Jax
But I
Shante.
don't think you want to be playing
Jack
connected into
Shantae.
this. You have to play around topside with this Vi. Okay, we're doing Twisted Fate
Twisted,
again. This
Twisted
time,
Shante.
you know, again, the
Twisted
Gnar on the front
Jax,
line, that's
okay.
not a pick that is going to live through, and they're actually just going to run back the Jax. The Cassante, I think, is so much safer here because of this angle, because the tankiness is so high. Your Xayah can survive. You have great turn with the Rakan, too, and the Gnar, if the Gnar survives long enough. But the Cassante is going to always make it through. This is that Gragas I was talking about. They just want to be able to survive through.
No.
Ooh, going to match the Twisted Fate.
Galio's-
The old response. Faker has played this so many times. It reminds you of the MSI 2022 where Faker and Xiaohu were constantly playing these roaming mids. The Galio in particular really stood out. And it's a pick that Faker is so famous for because his decision making is so good on the champion.
Not really.
And it does provide another frontliner here, pretty much. Obviously, Galio doesn't really build a tank, but at least another thick body in the front. So
I'm
that
not
Zayah
sure
can do
about
some decent
Galio.
damage. Maybe Gnar can chip away. They don't have a huge amount of damage in this composition, but they do have insane team
Well,
fighting
I mean, Faker's
and
playing
lockdown
better
and,
recently,
like
so I
multi-man CC,
maybe he will be better on
with
Galio. Because I feel like Galio's a big pick for
Rakan
Faker.
alone, not to mention the Gnar.
Faker's not that good on
Yeah.
It's going to
Galio,
be
in
pretty
my
insane if they can
opinion.
get some of those fights going on their terms.
I do think KT need to have somewhat of a lead going into the mid to late game if they're going to have a chance. I said that though.
Is
in
that
game
Hooney's
2.
brother?
It's KT fans. It's KT, you can do it. Let's go to 5 games. Silver Scrapes.
Silver
Let's
Scrapes.
go. But I think that they can do it with this comp. My biggest problem, the biggest hurdle for them is you mentioned the additional front line with the Galio. It's also great at taunting up anybody who's trying to hard engage. But the Xayah, that's just so difficult to kill. The Zeri they were able to lock down last time. This time the Xayah could just ult back. Flashing Cleanse makes it so difficult to lock down this champion that's fantastic at choke points. And Guma will have a lot more freedom this time around.
I love the response fan signs. They say KT was the right choice. Let's go to the 3-1. And maybe that's what we have on our hands here, Wolf. We do have a series. It's not a 3-0, but T1 looked pretty dominant in that last game. I'm very curious to see if KT can step up to the plate here in game number 4. Let's hop onto the rims.
The rank Galio skin too.
The one that is not a skin?
Yes.
I'm partial to the chicken.
Not if it's Faker though.
Not if it's Faker, obviously.
But yes, otherwise the BBQ chicken one that's not affiliated with BBQ in any way is my favorite.
Uh-huh. They are one of our sponsors, at least. Knock up here on Amy, who is going to Ghost. So a little bit of fun level 1 shenanigans, as now even another Ghost is going to be used here by Guma. They just want to get out of here.
Yeah, and they will be able to.
Keria, never mind, goes over the wall again. As Ignite going to be used. Flash away, Keria extremely low. But trading Ignite
Lulu's
for
like really
Flash
low
on Lulu, that's pretty good, I would say.
mobility.
Yeah, just so scared of the Galio re-engage there, they don't actually push the issue any further. So a flash is expended here by Legends. I feel really good about this. I mean, it's ghosts on both sides. Now, Keria taking some additional damage, of course, so there is a little bit of pressure
might
here.
win this game.
But
I feel like I don't want to see them win this game.
This is a very early level 2 gang coming through.
Oh.
Legends doesn't obviously have polymorph.
Owner has Q.
They realize too, they see Keria and Guma coming and they're like, you know what? This is actually going to hurt Owner's early game.
Okay, not going to stop the back, but it's really just playing with fire there.
Is that very sus?
To bot.
Among Us
Not
potion.
every day, but with no flash in left. May have worked out, did not.
Wow. Only 13 times this matchup. It feels like so much more.
In the LCK.
Yeah.
Outside of the LCK, as you were mentioning, definitely have seen this quite a lot.
Yeah, LPL in particular loves both of these champions.
And internationals.
Yeah, international events, we have seen it a lot. As it has been one of the ways that when we saw LCK and LPL dominance for so
picking
long,
the
macro for both the
blue
so much further ahead, I think, than the rest of the world.
I'm not really sure
Just
what
allows
to
you make
pick.
those plays
What's the best
without really
jungle
showing
item
too
right
much.
now?
Draft-wise, even when these
feel like
champs
most
weren't
people are
meta,
picking
they would
blue
pick
or
by
green.
Korean and
I don't
Chinese
see
teams
red that
because
much.
it's just a way to get ahead early and snowball and win early group stage games. We saw it a lot. As crisis averted here, you know, Legends had no flash. Owner came down, but what he sacrificed, as you guys can see, in terms of the jungle farm here, is quite significant in terms of timings. It's going to hurt his ability to follow up, and makes Cuz's opportunities a little bit stronger here, especially.
I don't think Lisi's a level 2 ganker.
He's coming over here at level 4. Gonna be able to get the scuttle.
Oh, you only have
Yeah, I
Q.
think anyway,
How do you
Owner-
even?
I mean, yeah, they both don't have flash.
No
Owner is
smite.
down a level. So it's going to clear out the ward and probably just go to bottom scuttle.
Yeah. Thought for a moment the Owner did have his smite. I was worried, but he didn't.
And prey on bot, so this should be pretty free. Just going to take this one down.
It's not going to be the end of the world for Owner, but it's definitely a different look than game 1, obviously, where he made an impact very early on in the game.
chill.
Started to snowball. Not going to happen this time.
Or game 3, where he got very far ahead.
Yeah. That
Little
is,
tempo.
certainly the bigger of the gaps we saw.
The Cull versus Cull start in the bottom lane. That's we've entered a new era of bottom laning.
Yeah.
Everyone's buying a Cull nowadays.
Reminds you of the old Jinx of Felios days.
Now it's just Zeri. She's a newer champion.
Zeri and lane opponent that isn't Lucian or Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Or Varus.
They still got the cannon.
Keen just playing this passively. Trying to see us under turret. BAD being annoying. Nice sidestep. Actually going to be a really good trade. We mentioned this earlier, the 3-0 for the Twisted Fate in the champion stats was all PT. Now he won game 2. In this best of 5, he's 4-0. on the champion.
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
the only player, of course, who's played it in LCK this season.
Man, if only Showmaker knew about
There was
this
the one free
instead of
game
picking
where he played
freaking
against a
Keria
Falcon, but he
every
actually
damn
played that
game.
Yeah,
I
was gonna say, I don't know.
Immensely well.
God.
I think, I was gonna say that's a little bit mean to say to call that one a freebie game. That was a really tough one.
I mean, he played it really well, but that matchup was just like,
Among Us.
oh, you just save my ultimate, and then Akali doesn't get to play the game. Especially if you're ahead, which he helped get there.
Very sus.
Here is Cuz. Gonna get a little bit of damage on the Zeus. Could actually
Oh.
try to get...
Flash.
Ooh. There
It
a
was
chance
worth it
like
in my
if
opinion.
Flash is in there maybe, but Zeus just flashes away, and then maybe you're stuck on their turret, so... A little bit scary there.
Still feels amazing, actually, to push this Gnar out. I mean, Keen wasn't super high health or anything like that, but now he's going to be able to
Ooh,
crash
I
this
feel
wave,
like
and
it
he's gonna
would
get a
have been
teleport
worth it. It was first
at
blood.
least, and Keen should be able to come back with teleport
Ooh.
advantage himself, so it does feel like a
Yeah, Lee
huge
Sin
success
wasn't
here
close.
for Cuz on the top side of the map. So he is teleporting back in, as you guys can see. Faker doing the same, has his Lucidity boots, as we are headed for a fast Rod of Ages here.
Rod of
VDD. Keria wants to find an angle here so badly, but Flash is just now coming up for Legends.
Yeah.
So missed his window to punish here. You feel great as the Zeri lane.
Just hanging out.
And just
Double call.
scale, man. Just scale.
Yep.
Farming the waves as you do.
Oh!
Then you just face check the brush, and now Lehen's gonna have to flash off cooldown. So probably not the look you were looking for.
At least
like, I got my flash
the
back,
hands
space check.
flashes
Holy
just
shit.
came back on cooldown.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it felt. As owner, now getting in there on the Cuz, who is just not fighting this.
VDD has ult. He's not gonna commit.
Yeah. Keria was roaming up from the bottom.
You,
side.
why were you out when you're like 2 seconds
Taking
away?
A lot of looks up here to the top lane. Definitely
not a
does
good
matter
out,
specifically
bro.
the last time this matchup did go earlier in the series. We want to see how this time it will go.
And the farm lead that Cuz had early just kind of faded
Yeah,
away. a
freaking
little bit.
armor
Still
boots.
significant. The
Too
advantage he
broken
has is
on-
so crazy as we say this owner is going to
Freaking
come to
nah,
buff
man.
away. Aiming going to help Cuz to get these Krugs. But the gold
They
lead
should,
that
like,
you see
reduce
until
the
that moment for KT
damage.
was mostly just
Oh
as we
my
have paused.
God.
We talked about this a lot.
I mean, they
Twisted
should
Fate
remove,
Boss,
reduce the damage taken from ranged champions.
Now-
I mean, on ranged units when you
We
use
are
armor
having a
boots.
Drake group up here in live, and
My
the
God, I hope nothing's going
Twisted
on.
Fate is pathing top side, but could of course just go back towards the bottom side and contest. So
Hey, Wolf,
yeah,
last time these two teams went to 5 games in a best of 5, just got the update from Gahan. 2017 summer, round 2
Yeah.
playoffs.
okay.
It was a reverse sweep from SKT. They took 3-2.
Yeah. And of course, the
Ah.
following year was the last time these two teams played against each other in a
these
best of
people.
5. Arguably T1's worst year in League of Legends in 2018, and KT was able to take that victory and go on to win, score a title. So.
So apparently Keria was not feeling well, but he's feeling much better now, so should be able to get back on the road here in just a moment.
Yeah.
It happens, you know, there's a lot of stress, so.
There have been, you know, it's very rare, but there have been some like minor health issue pauses that we've had over the years. We're gonna make
What?
sure Keria does not end up, you know, straight up like he might actually be sick, and he says he's feeling better. That's the update we got, but he might actually have like, you know, a stomach thing, and he's like trying to hold it in. You know what I mean? Like that's everybody's played a game where you really need to go. You know what I mean?
Just go take a
I know
shit
what you
right
meant
now,
by
bro.
that.
And, you know, maybe he's also in that type of situation, so really frustrating to play through. Kuve famously taking a bathroom break in a SPO TV game back in the day.
Yeah, that meta was not very forgiving for those types of issues when every game was like 55 minutes. Fun times. Here comes the Destiny Gate. As
Oh,
they are looking
boy.
to collapse hardcore, but in they go a little bit too deep. Faker with the zoning ult. 3-man taunt as he's just trying to help his team kill Cuz, and that he will. Now the turn comes in. Cuz will go down.
Everybody's really low here against the Zeri, though.
Now the Zeri coming in, another double
Oof,
knock.
they're all low,
Super
man.
low, Faker super low, and now we do have level 6 for Guma. He's trying to turn it around, but so
Oh.
the side of KT. KT.
Nice
Because it's
misfortune.
so hyped, man. Because he knows this fight is won by KT. They take 1,000 gold to lead
Misfortune,
now.
I mean Twisted
Jeremy
Fate.
picks up a
Nice
kill,
Twisted
2
Fate.
kills
You
for
stun like 3
BDD,
people.
And suddenly this game is totally opened up. Yeah, you got the Drake as T1, and Keria had some really heroic engages there to actually save them. Plus the triple taunt you mentioned from Faker. If that doesn't happen, plus the knock.
Oh boy.
Keen's looking for it. As Flash has to be used from Zeus.
Oh my god.
One more Q could do it. He's not gonna continue forward.
Oh man. Also, the heads is coming up now.
The Lulu gank.
I mean, he might go for it here. There's no flash, of course. It's going to be really tough. It looks like they're just going to start up the Rift Herald instead.
That's why you need to take that shot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, for a display. That way you can get over the wall.
Keen's going to get some honey fruit here, and actually it's going to be fine. They don't actually commit to the Herald just yet.
Guma's gonna get
grab
played.
the plate here, bottom
It's
side.
nice.
Well, watch the heroics
I actually want to
here,
see
because
it. Forgot what's
Xenobeam
going
hits
on.
only Keria, and then the wall ride here from aiming is great. Faker ults here.
Cuz-
but it's not
cuz
high
like baited
value.
3
He
of
has
them.
to get the triple taunt to prevent everybody from chasing, and Cuz, he's clapping and laughing after this play because his sacrifice here pulls T1 to the left side of this fight where there's no retreat. Keria is just, again, trying to buy
Almost.
time. This Glacial Augment here, slows coming through.
Oh, damn.
But Amy
son.
picks up kills, BDD's picking up kills, the whole T1 comp falls apart. Double kill here for BDD, and then top side they get a flash. The play happens subsequently.
Wait, did they get the
So
rift?
KT with a lot of
Not
map
really.
control right now. As mentioned, 1,000 gold to lead.
That's a great start for them.
No, damn,
T1
nice.
did get the Hextech Drake, which should be mentioned, but the kills and the golds here to get so many of these early items like the rod to finish super early for BDD is pretty massive. So we'll see if they can roll this lead into a bit more, as Owner is just like, yeah, now that we lost a fight, I'm just going to take the Rift Herald. But I don't think you can quite do that.
They have Narvar
Nope.
and Faker's ults coming back up, so that plus Keria's roam here, you know, it's not all bad, but they decide to back away, and this is the problem down here, is Lehens and Aiming are still here, so they're going to try to push this. You don't have your AD carry, and even with Faker's ultimate, very difficult fight to take, and they're going to give this up. Faker at least going to get a demolish here, take that plate gold. So this should be the Rift Herald going over, and you have to be so careful as Zeus.
All dues and
what?
Keria was very much on the edge and was trying to
Nice
follow up
Lulu
something
out,
there,
actually.
Owners got kicked, so maybe they could have made something happen. Not meant to be.
It's going to be the Herald, and this is what I was talking about. Zeus, man, you have no flash. He's got ult.
Uh-oh, Zeus is in so much trouble. Gold card comes in. The Q should be...
Oh, nice,
shot
nice,
the
nice.
Off, and they give that kill
Nice.
to BDD. As now
Vi
it's
out.
3-0.
Yeah, and Keen's not going to be the only one who loses out
I
here
don't
because
think they-
he lost the kill.
they
He's
wanna
not
ban
gonna
Miss
lose
for-
out on everything,
Twist
so
of
he's going to
Fate.
be able to pick up this plate gold here with the crash coming through. So lots of money to the Jacks anyways. Aiming's picked up a shield bow here at 11 minutes because of the gold he's already gotten. His gold completed.
Well, Faker
And
screwed
KT
up a bit.
a massive advantage here now. Man, these are the types of moments where you got to be communicating better, and this is weird to say about T1, right? Because they know that the Vi is on the Herald. You have no flash. As Zeus here, you're up in the lane as the wave has been manipulated against you. And this is just
Another top
unfortunately
carry
super
for
greedy
KT
from
to
Zeus
win.
here. Yeah, you don't want to give up the whole wave because the wave is pushing. Perhaps trying to get
Whoa,
a bounce
that
off
was a
there.
nice timing
But
on the
Keeps
Vi
letting
out.
the wave go through so they can come over here and get this kill. Vi has ult.
Cuz,
Faker's nowhere nearby, and
Yeah.
this really hurts. I mean, now you have a fed Twisted Fate, which is not the scariest thing, but the Jack's getting all that plate gold surely is.
Yeah, you know, just if he doesn't do too much damage, but getting some of those big items early, you know, an early Lich Beam could really help him with that extra gold he's got. He could also go for the RFC that he did in the last game to help just get more pick potential. Speaking of which, looking for this now as Faker is here with the counter ultimate. Owner going in, they're trying to burst down the Vi. Do they have enough damage? The Q from Faker goes on a BDD, not up to Cuz, as now he's in some trouble. It's 2v2. Looks like it should
Ooh.
be KT as Cuz will survive. They're looking to take down Owner, but he's going to get the execute. And maybe now he's going to turn it around. Somehow,
Oh, my God.
BDD flashes and gets away with it.
Woo.
How did he manage
Wait, how did Lee Sin get burnt out?
Makes it happen. The ult comes through from Guma.
Oh my
He's
God,
not able to
there's
get this. Owner played that
so
so
many
well, but the Q
misplays.
misses. BDD is able to get away.
BDD.
4 kills now on this Twisted Fate. He's 4-0
BBB,
on
boys.
100% kill contribution. And down here in the bottom lane, Aiming is picking up plates. And T1 just like that, man. 3,000 gold behind. And this is
Oh
wild.
my God.
So we're seeing here these early skirmishes is so heavily going into their favor. The
Wait,
kill missing from Faker. You mentioned
Guma
it.
had Gale Force? He did.
Well, watch this fight one more time. BDD
Did
is up
Guma
3
had Gale
levels
Force
here. He's
that
gonna vibe.
last phase?
Faker's over here. Ults in. And the ult does not really hit. The taunt comes through. He has the Everfrost. The Q not going to hit the buy at all. The owner's like, maybe I come back over here and help this. BDD, of course, takes up a lot of this damage. Has the stopwatch here. An owner gets the execute, but it misses this follow-up Q.
I think he missed as well.
Yeah.
They did it like.
Oh my god, that last card. Was that a red card?
Really,
or blue card?
Really good play from Lehens. The flash bot throws to make sure he gets out of there. That was actually so well timed.
Guma needed to Gale Force first.
And that force, it gives
If
two
he had a
extra
Gale
plates to
Force.
aiming. Like, this
He
game
was really
is
bad.
off the rails. And it didn't have to be this way, but again, you know, sometimes T1 just, they're like, oh, we're behind, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to outplay them. We're just going to win. We're just going to make these fights ours. But, like, no, like, KT's good enough. They will smack you down if you go a little bit too far, and I feel like we're seeing a little bit of that once again here early on in Game 4.
Now it is Chemtech's ult, so this is pretty huge.
Oh, nice.
Deep, and this is what this comp can do. There is no escape for Guma. He doesn't have ult. He doesn't have flash. Guess what? He used it desperately to try to kill BDD.
Keria here looks like he will survive.
Okay, a little bit of a flank, but Zayus is not a Meganar. He's desperately trying to kill a TF, and he will as Boomerang comes out.
Ooh,
The
Guma.
dash for aiming is pretty huge, though. We might have a second Zeri moment.
I mean
as he
aiming,
makes
not
up 2 more
Guma.
kills.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, and now your team
Aiming.
is down on your Gnar as well, so Zayus doesn't even survive. He's the one who gets the shutdown. That's not who you want to give the gold to, but your AD carry died so early, it doesn't even matter. No one that you wanted to give the shutdown to is
Oof.
going to get it because Guma needs it so desperately, and now Faker desperately trying to defend this turret will not be successful, and aiming is going to pick up that as well. So first turret over to the side
That's
of
the thing
KT,
about Galio,
plus
right? It's like,
amazing
Galio's
team
like
fight.
not that
Shutdown
good,
gold goes
in my
over, but it's
opinion.
to a Gnar.
People think the way to counter Twisted Fate is to pick
He's not going to be an amazing
someone that can
frontline
roll
because
with
consider how
Twisted
ahead the
Fate.
Jax is,
Actually,
how
you
much
need to
gold
pick
he's picked up
something
quickly,
that
of
can
which
push
he
the lane
doesn't
really
have teleport to
fast,
get back to lane, and Keen might actually
so
force
that you
down the
can
top
force the
turret. So
Twisted
could
Fate to be
2 turrets
in
they
lane.
get from this play, and it's all set up from Cuz and BDD here. They lock down Guma Yusi, and he's chain CC'd for so long. There's just nothing he can do. They know he doesn't have ult.
Yeah, and from ahead this comp, I mean, you can be anywhere. As Kane is in a little bit of trouble, does have a counter-strike. They're just cutting him out. Is able to kick him farther away, but it might not matter as Kane should go down. One more auto, and Zays does pick that up. So all of a sudden, you know, Zays with the shutdown and an extra kill, he's beginning to line his pockets a little bit, but it's not nearly as much as this giant TF has at this point.
Yeah.
Not to mention this area.
Remember last time when we had this
Oh my god, it was so close.
You know, think back to game 2. It was only the Zeri that was super fed and the rest of the map. Okay, hold on. Okay, not to actually catch him there. But the rest of the map wasn't really online, and we were like, okay, it's a fed Zeri versus a fed Jax and a Twisted Fate that's doing pretty well. Now you're dealing with a fed Zeri and a fed Twisted Fate and a Jax that, yeah, died here, but has gotten an entire turret worth of plates, so has a lot of money too. And the front line is going to get better here for Zayas, and Keen dies getting said turret. So this is the second turret that goes over. And he almost gets out a nice sidestep on the Q, but ultimately will be kicked, and that is long enough of a stun here for the additional damage to go through. Zayas also getting the kill here. Hyperbron comes over, he has the extra damage, so he picks up 700 plus this kill. So he's going to be relevant
700
in this
gold?
game. But it's still not where you need it to be. The money needs to be on this Aya, or arguably on Faker, because he's going to be a bigger frontline this game.
Yeah, and I remember, you know, in the draft, talking about
I think you should put money on Lee and Zaya, not Galio.
Combo-ness that T1's draft has, but
Lee Sin needs to 1v3 and Guma needs to 1v5.
Doesn't really have to fight team fights.
If you get what I mean.
I think KT can, if they play this well, this game should be
It's
theirs.
freaking game 4.
You know, not to mention, again,
Can't believe there's gonna be a game 5.
You know, they have this Jax that's doing well. They have the TF that's insanely fed,
I actually
which means
think
they
that
should never have the
T1
team
does
fight,
not have a way back into this
I don't
game.
know, I think they're just in a great
It's
spot
the
in this
way
game.
like Down1 used to play, like Down1 Showmakers, Twisted Fate, like slowly destroy you because they have Twisted Fate that can has a freaking 3 second stun.
This one, we are opting into a 5v5 as KT.
Galio there.
Keen here looking for the follow-up.
Might not matter, but will it as the buys get low? They take out the buy! KT went a little bit too fast. And Furious, they do get the 1 kill to T1, but KT still with the lead, and the
That was a
incredibly
really
scary
weird
carries will push T1 away for now.
exchange.
No objective to take or anything like that for another minute here, so Vi will come back up. Zeus trying to frontline set up a Narbar, so the engage is real, and if the follow-up there is not as crisp from T1, if the counter-strike is timed a little
Dragon's
bit better
not up
from Keen
yet.
when they decide to go in there,
They're gonna
things
all
look very
reset.
different. Also, Keria had stopwatch, so you can hard force that. And I think that's what they're looking for here is, yeah, Twisted Fate ultimate comes out, but the kiting is good. Owner's kick is also fantastic, so they buy a lot of space, buy a lot of time for Faker's TP. And now it's hard to force the engage here as KT, because you're walking into a Galio taunt, you're walking into a Keria engage, which is going to happen here on the right side. Keria comes over, and he's not under any threat here of Keen's counter-strike because he has a stopwatch. Keen actually gets out of there. And it's a pick going over onto the Vi, no follow-up. And yeah, all the health bars are low, but KT can't force the way
Okay,
through
reset.
that turret, or mid turret.
Yeah. I think you need a little bit more finesse with this KT comp. You can't just sprint at them, you know? You gotta be careful.
Oh,
You still
Gale
have
Force.
insane amounts of CC. Like, yeah, you are a Vi, and you are ahead, your team's ahead. And
Oh,
that's
nice!
that. They are just going to ham-fist it underneath this turret. Let's see how deep
Whoa.
they can go as Cuz is living, and he will open up 2 kills more for the Zeri.
100% worth, you know? I mean,
Yeah,
you've
this time it
eliminated-
works.
Oh, Galio's
you've
not
eliminated the
here.
carry of your opponent,
Faker
so
was
you're gonna
top
continue
side.
to
I mean
deny
bot
farm.
side.
And there should be a second break going over to KT as
Yep.
well, not the most impactful one. As yeah, owner thinks better of actually taking that Q. And Keen's going to come clear some vision here, and they're going to commit to the
Yeah,
trade.
they,
have
the
enough
tower
damage
is
to
really
do
low.
this.
They
And with
shouldn't
all
have
these turrets
stayed.
down,
They,
they can
it's
just
the
throw
usual
that
dives that
here
T1
without
does,
any
but instead
cost.
it's
Like,
done,
yeah,
it's
you don't
done
have
to
a
them.
jungler, but it doesn't matter
Like,
because
destroy
you
the
have
tower
damage
that's
to
low
do this,
health,
and
and
there's
then
no cross map where your solo
then
laners
gang
need
the-
to be.
gang
There's
the-
actually nothing
when
really
the
to
tower
get
is down.
on the map besides this Drake right now. So now 4,500 the lead here for KT. And it's been such a long time since we've seen
Is this
KT
another
actually
Chem
go
Tech
toe-to-toe
Soul?
with T1 like this in best of fives. They're making it happen. Cuz gets the flank. He's the one who dies last time. They get the ult out of Guma early. He sacrifices himself for aiming to get the double here. And there's nothing Owner and Zeus could do. No Narbar here.
He got a last
They're just
minute
desperately trying
Q.
to hold down the turret. Will defend it, of
Nice
course,
one,
with the cost
Vi.
of the Drake and their AD carry. Those the items here were in a very similar situation to the last time we saw the Zeri for T1. Might actually be 2 items up here if this continues for aiming. He has 6 kills.
He's about to get, you know, his
Quick blades.
Glory Spike at 20 minutes into the game. That is a, we've had multiple Zeri moments in this one. So, see how KT can go with this lead, Cuz waiting in the wings.
Cuz.
And you know what's
doing,
interesting too
Cuz?
about the Twisted Fate, we talk about Twisted Fate doesn't offer you a lot of damage, but in these early skirmishes with the lead he had, the fast rod, and also now this Lich Bane, he does quite a bit of damage, right? And this is the kind of snowbally Twisted Fate that BDD is famous for, where he gets so massively ahead, and it doesn't feel like a waste for the gold to be on him because it's making a huge impact. As you can see, 1,600 ahead, 2,500 ahead is aiming. Quick Blades just hit as we bring this up. And this is going to be T1 now struggling to come back in this game, looking for a pick on the Keen, but even this is greedy. Topside play onto Faker meanwhile.
Yeah, they're making a play up here. Or at least trying to put on more pressure. They, with the ultimate, are able to see that 3 people were hovering bot, so able to just push on in and make something of this.
Keen does not have flash advantage, so he's kind of just sitting here under this turret.
Oof.
Not going to commit anything further.
I kind of like the angle here for Keria. I think that in order for T1 to have a chance to come back in this one, they really need some kind of heroic engage that KT just don't see coming. And like maybe you catch aiming off guard, you burst him down. He does not have cleanse in this game. So if you're charmed, you're knocked up, obviously cleanse wouldn't help there, but if you can
Okay,
chain some
so
stuff.
1v1 boss. I thought Keria was going to have a bot side.
I think there is a way for them to come back, so Keria is going to be looking for those long angles.
Zeus going a bit. Okay, hold on.
Well, I say
Oh.
that, and, now he's in a little bit of trouble as he is going to flash
Oh.
away. And aiming us just frontlining, just going to get kicked away. Faker just
Then the Galio out
desperately
wasn't
trying to
necessary.
join.
So they get a ghost, but otherwise a massive advantage here. Keria has to flash, Faker has to ult here. He does have teleport, of course, but
Zeus
this is
doesn't
huge
have,
on
Mega.
the side of KT Rolster getting that pick. And I was just going to mention, it looked like bottom tower was going to go down, but it does not, in fact. As Keen stepped up too far to Zeus, Zeus did a ton of damage to him, but he's not actually
posturing
successfully
right
able
now.
to take that turret out.
Just clearing vision
T1
for
not even getting
Baron.
that on the bottom side of the map. They're very close to it. Very close isn't good enough. Aiming needs to be very careful not to get caught here. Holding on to this flash is
Now
really
Vori.
important. And we are still a ways away from this next Drake. The Baron is up. T1 are going to force down this mid turret. And they're faster to group for the Baron right now. Zayas does have teleport. I don't think they can start it, but they can definitely start to scare KT. Maybe force a Twisted Fate ultimate out, try to put KT into a compromising position here. I think that's the way you have to play this as T1. Like you said, setting traps like what Keria was looking for. Cost him his flash, but it's a proactive play that gives you an opportunity. If KT
T1 has a really low chance to win
here. Remember,
my
T1
opinion.
are on match point. KT have a massive lead this game, but it's by no means over.
I mean, especially if the game goes pretty late, like you would
It's
probably
like
have to favor the Zeri, but
KT need to run into T1.
we did talk about
But the
wombo
thing is,
combo
KT
ability,
has a
so
team comp that's
see how the
like
fights
can
really
keep
go.
T1 at
I think it's
range.
still going to be difficult for T1 to find good angles.
There's
from
Zeri,
behind,
there's
you know, with lack of vision and
Twisted
all that
Fate,
stuff,
there's
but
Lulu.
let's see, KT were
What
pretty apprehensive
Vi
in
and
game two
Jax
when they won that one,
needs
you
to do
remember,
is
they,
just
like,
protect
kinda got a
the
lead and
back
they're like, okay, you
line.
have a lead. Now let's
Even though they are
let's
not
chill,
tanks.
let's wait. And they gave a lot of time to the Kassadin and the Zeri in that game. As, well, might have another skirmish here on the bottom side of the map as Faker's going into that taunt, but the damage's not quite there. Zay's in a lot of trouble. The gold card hits as everybody is just being run down. Zay is going to go down as well. Another double kill for aiming. Is that his fourth in this game? Because now he's looking for
aiming as a
He has
Zonya.
to stopwatch, but I think he'll be totally fine with that as Faker is going to be food for the Zeri once again. Cool taunt bro, they say, as now aiming is 9-0.
9 kills on the Zeri. It's insane how much he's been able to do. His positioning is so good. That's a Baron play here on the side of KT. Now his owner is alive here, and he is on the flank trying to get some additional information.
They know. And he's looking for him.
Yeah, and there's the trinket. They push him out, and this should be Elysian that is getting out of here, or one way or another.
He's so fast as, yeah, owner's dead.
Yeah, he's just dead.
He is going to get over the wall here.
Oh.
Okay. What? Just,
all right, just focus.
Kill the Baron.
KT focus. Okay, panic.
No, they have lost focus, Wolf.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need to. As they end up losing out the kill onto Owner, he doesn't even have to flash, and nobody's on the same page here in terms of the turn as Rakan is coming over. Watch the positioning, by the way, of aiming in this fight. Is you walk into this one as Zayas, and they think, okay, maybe we win this fight because Counter-Strike's on cooldown. Taunt comes through, aiming dodges that, is able to get through the Everfrost, bolts multiple people here and get this damage over the wall. And he's Zeri, so he's just going to continue to get kills. Faker's pushed away. The aiming
at least get the dragon. They got the dragon, right?
Timing is perfect on Faker's ult. And yeah, he gets a knock up onto Keen. Faker also breaks his own. And yeah, the taunt happens here, but there's no follow-up damage as Guma's been out of this fight for a long time.
Okay, they at least got the dragon.
On
My
the
God,
Baron
man.
is a little bit regrettable, and I think KT fans are stressed, and is now T1 are going to start this up because KT are very far away.
They're just making it interesting for fans, I think, as Guma has to go to the Featherstorm here. We do get the engage onto aiming, but Keria is all alone. And damage. That is a ton of damage into the Zeri, though.
Zeri's alive.
More close than it should have been, but they still will win the fight very handily. Should be able to take down the Baron.
Are there potions here?
Zeri have a moment like that.
He just went in and 1v2'd that freaking OP champ, bro.
Immortal shield bow pretty good. She barely gets out there. If she dies, maybe a different story. Maybe T1 can actually contest, but it's 3 kills going over now. That is Baron. And now, very likely the game going into KT Rolster's favor to bring us to Silver Scrapes.
But I think T1 will win the last game.
There's just too much of an advantage. You have 10 kills on the Zeri now. And going back to this, it's Guma who's polymorphed here. BD for the follow-up. Gold card is denied by the ultimate initially here. And then Owner's Q is pretty perfect, but notice that even 1v2, there's enough here with the Zeri. Aiming, having that shield bow buys him just enough health to survive.
Yeah.
Very
the
close call.
Chemtech Drake extra shield power.
God. Ox is watching. Oh my goodness. Ox secret KT fan.
He's got Bloodthirster now as well. Think about the value.
The value is quite high, in fact. Now his stopwatch is broken. He's got so much money that he could turn that into
next.
Or Zonya's. I mean, he really has. He's got the options. Now, I mean, with this Baron up, first time KT's actually able to really secure one this series.
Wait. Navori quick breaks on Zeri. What Navori does? What Navori does is it reduces basic ability cooldown, right?
all these
So
turrets
does
just
that
falling
basically
by
mean
the
your
side.
Q is
Yeah,
infinite?
Puma can't even farm freely safely.
Is that
here.
broken? It reduces
Just
by
wait
like
for these
20%.
waves to hit the
If I
inhibitor
remember
turrets.
correctly.
That's where he's going to be farming.
Oh, damn,
There's
isn't that broken?
So many minions are being lost in the top
Q,
side
Q,
of the
Q,
map.
Q, Q. You don't even need to AA.
That's where
anymore.
BDD is going to put his focus. They've pushed now mid.
I do feel like KT could have, used the side lanes a little bit more. The game got so scrappy in the mid to late game here.
It's
that
a
it was
1-3-1
like,
right
I guess
now.
We don't really need to, but if the game was really slowed down, I feel like you could just, throw a TF into one lane and Jax in the other. Keep your Zeri safe in the 3 and mid.
And Owner has had so many impressive plays already this game. Zayas too. I mean, they almost collapsed on and
But
killed
they'll
him
get top
right in the
tower.
last fight. I don't want to say it's over until it's over, right? I mean, they have 2 stopwatches for those players. Faker has his Zonias, right? And he can make a big play happen.
I
All
do
you
not
need is a
think
big
they.
combo. Like,
It's
have
very
the
hard
combos,
with
right?
their team
It's
com, in
not
my
over till it's
opinion.
over, and I think because of this, KT playing so passively here is respectable, considering that one wrong move and then T1 get back map control and the game with it.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down 1-2 in a best-of-5 playoffs, that's the way you have to
They
approach
didn't
this
show
sometimes.
Twisted Fate getting the top turret.
Still a pretty
Wait.
massive lead for KT, of course, but I
think
the
they'll
point still
just need to
stands.
push
Better
2
than
lanes.
Just, wait it out.
Just keep pushing 2 lanes,
Slowly
man.
pushing with the Baron. I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more value with the Baron buff, but
Look at this.
4,300
Like they are
gold is
between
probably-
3 lanes.
My problem is the gold is less significant than getting an inhibitor.
Why is
because
Vi
the inhibitor
like
is
twerking
permanent
mid
at
and
Brew,
doing
right?
nothing?
And, well, not permanent, but semi-permanent. It's like 5 minutes that you're going to get. And if they just get gold, I mean, you already had the gold lead. You already have a Fed Zeri.
How is
getting 4,000 gold extra, 4,500 gold
the
extra?
Baron
is not
getting pushed
that
out?
great.
What?
Now they will be able to turn this into a recall here, buy some additional items, and then head over.
guess they
to
wanna
look for
prepare for a
the soul
dragon.
fight.
Zonias.
Whatever,
Zonia's
man.
picked up.
There's still 1 minute. I guess their Baron
And we don't know
is
how much
finished.
money aiming is sitting on right now.
Yeah,
You have to
he was
imagine.
backing, but then he
Oh,
stopped. So
I
think
don't see it.
he's
Is
trying to,
their
like,
Baron
go a little bit
finished?
more for the GA, probably.
I think it's going to be GA. Speaking of, Cuz just picked
I
his
think in
up.
last 2.5 minutes, right?
So, I mean, look at the gold.
They might have
held
5
here,
seconds.
The item value, rather. The gold that's held in these items. 2,000 ahead
They
here.
don't have Baron anymore.
For
What?
aiming, 3,000 ahead for BDD.
Oh,
He's
they are
almost
doing
level
a
18.
cheese. They are doing a cheese.
Damage negligible, but it's the setup for the massive damage they have in the back line. The Jax, the Zeri.
They're really trying to force this turret down, and yeah, they're gonna get it, but Faker
Oh,
might just
boy.
die as he is gonna ult away.
Look at aiming on the long con flank. He's coming all the way around.
How much of a wombo combo here, but the 5 are
Oh,
together.
boy,
Team is
5
still
man.
out here, and it
Wait,
might
Zeri!
matter, as finally they will take out
Zeri!
It matters a lot, though. He's not here. He did nothing.
They're gonna
They
get
have the combo.
Oh my god.
Let's see if
They
they
lost
can
2
actually
people.
get aiming. As the Q is in there, but everybody on the side of T1 is just kind of being zoned, corralled into a corner.
Oh
He has
man.
teleport here, but now KT have to get out of here.
So much for being safe, right? Like,
Yeah.
what is happening in this game?
Okay, this is a really tough fight for KT in this choke. Faker's here, has flash.
Does have the, if this were old Galio, maybe he would have had the 5-man
They
tall.
need to wait for Jax to
Not
come
the way it's
back.
meant to be, and I think KT are just going to say, well, that was a little scary. Let's take the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, he wanted to wrap all the way around, but he took such a long flank angle to get the wraparound there that when the engage came through from BDD and Keen, he was not there at all.
man.
Even though it was a great engage with the
Zeri
Jax,
and
like,
Twisted Fate
hey,
were
where's
not
the damage?
there.
Where's the damage? Looked very scary there for a second.
Feels really
Ultimately,
bad.
it's still gonna be the solo
They need to
going
wait for
over here
Zeri
to
to
KT
fight.
Rolster.
They did not.
You mean the Elder Spawner?
Yes. And
For
that is,
the 38-minute Elder Steal?
functionally, that is what it is going to be this game, is there are some advantages. Obviously, we talked about it. How it's going to be. It's great for Zeri, too, with this build.
Zeri is still mid lane,
People
bro.
have felt that extra damage
They're all
pretty
5
massive,
here.
but
Not a
look
good
at where
fight.
Zeri is on the
Just
minimap.
give the
Like,
tower,
that's actually
bro.
really where observers should be on. It's like aiming is a million miles away, still really far away.
I'm flanking.
Yeah, and then King comes over and gets taunted and charmed and knocked up, and he's dead. And now your front line is gone. Your Vi is super low, and luckily for KT, they have the movement speed in this comp to actually get out, but very messy.
Yeah, that's very true. And T1 were like really a thick unit of 5 of a big ball of wombo combos, so
Happy
really
feet.
got to be careful.
Wombo
Not a lot of
combo.
ults used as well, other than Faker's, I believe. Not sure if Keria used his, probably. But either way,
Aiming, yeah, he has the GA that we were talking about now for this one. So, I mean, you still have that stopwatch as owner, and he's got to be super close to getting his own GA, actually. It looks like he needs a little bit more money for that, but
Like
this is the fight.
1250.
Yeah. This is the fight that T1 need to win. They need to stop this Baron, because this Baron ends the game. But look at the setup here for KT. It's so difficult to play into this.
Oh, they're just going to try to 100-0 Keria once again. It's not really going to work. Destiny
Flash out, I think. Flash only
not
flash.
the most impactful one, and Keria will be able to back. Lost his flash. They're just going to rush over now with that Destiny Gate.
The hands is
They
low.
rush it down.
Yeah.
They have the damage, but do they have to lock out down onto Owner? He's not even coming over here.
Yeah, he's not even going to try. Down will go the Baron.
It's almost like the, you know, T1 here, they with no vision, they try to force something. They're kind of resigned to their fate here in some ways. They're not just going to roll over and die, but Keria losing flash and all that map control, the speed at which KT can go over and do this Baron, they decide maybe their miracle is going to happen elsewhere. As we've seen already on the first Baron, KT didn't get that much lethal damage to the base. See if they can unlock some inhibitors at least this time around. It's going to deny a bounty, bottom side.
Aiming's build.
I feel like LS is
5,000
probably
more gold
really
value
disappointed right now.
over Gumas right now.
I can't wait for the podcast
But just
to.
barely
I want to
trying
watch
put
what
together
their
an
reactions
LDR.
are like.
Keep in
Damn,
mind
son.
that the Xayah, it's not quite Zeri, but can still be insane. You know, if Cuz goes a little bit too ham, if Keen goes a little bit too ham, you get a bunch of feathers stacked up. You really got to be careful, and that's, you know, again, just another reason why KT have to take this so slowly, even with the gigantic lead that they have.
Yeah, I mean, if aiming dies for any reason, like, the GA isn't really passive on it. You know, the res isn't actually going to amount to too much if you're losing the fight. You'll just die a second time.
And they
Nice
go.
buy.
Just trying to slowly chip away at these turrets.
Yeah, the damage is real here. The Runans is
Yep.
just chipping away at
Yeah,
both.
I've never seen a 1-3-1 in a long time.
From a
It's
head like
really
this,
nice.
Runans is so impressive for Siege.
Look at this.
And
Twister Face freely pushing
Realistically,
top
as long
side.
as KT don't make any
This is
mistakes,
nice.
they should
I
be
like
able to
seeing
take
this.
down all the
I like seeing
inhibitors and the game.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe we're going to 5. It looks like Valdez.
Looks
My
like
God, I
it.
think no one
Cody
predicted
knew
a
the whole time.
3-2.
Newman, he's always right with these spreads. It's scary.
The only 3-2 predictors is in a lot of trouble here. He's gonna
Oh,
do
Owner's
that.
dead.
Owner is dead. It's
Galio is
desperation
dead.
moment for T1 as they cannot
Oh,
stop
God.
the onslaught of KT at the end of this game. Game number 4 should almost
My
definitely
God,
go
why
in.
am I
KT looks
looking
like they
at-
will take down the turrets.
I thought this was
T1
gonna be a
are
short
trying to
day.
stop it once again. They get in.
They're
Finally,
going
a
for
charm is
aiming,
hitting, but it
Berg
does not
igniting
matter.
him.
Down will go the turrets, and we will
Ignite
have
doesn't
silver
give a damn
screens
about shields.
in the telecom war.
I mean, shields don't give a damn about
Round
ignite.
2, top of the bracket. KT
God.
picked this team. Legends is waving to the crowd here. And man, was this game not
We were not
close
supposed to
at
be here.
any time. T1 falling apart early in some of those early skirmishes,
What am I
and
looking
once
at?
again, BDD on the Twisted Fate, 5-0 now. Maybe this pick deserves a ban. At this point, you have to look at it. You have to consider it. As we are going to Game 5, we are going to Silver Spring.
Yeah. Silver Screams, guys. So happy.
And it's been so long. You know, I ran into some KT Rollster fans at the
Faker
cafe
be like,
before
"What the fuck are we
series, and they were
doing?"
like, "Who'd you predict?" And I told them like 3-0 T1, and they were like, "We're KT fans." And I was like, "Look, I had to predict 3-0. I think it's the most realistic prediction. We go 1-1. T1 goes to match point. KT strike back again with this Twisted Fate pick.
Oh my
And that was
God.
anyone's series to take. You know, Keria feeling the pressure. You could definitely tell in this game. Felt a little bit sick, had to pause. And the damage is real here on this Twisted Fate. 20,000. BDD was all
Everybody.
over the map.
Even Cuz, like, what? 21k on a Vi? It's kind of insane.
I think T1 picked blue side here, but
Absolutely.
man, if you ask me now who I think is going to win, I'd have to think long and hard about it, man.
I'm gonna have to pick blue side myself.
we had a big upset earlier in playoffs, right in round 1, with E plus going down. If KT win this, I cannot even explain how much bigger of an upset it is.
It's pretty massive, and it might just happen,
My
guys.
God.
We're gonna take a break and be back with the space.
Jesus, help! We'll be back. We'll be back. Twister Fate is broken. Twister Fate was back in meta, and no one told Showmaker. Dun 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 dun. Taylor back. Oh wait, let's play Loader then. Loader. I think this is a fun game. Let's do all of it. Let's type Twisted Fate. Since we have a Twisted Fate in the game, it's currently destroying T1. Male mana range. What? That's real? Okay, it's a bot lane. Same year that Ezreal came out. Think of a very old ADC. I feel like Twitch could be here, but Twitch is support as well. And this one is exclusively a bot laner. Man. I want to say Ziggs, but Ziggs is bot and mid. Let's go with Lucian. I feel like Lucian is old. Oh wait, Lucian's human? I forgot Lucian is human. You know what's great? I'm gonna go Twitch. It's not human. Chemically altered rat. Telling me there are other rats in this game. 2010. No idea who came out in 2010. Oh wait, it's Silver Scrapes. Oh wait, what? Not yet. This is Ziggs. Ooh. What Ziggs is 2012? Damn, son. Who's not human? Faker? I actually cannot think of any male bot laners. That's crazy. It's not a Yordle, that's actually like half of the game. I wanna say Yasuo. Not really. Oh, man, who's bot? Can I check the names? Not Akshan. Akshan's too new. Nothing. A lot. Raven. Raven's human. Oh man. Is Raven human? Yeah, he is, boy. Oh, I'm really resorting. I really can't think of it. I'm a dinger, nah. It's not Yordle. Jin is human. Jin is human. Yeah. Let's see what? Nasus. Nope. None of you are it. I already guessed Ezreal. Ezreal is like the only male ADC I know. Meow meow. No, none of you. Varus. Varus? Varus is still human, right? Might be Varus. Yep, I knew he wasn't Paris. What? None of you are in. This is crazy. It's not human. Human, if it's not human, then it's no one. The 2010 league.
Will snowball you. Finally. Faker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
This has to be a bug. I don't see anyone. Male bottom mana ranged.
In the wise words of Chronicler, what an impressive game coming through here from KT.
Great quote.
Eloquently stated, and
Caught
definitely
more?
fits this moment because they were brilliant
They only caught
in
more-
this game and
yeah,
brought
man.
us to game number 5, the Silver Scrapes. Blue side OP, what's happening, boys?
Void being.
I don't know.
No.
What's going on?
Boy, you're asking me. So what I want to highlight is twofold. First, if you're going to last pick your mid laner, don't ban Lissandra, ban TF. If you're going to R4, and like LeBlanc or Ari both, which are banned, but like obviously if that's your train of thought, sure. But otherwise, even if BDD like ends up with the Ari, that's I think that you'd rather take that, and then you don't have Lissandra than what happened here because his TF is nuts, still undefeated on the pick. And secondly, this is something I really want to credit KT for, and something that T1 has been struggling with, is that T1's drafts often rely on them winning. And that's why they get away with a lot of stuff that other teams don't. And if you draft for early skirmishes as well, like KT did, and you win those early skirmishes, they kind of fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, like, how, you know, like, what happened to Game 3 draft as well. Like, if Lee Sin doesn't get the early lead, like, the game could be kind of frustrated for that one. Like, that's what...
Game 2.
That's the thing, like, that's what happened in this game. I really want to repoint it out again. They lost the same way as the game 2 against the TF and Jax, and they reopened it. Because they thought probably Galio could be the answer. But the thing is, like, it's no.
It's not enough.
No.
And I think that also, like, TF does fix a lot of KT's issues as well, because not only is BDD fantastic at the pick, you then sort of get free moments of map control, right?
Yeah.
With being able to press your Destiny button, you can use it beautifully in order to set up these sort of ganks and side lanes and things like that. And we saw them do it absolutely beautifully. Here is going to be the first Destiny that we saw, and it did work out quite nicely.
Nice
And Uni was
curse
very not
damage.
happy with the Destiny in the previous game. It didn't work. This one, though, was amazing.
That's why the game was just so one-sided. Like, that's what happened in the, especially the pro scene. Just, it's so smooth. I mean, honestly, from like in the detail, like Owner, I think he actually missed the first Q on the buy. That's why I think the fight was like way too one-sided. And like, I think it's everything was like just physical play, the macro play.
And when T1 doesn't get these leads, they struggle, but I do think they still have a very good sense of flanks and how to catch opponents off guards. But that's where the TF comes in again. The pick does so much with like making sure your opponent can't surprise you. And with this Rod of Ages build that is way beefier than previously the Everfrost build, like you can take these long skirmishes, also pretty uncharacteristic, as you were pointing out. Owner actually making a ton of mistakes in this one, missing an E here as well. And those are the moments I think where T1 could have gotten some grip back in the game, but instead.
Wait, the owner tried to flash a
Galio, if you lose
projectile
that 2v2
from
with
Crystal
Galio,
Fate.
I don't know.
What?
That's done so.
Yeah, and it did definitely feel like that. Of course, T1 was sort of holding on by a stretch, but I think as soon as you saw Guma go for that flash Feather Storm and miss the Twisted Fate, you knew that there were some emotions at play in this game, and I think that T1, now moving to the blue side, should be able to reset that. But in this game, it was a rough time. Let's have a look at how KT really closed this one out.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the fight, I think the T1, they tried to manage the first, like how they want to open the fight, like with the Nars taking his rage a little bit, and the Faker TP came in first. But the thing is, like, as Max mentioned it, this is like what KT kind of bad at it, but the thing is like here Destiny actually covers all of it.
And it means you can't really create the situations that you're looking for. You can't try and skirmish. And we talked about owner Keria also having a really rough game around Rakan, like getting caught times. Just all the credit to KT because they are very clearly putting T1 under an amount of pressure that they haven't really faced in a very long time. And it's throwing them off their game. So KT really scaling into the series.
They certainly are. And now it is time to have a look at who picks up POG for this game number 4. It will be BDD. I don't think that there was much doubt in many people's minds. The man was absolutely amazing. 21 participation, like in 14 minutes, what was that, 100%?
95.5% KP.
Yeah, man's insane.
Yeah, I mean, like at the 15 kill, he had a 14 out of the 15. Like, he was basically everywhere, every single fight, and he was controlling all about the map.
And after winning those first couple of skirmishes, the T1 comp just couldn't keep up, right? Like, yeah, they have okay team fighting, but with Zion,
if I'm KT, right, I feel like our first pick, Twisted Fate. Even though I feel like Twisted Fate is better on blue
because
side.
they've played this style of comp so much.
But you're not getting blue side anyway.
Really well, and all started with BDD, getting his team out, and this was, I think, where the mental also broke. Like him getting out here,
yeah,
that's going to get to you.
Yeah, that looked like a very difficult time. 7 out of 11. Some aiming voters there in the media room, having a really good time alongside the LPL commentators as well. Everybody else throwing it over to BDD, having a very good performance there. And it's now time for us to throw it back to the boys to get into game number 5.
Thank you, Spacers. We are back here for game number 5, aka Silver Screams. We are here for the first time since 2017 that these two teams have gone head-to-head in a best-of-5 and made it all the way to game 5.
Yeah.
A full house
tonight. I still hear the song.
And T1 fans, a rivalry that spans time longer than League of Legends. It's been around Faker's 10-year anniversary here in the upper bracket. KT's second playoff performance, their second playoff appearance since franchising. And BDD is undefeated on his signature Twisted Fate. And man, it doesn't get more hype than this, as momentum definitely in KT's favor right now. And T1 have legendary players who have crumbled under pressure in Game 5s. They lost MSI in Game 5, the same roster. They lost Worlds in Game 5 with this same roster. Will they lose to our number 3 team, KT Rolster, here with this roster in the first round of playoffs? Remains to be seen. At least they have blue side advantage this time as one more Faker reboot comes through. It is so tense right now, as we might have one of the biggest upsets in LCK history on our hands here if KT close this one out.
Yes, and, you know, Pony, I believe, from what I remember, was the only person to predict a 3-2 in favor of T1, but nobody predicted that KT was going to win this series. I think you may have been ridiculed if you actually did make that prediction, to be quite honest. Like, there were a lot of 3-0s. T1 definitely the favorites coming into this, but hard to say now. We can say a bunch of things, that T1 definitely not looking as strong over the course of 4 games that we've seen them all over the regular season. We can also say that Blue Side has won every game, and it has been going strong. And T1 is going to get it here in Game 5, as they did, of course, have side selection on Games 1, 3, and 5.
Yeah. It's all about mentality now, Valdez, going into this series.
Whoa.
Now, we do have special
music.
Game 5 music actually this season. And this, this has happened. And this is it. Everything comes down to this, as we will once again, of course, see the Annie ban here by KT Rolster. Question is, does Elise get through? No, does not. As once again, Vi will be banned. A huge impact was made in Game 4 on the pick with the Twisted Fate. This draft feels so far very familiar.
Discussion.
Every single time T1 on blue side bringing this through is Lee Sin will be banned. So a lot of strong picks here in the AD carry role for Guma to lock in first here. Could be the Caitlyn, could be the Varus. I really like this adaptation. Ash as well
is available. They leave a lot up, and they banned Ash in the same position in Game 3.
Oh.
It's not going to be Teemo, guys. They banned Ash, and Lee Sin was selected. So let's see what the choice will be. Wukong.
All right,
man.
Wukong coming through. A lot of jungle bans here, so the pool's getting thinned out. KT will have to lock in their jungler here now. What else can they hide, though? As this gives the opportunity, of course, for a counter pick for AD for T1. With a virus highlighted here again for AD.
In jungle.
Azeri has been so fantastic. His late game champions have been amazing, but his Varus in the late game
Just
from
pick
behind in
Maokai,
game 2
bro.
was game winning. His Qs, his arrows from range, fantastic. And now, what jungle pick do we get here? As all meta picks are basically off the table right now, and Viego is disabled. As far as I know, still here in the LCK. We didn't have the graphic
is so
for that.
obvious, bro.
And yes, we got a confirmation.
Why Xin Zhao
here?
Why?
Yeah, I mean, this was always the go-to with this many jungle bans throughout the regular season, at the end of it at least.
Why?
Canyon pulling it out.
It's got a very high win rate.
Yeah, over 4 games, but still counts.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's the
Who
thing.
the hell thought Zaya Rakan was the best default pick? What happened to Caitlyn? Is Caitlyn really disabled? Is Caitlyn disabled?
To play this one out. We have not yet seen Legends be willing to play a non-engaged support and just play. I mean, minus the Lulu, of course, but be willing to play.
I'm sure
Karma,
there are like
the
1,000
Renata
trucks.
here. I mean, I think you prioritize it
ahead
here right now.
on
You're into
T1's
Wukong,
base right
you have
now,
a Xin
bro.
Zhao, you have so
Heck.
much disengaged.
Watch him play Singed. It's like, yeah, it's me, it's Legends, it's game 5. I think it's pretty insane, but...
BDD's Talia. They prioritized the Talia.
Oh.
I mean, BDD is playing like a monster in this series, so... Prio
Talia is ass.
I was already ready to say they're playing Renata. The Talia pick is coming through, or through the bans. for
KT
T1.
came true.
But they actually get this.
They're gonna lose game 5. I knew it.
Very difficult to ban
They
against
came
Keria
true.
in these situations, but Lehens, similar situation where now if you use a ban here on the Renata, it almost feels like you've lost a lot of power here in terms of your bans.
Yeah.
They're still gonna have counter pick for Keen no matter what here. They will ban the Renata. This gets a little bit more dicey from here. We'll see if it's just one more LeBlanc ban for game 5, and it will be. Oh man.
Just
If I'm KT, I'll just go out with Jax.
of these
It's my best
bans.
pick. Just go out with Jax.
As what is going to be the last choice? I do agree, it's really difficult, especially with the
Oh!
support stuff
Okay,
available.
pick nah,
So
pick
they're
nah,
gonna ban
nah.
Jax
Show Zeus that
instead.
you're the better
I
nah.
wonder if KT would be willing. It's going to be Blitzcrank maybe.
Oh,
So risky though of a pick.
yeah, look at his head, he's like, ooh, I don't know, you know. Heimer.
Oh,
Actually,
yes.
The Heimer finally, it looks like he nods for it. And this is what we've been kind of waiting for, is KT confident enough. No, never mind.
Nautilus, okay.
I was going to say, are they confident enough that they can actually get objective
28% win rate.
and win lane super hard against the best duo lane in the LCK? They'll once again be Nautilus for lockdown. And Gragas opens up a Gnar pick here potentially if it is going to go to the top lane. There's no way to hide this as T1 right now, as Faker's best champion in the later parts of the season was his
Gragas
the first team to
Basante.
pick it, make it meta. The rest of the world
Gragas
followed suit.
Kashante.
Bit of a smile here from Zeus. What's it gonna be?
Well,
gonna
it's
be
not
nah.
going to be blind Yasuo, right? That's one thing I think we can...
Well,
Wait, Yasuo's really good here.
Right? I mean, maybe you play it into Talia? Yasuo's pretty good into Varus and Talia, but not into the others. So it will just be the Gnar.
see what.
Oof,
Keith's
I feel like
answer is
Yasuo
gonna
would
be.
have been really
The
good
Jace-
here.
The Jace made it all the way through the draft.
That was quick.
They have double lethality here in terms of poke. I thought perhaps maybe they just say we're going to play
I
around
don't
topside
know.
with Camille, and that's going to be the gamble he takes here at the end. But against Zaya, difficult to pull off with the front line that they're playing against. He's just
I
going to
don't
try to
know.
chip away at it with that lethality.
Pretty wishy-washy
He and Varus
right
will
now.
have so much damage with Talia engaged and shaping these team fights, man. That is what BDD has been so fantastic at. Whether it's the Twisted Fate, whether it's the Talia, the Azir that's no longer meta, he is so good in these early skirmishes. And if T1 overextend one more time, they lose that early game, they fall behind against this composition, it gets even harder to play than the Zeri comp we just saw in Game 4. But it is against, of course, the best duo lane in the LCK. You have the Zaya Rakan. And getting advantages there with the Varus isn't going to be free. It's going to come at a cost. Top side of the map, definitely a strong matchup here for Keen.
Who's going to stop Keen? Our top laner. I also saw a very seductive Cloud Templar behind it. That was interesting. As the T1 fans are out here in droves, of course,
They
at the
have
same time.
Waited so long for this moment to come back to form, to come back to the top. You mentioned it's been 6 years since we saw the Game 5. It's been 5 years since they defeated T1. They didn't make a playoff appearance until last year since. This is the second time.
I feel like Keria with Christopher would have been better. I just feel like Keria is complete garbage.
This moment, this opportunity to play a close series against the rival telecom team that has been so legendary over the last 2 years.
I think more reliable wombo combo for T1 this time, but a lot to shape the rift on the side of KT. It's anyone's from here. Let's jump out of the rift for game number 5.
Level 1 here, trying to grab the Nard.
Oh, he has no idea. But it's not every day that you just walk into that brush either. So yeah, he's going to take Hop.
That's huge though. Going to really help Keen get an early advantage in this lane. Better that than losing Flash, but still a huge advantage. We'll see if T1 can set up something counter-wise here when they return, but it seems unlikely at this stage.
It's crazy that Faker, you know, he has such a massive champion ocean that he goes back to Gragas. Feels like, you know, this season comfort, and he was by far the best Gragas that we've had, as, by the way, it looks like he took the PTA.
Yeah.
It has just been hovered here.
Interesting. Doesn't feel strong in this draft, really. Could be helpful against the Xinjiao ganks, potentially on the top side for some additional damage when Wukong comes over. But without fleet footwork here, without Conqueror, you know, dueling this Jace, this is going to be so incredibly difficult. He has, of course, the Hop, but Keen is going to be pushing this advantage early.
I wonder if it makes his level 1 really strong. He's like waiting here in the brush, just waiting.
Looks like that's the idea.
Rocket. Obviously, you know, starting Hop, maybe that was all part of the plan, you know, to put on some extra pressure. Doesn't really look like it.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit hyped, you know.
Well, I mean, look, with Zayas, you always have to trust, and you always have to know there's a plan. This might not be the level 1 plan you were talking about, but he definitely has a reason for this, so we'll see how it plays out later on. And so it's going to make him great in duels and extended trades.
This was not a good trade from Faker, as he did not hit level 2, but BDD did, so he just massive chunk.
Keria is ass.
Sunmaker's on a 3-loss streak until the most recent we've seen, of course, but BDD was not on that list. He was one of the ones who were putting the Tilia win rate very high. As, you know, this is level 2 now for Keen, and starting Hop is really, it's just unfortunate, but that's what they planned out with their level 1 here. And it's wild that Jace goes all the way through the draft, a pick that we haven't seen Keen on in a while.
It got banned first by KT actually in games 2 and 4. And then it got banned in second rotations by T1 in games 1 and 3. So it was definitely on a lot of teams' minds. Or I guess I had those backwards. KT on the,
There's a full clear jungle right now.
And Zayas is like the Jace player.
Banned a lot,
you know, you think about Kana, I'd say Kana, Zayas are probably the most iconic Jace players we have in the LCK, and for Kana, you know, that for a lot of people that's not always a good thing, but he has played a lot of Jace, he has prioritized it a lot. Khan, obviously one of our most famous Jace players of all time, but in a series like this, it's just been so far removed. Zayas feels like the Gnar pick is going to be the safest to blind, and then they level 1 him, so his agency is even lower than normal. He has turned this lane around a little bit, though. Actually has a experience advantage at the moment.
Yeah. There's not too much going on. To go back to what I was saying, it was actually KT banning it all 4 times. They just did it on blue side in first rotation and then second rotation on red.
Yeah,
they had banned it 4 games in a row at some point, and then they get it in game 5, R5. It's very interesting.
It's been the Jace Gragas flex that T1 relied on so much. And I say relied on, it's not like they needed it, but they leaned on it, right? They used it, they utilized it, they popularized it. As you can see here, Faker is 10-0 on the pick this season. This is kind of going back to...
This is overall.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. I was going to say, that seems a bit high for this season.
Slow down here on the Zayas. He was trying to get Mega Gnar. I don't know if he's going to get it. Flash.
Oh my god.
A solo kill in the top lane.
And this was the one angle
We are sweating
You know,
here.
that you're thinking
Oh,
if you're
sweating.
a KT fan, maybe you could get an
Oh my
advantage
God.
here, but it's like, okay, Keen is second best top laner, but he's playing against Zayas, so what does that really mean? But you give him a counter matchup like this, you get him that advantage early on, and he's going to roll with it. And that was the one thing I told those KT fans I ran into earlier. They were like, is there any way? I said, Keen.
Oh, dodging the hook, making him
Cuz
go to
is
the
here.
wall. Cuz is here. You see that T1 will just back away once they do see this. There's a lot of hiding of vision from Jonah Strong, so I thought something was awry, something was happening.
Zaya
But
Flash
Faker,
is
you
more
talk about
worth
how
than
that's his all-time record. He's
the
only played a
hand
few
flash.
games of Gragas, of course, in mid before this season. But let's go back to Keen's play here on the top side.
Biscuits.
As he just goes in. It's the W, extra damage. Shock Blast is empowered. He flashes for the final auto. He's just so calm, man. He's chilling. This is game 5. The fans are screaming in the background, and he's just as cool as a cucumber. Doesn't care at all.
Yeah. It's only the first step in many to try to take a victory here in a game
Leah's
5.
coming up.
Oh,
He has ult.
spotted. Uh-oh, this... Oh boy, Owner's
Oh,
gonna
boy.
launch right up against the wall, in between a rock and a
Oh.
hard place, and down he goes.
Oh no,
Two early
Valdez.
kills for KT.
2 early kills for Keen, especially here.
Oh boy.
What an extended lead he should be able to pick up
shit.
now. And man, you have, as this composition as KT now, so much agency on the map too. You should be able to force this early Drake into your favor. It's a mountain Drake, which you definitely want to deny.
No
for
one's
T1,
at Drake,
considering
bro.
The Jace and the Varus, even one solo mountain, is going to be pretty good against your composition. Baker's trying to set something up here, but he just doesn't have the angle. And Talia is very good into these quote-unquote safe laners because she could just constantly chip away at them.
Oh,
And
what?
Oh, another one. Ignites in. Baker's in trouble. Cask is good, but can he get out of this one? I guess he can. He's got Keria nearby. Holds on to his flash.
And, you know, Faker's playing Gragas here, very safe champion, but in order to CS, he has to put himself in harm's way for these shoves. The shove comes through, Legends comes over,
Not
gets the hook.
really. I feel like Gragas is
Faker
pretty
does not
safe.
have to flash. The Cask does come through, and as you mentioned, the roam coming up, he will escape, but you can just see how lethal this composition is, and this is so much setup now on the Drake here for KT Rolster. Cuz level 6.
Uh-oh, Guma face checks, tries to get a ward down. He doesn't have flash. I think he's dead. Down he
Ooh,
goes. Amy
my-
gets another kill, and that is now 3 on
Bro,
the board for
Talia's
KT
roaming like
before
crazy.
10 minutes.
And T1 have found their match in early game. They have found their match, you know, and it feels like this is a hard counter to T1 in some ways. When you get a lead as KT, T1 don't know how to lose. They don't know how to play safe, play back, play defensively. You're just walking into these time and time again, and KT are like, thank you for the gift again. In this moment here, where Owner's like, I'm going to play around top side, I'm going to play around getting this Gnar head. Look at the Gnar bar set for Zayas. Like, they
Yo.
wanted to make this play happen, and if there's
Are
no
we
Talia
seeing
in
this?
this game, with the Gnar bar the way it is, they probably make that work. As Guma comes up here,
Oh,
he's got a
Ghost.
control ward, and this brush just walks face first into this. Man, that's another kill going over. And man, KT fans are losing it here in the arena as we take a 100 or 1100 gold lead at 8 minutes.
Is that Yomu's
Yeah, it's
first
pretty
item?
massive, and I mean, because he's been trying to have a big impact on the bottom side of the map, this is something you have to do, especially taking the Xinjiao into Wukong, right? You want to have that early
Oh wait, he's
impact.
a
Is able
gold
to get
drinker
down
style.
there and get a kill onto Guma, who did not have his flash, so it's an excellent way to now get your other lane fed. You already got Keen in a great spot on the top side, because also part of that kill, and yeah, just a really good start here. The majority of the gold lead is on the top lane still, of course.
And BDD double shove.
Oh my,
Oh.
this is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, and Faker, he's going to lose about 1/5 of his health here. He's going to be able to take through most of it, but I don't know about contesting this
Jace is
anymore.
coming.
Keen's over here.
There's a lot of ultimates available for T1 if they could layer them well, then perhaps, but against this lead and against Xinjiao, I don't think
it's
they should
Talia.
I don't think they should be allowed to take this, but they will. They're just going to walk up to take it down, and now they're going for the fight. They take down Xinjiao. No, the Crescent Guard comes in.
Unbelievable!
Unbelievable lives. How does he live?
Oh man, the Castle Angel's perfect, but the Crescent
Oh
Guard is
my
just too
God.
good. And that's 2 kills going over to KT Rolster. The eye is picked up by Zayas. And he will be able to get some plate gold potentially, but not right now. He's going to take that empowered recall and get the hell out of top lane.
Ooh.
And Skeen's going to come up here and pick up this wave, but it looked so good. The engage, they had everything set. Like you said, if you layer those ultimates, and Xinjiao lives with almost no health. It's reminiscent of something we saw from KT against Liv Sandbox, you know? Yeah. Almost the exact same Herald contest.
Otherwise you lose.
And they did not kill him. He flashes out. The Crescent Guard is going to keep him alive.
My
Keria goes down. Faker is dead. Flash is down now for two of these critical players here in terms of engage. Watch this from Cuz's first person view. He's cast in. Crescent Guard pushes the rest of them away, and his mouse movement as well as he flashes further away. Oh man.
I think this ult just got off cooldown as well.
Yeah.
I think the timing was actually perfect for him to just barely survive. It's crazy. KT are actually just playing everything perfectly, even in the face of some of this, you know, what has been over the regular season, just perfect kind of layering of CC. It was just barely not enough
and
to kill Cuz.
Keen is going for Gore Drinker. He's got it already. And he's like, he had his Iron Spike super early because he picked up those initial kills, right? But now he's got the Gore Drinker. And you could argue that lethality could be stronger when you're this far ahead because you could just snowball the game a little bit better. But he's playing into a pretty tanky front line here. It's Steel Caps on the Snar. And he just wants to be able to win these crazy fights that T1 are forcing non-stop, and adding that extra heal on top of him is going to be massive. And because he's so ahead, he will still have his second item very soon, and he's still going to be doing big damage with Shock Blast. His poke is still relevant. But you already have one other lethality member who's going to be able to challenge in terms of poke in your bot lane Varus. It's not going to be the end of the world here that he is not going to be spiking as hard as a normal 4-0 Jace would in previous times before the nerf to Eclipse. Skuma's going to come down here and try to get a plate. Will he be punished? I don't think so, but he won't get the plate. I'm still like in awe at how quickly T1 has crumbled in this series. And, you know, I wasn't trying to curse it when I was saying that, you know, we've seen a lot of Game 5s fall apart here, but T1 in the LCK domestically, they don't play Game 5s. They win those series fast, right?
Yeah.
Not this time.
And how immaculately KT have played this early game as well. I mean, it's just been a masterclass. It's almost like they're powering up as the series comes along. They're the first team
T1 Game 5s, true. T1's Game 5s are garbage, bro.
Would be pretty massive. The Xinjiao starting early, getting so much value. The Jace counter pick into Gnar just leapt up only in Game 5. And you've got BDD just holding it down in mid like a champ. Things are just going incredibly. Another stun goes on to the ground.
Oh boy.
Here is Lehens, another good cast.
I don't think they can kill.
White is the damage, but he is layering it.
Oh!
He will as Faker. Yeah, he does not have a way to get back over. I thought he would have body slam in time, but no. It's just a straight up kill from BDD. Lehens is there to support.
There's no cross map to be had here. Zeus is playing with fire here as well with where he is on the map.
And again, they are trying to force fights when they should not be, when they cannot be.
And T1, they just don't know how to lose. They don't know how to play from behind. It's wild watching this happen. It's actually crazy.
It's insane. Zeus is going to go down as well.
Oh,
this
no.
is a massive
T1 Game 5.
Where you're like, Faker Young, you said if you die, we go in. You said if you die, we go in. They used a lot to kill you, right? And he's coming down. Zeus is there, but he has no damage. He's sitting on the steel caps and a Kendall gym, and he's not in position. The Nautilus is still there. And you're forcing a fight because T1 in these really rough scenarios, in these extremely tough fights where they're down on members, have turned it with their coordination so many times. But this this is a massive lead. Is aiming. Will he potentially get caught here? Cyclone and Flash for Owner.
He's trying to run. He does have Flash. There it is, as on the chase is
Keria.
And he will get the charm in. Cyclone comes in. Healy used, aiming, trying to survive. He stands alive, and finally he gets knocked down. Owner burning to the Ignite, but he will survive as well. And now Lehens going down. T1 maybe finding an angle of their own, as Lehens did go into the stopwatch. Has to use Feather Storm. Here comes Faker. Picks up a kill on the BDD. And that's a bunch of shutdowns that all of a sudden T1 are coming back.
Never underestimate the clutch factor of T1, though. They will make this happen. Faker going to tank a lot of turret shots here. Cuz wants to come over and lock him down. Flash.
Oh, he's dead. Now, Cass. Doesn't matter. Cuz going to take him out. And that'll be the end of that.
Oh, what's Jace doing?
A lot of gold going into the pockets of T1 this last exchange, and this was really well played. Love the ult usage there from Gumusi, perfectly timed. When Lehens came out of stopwatch, make sure they lock down the kill.
Okay.
They spent a lot of time doing this. This is the moment where things really go wrong here for T1, though. Faker has a nice cask to push Lehens away, but Lehens still has Flash. He's still within range, and he hit us perfectly, so he doesn't hit the
That
wall,
was
but actually hits
the
the Gragas.
furthest
I think they
range
decide they want to force
possible,
this
man.
here when there's no prio top, and Zeus, no Narvar here whatsoever. And the predictive shock blast there from Keen does so much damage to him. And Legends is here, you have a Weaver's Wall, and T1 just put themselves back against the wall here into the corner. And then the bottom side play, I don't know how much we'll get to see because stuff is happening in live. This is really well played from Owner, Keria, and Faker, who's rotating over. Aiming plays as well with the Ghost Blade Flash. As meanwhile live.
Yeah, you got a setup here. They're going in.
They break both turrets.
So boy, it looks like Chains landed on Taguma. He doesn't have Featherstorm as he's going.
Oh, sniped.
Down he will go. It looks like KT should be able to line this up into a Rift Herald. Yeah, goes that turret as well.
Second Rift Herald. And the bottom side, like everything was played well from Guma. He gets a kill. They shut down the enemy AD carry. But it's not going to stop the snowball that's rolling down the hill that is KT because they have so much map control. And Legends on engage supports, man. It's just a thing of beauty. They were not going to play the Heimerdinger.
Can't believe they made him play Lulu twice. That was a mistake. Let's not see that again.
I mean, I'm okay with it with some of the flash fog growth plays we saw, for example, but
sure. He is really coming to his own in this as well. I mean, he was great last year as well on Gen G, but
no one was really playing the engage support Varus outside of Challengers, right? We saw that in Challengers, and then Legends was like, I'll play Leona, I'll play Nautilus, I'll do this. Yeah. He's like, I'll play Blitzcrank, it's fine. And when the changes, the nerfs to Enchanters came through, Legends was just so happy, man.
3 turrets already gone. This is going to be a 4th. As they cannot stop it. Nobody's even here. Guma's behind his turret.
It's a 2 Drake lead too, and is it? Okay, it's Cloud.
Damn,
Cloud.
son.
Could have been Hextech or Infernal though. So, you know, if you're a T1 fan, you're like,
sometimes,
could have been worse.
Yeah, sometimes when you're this far ahead, the Cloud is actually really good. You chase them down faster.
Sure.
You know, you don't quite need the damage.
But if it's Hextech with this Varus and Jace, or if it's Infernal with the Varus and Jace, I'd be like, you're feeling really terrified. But yeah, the Cloud is still good. Like, don't get me wrong. Could have been Chemtech again. Nobody wants that, except T1 fans in this case.
Yeah, like Nox, of course, who's watching at home.
They should be able to survive here, but they're not able to get the turret. And T1 just trying to force somebody out of position. Maybe we all in on somebody. Faker doesn't have flash. It's coming up soon.
BDD.
Progress engages happen
BDD
from so far away.
Talia.
Stuff like this, trying to get some additional vision. So risky, but you have to take risks right now here in this 5th game.
We have this stat that T1's recent record in game 5s of best of 5s, obviously, 2 and 4. Now I'm not sure how recent that is.
Now, yeah, consider the Gen G finals.
Great.
Yeah, the Gen G finals in summer, right? MSI, Worlds. Those are 3 that I can think of on the top of my head right now. They go to game 5, but
she had flash earlier.
Best of 5s, right? And
she was really bad.
I'm gonna watch this play one more time. It's those chokes have come through, right? Those have happened. Where, you know, you see underperformances. I think the Game 5 draft from DRX really threw T1 for a loop. You know, Kingen had an overperformance.
T1 Game 5.
Underperformance.
My God.
And this game is just T1 falling behind early and then still trying to force team fights into their favor.
Yeah, they still had the aggression level set to the max when it should have definitely taken a little step back after the way this game started off. As it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Obviously, about
man, like Legends is always at the perfect position every time.
Is quite large at this point in time.
It's like you think T1's gonna get a turret,
second items even finished on.
But Legends is there to protect the one that's defending that lane.
Actually triple tier as well. Behind all of this, it's like, oh yeah, we're destroying them. And also we have 3 tiers.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have Saris, we're gonna have double Muramana.
Look at Faker, he's trying to get the top lane turret right now.
We're gonna have a lot more tiers than that here in Lowell Park.
I think he's gonna get it now.
Three
You're
tiers,
not wrong.
3 tiers stacking up. You have a Gragas who's naturally going to get stronger, right? But is not in a position this game to actually make a high impact here damage-wise because you're behind. You're going to get dove now.
Yeah, they're going to go for this if they find an angle of hands thinking about it.
Oh, what?
Have to.
Faker,
hello.
He's going to get a bounty here, but it's in trade for inner. So it's still arguably, while this feels okay, T1 is still happier as
T1 is losing game 5.
different win condition in the bottom lane. And in terms of the gold,
game 5 curse, man.
Game 5 T1.
Right? People like to say that.
Oh my God. tak boleh tengok, you know.
Some additional money on Gragas he's so far behind on. He's only 5 stacks in.
He always game fight, always.
24-minute completion of that, and
that's why you T1 must 3-0 or 3-1, you know.
Is just you don't have to force anymore. Actually, you just set up on objectives and say this is mine. You annex them essentially and say like, come and lose the game, T1, or lose the game by not showing up.
The bottom lane is going to be such a disaster here. There's no way that Zeus can
they
get
keep picking
close
Zaya Rakan, you know.
to the chase. Hey, this
Caitlyn is
fair
up, you
one.
know.
This here too?
Caitlyn is
我
open.
在想周末他们在周末我看到他们一直选 Rakan 和 Zaya。
Oh my!
Legends, did you really have to do him this dirty?
The hands and BDD is OP, man. The hands
Trying to
is
push this inhibitor turret too before this Drake spawns.
Yeah, it's also very good support, man.
Outside the map, it's not safe to push mid because they'll just collapse on you.
The hands and BDD
But they're pushing
MVP
all the
this
way.
game, I tell
They
you.
do get a big rotation over here from Faker.
I thought Talia is shit,
farming.
BDD 玩到他 OP
Give and take here for T1, but you're trying to defend your
顶
base.
着他们嘛，我看到。
啊，会玩 he know how to play.
It's more advantages on the other side of the map.
When I see Shoemaker play like shit, the champion is shit.
哦，双每个玩到整 pack 一样啊，我看他玩。
I see.
So desperate.
啊，你看，你看，你
Just
看。
hoping that KT do not check.
And so far they have not.
Oh, they are starting Baron. Oh my god.
More obvious.
T1 Baron.
They're just gonna go for it. Feels like KT haven't really noticed yet.
they're very
Kinda
late to
slow. Okay, now they know 100%.
Oh, they are very slow.
Where you can turn this game back around, but they
Oh,
don't have any
what the
vision here.
fuck?
They probably have to back
They are
up.
doing it really slow.
He's just going in. He's got Crescent Guard. He is so tanky right now. They're not
Oh
really
my
gonna
god.
do it. Faker's got a nice angle.
Wow,
Fantastic on Zeus.
they win the
They
fight.
take out the chase. That's a lot of the gold gone. Is it enough is the question.
Barely win the fight.
As though he is fighting 1v2 against these guys. Down goes the Forest. And down goes
Oh.
And that's Baron.
T1, they found an angle and they found a fight.
And this was KT just not doing their due diligence on this Baron. And they come over way too late, and the Crescent Guard engage is desperate.
Wait, is your stream slower
I
than
think I'm
mine?
slower.
Before they actually go over to the Baron. And in
Let
fact,
me
with this Cloud
check.
Drake open, which KT, by the way, did also not take, T1 could look for even more here. There's still
I'm on YouTube,
Yeah.
bro.
more here. There's still
哦，难怪啦，我
on
是
the
在
map
Twitch
here,
啊。
objective-wise. So this is going to be some additional gold they pick up with this Cloud Drake. And man, KT really flubbed the engage. Now we're going to go to this pick here first, which was really cool prediction. We don't need to watch
They,
the rest of this.
shouldn't team fight, actually.
Quickly. We do have to get to that Baron replay.
Yeah, T1
But the
team fight is
Baron
better.
fight
They need to like
is
pick
really
off
messier.
pick
Faker's
off
engage here with
T1.
Keria
KT
is
need to pick
basically
off.
perfect, and it's an 80 carry here that does not have the ability to long-term team fight comparatively to what you're going to have as Guma here. So look at aiming; he's doing very little with the Keria Wombo there with Faker, and aiming he just can't kite it back. He can't take Zeus out. Yeah, there's nothing he can do.
Ui,
And it comes down here
walao.
over, get some additional heals. Does not go down. Very well played. And
Don't want
I'd
to
like
change
see
the
if T1
Twitch
actually were able to secure the Baron. We don't know. Grouping up for it now.
Your Twitch is very black one.
Not really. I mean, I can change that.
Maybe that
No,
helps
I'll
in setting
change
up
it.
more of those engages on the side
因
of
为
T1. They
Twitch
have
比较
also
还
collected
是
750 gold
on time 啊，还没有 delay。
Owner, if he goes down, there's no way to get a Baron. Won't be able to get out with Warrior Trickster.
And KT
Oh
this
my
time,
god,
I
that-
think after that scare,
They
like this
how
game
many
five,
goal ah?
you can't be
One
messing up stuff like that, right?
around
They're trying to
3k
take it a
goal
lot
different
slow.
3k 4k 啊。Oh my god.
Poggers. Oh, is I get an ad? Fuck's sake.
会有 add 的一个罢了，每次都是一个吧。
T1.
没有，现在没有东西，现在没有东西。
哎呀，什么戏来的 ？What? What is it? What? Is it Marvel?
哦，那个什么 dungeon 啊？
Dungeon? Oh, what? Isn't this
He is
the
Talia
board game?
without teleport, but does have the Weaver's Wall, and he can maybe set up a flank. It's taking a long
Oh
run.
no.
The pick potential is massive. Owner going to be forced to Cyclone before the fight even begins.
That's horrible. That's their one of the best engagements for the follow-up.
Hey, well, how come? Oh yeah, Baron not Baron is still.
Somebody's got to get in there. The cask is massive. Can they
Oi.
Faker goes into the Zonyas. Now Keria
Oh!
all the damage
Oh!
for the side of T1. KT have gone a little too deep, a little bit too far. And now they're on the run in T1. Maybe an angle here, although BDD trying to be the hero will take out Faker. Guma is just collecting gold as we speak. He's gonna get
Oh damn.
Oh damn.
T1 may have just done it, but there's so much gold here on the map right now, and the Baron is theirs for the taking. And the engage there from Keria once again. Fantastic over the wall.
Keria MVP.
Vastly overextended. Similar to game 2, you have to be so careful with these leads against this Rakan.
Why they start the fight? Right, they start the fight at the.
They shouldn't start on Faker actually.
Yalla.
And where's the damage here? Aiming can hit a few Qs here, but long term, and when he has to kite back, when he actually is gotten on top of, there's nothing this lethality
And Zaya
is
just
ever
like
gonna do.
bunga on it.
He will trade one back here onto Faker.
And they both die.
Yeah.
Maybe if you stay alive, maybe like BD could poke them, but no, instead they just get aced.
So there should be
Oh, 哇，那个那还有 ulti 的啊 ，what the heck？
on the map as a T1 fan.
Everyone is crazy.
So hyped about the comeback here in this fifth and final game.
Oh my god.
1400 the Baron power play, but KT faster group up on what will be their sole point, so massive that T1 was able to get that one Drake away from them. Makes that even if they lose this one, it's not that significant. This game is so tense, so back and forth.
在 Hunt 的那个什么也是，他的那个 Nautilus 就是这样。
The problem is they are aiming Faker.
I
don't know why they aim Faker.
Faker is very tasty.
单啦，看单一下就是。 但还是玩 AP 啊。
They need to aim Wukong or Zeus because Guma will not be there.
Oh shit.
It's fine.
Faker missed like easy.
Because he tries to bait out the body slam, has to sidestep. Faker has to flash.
Ooh, Guma's half health.
Now he's pushed out of this fight.
Oh my. 因为那个水是
This is how you do it, not what you were doing before.
JC is poking.
Barrel 是玩 poking 的嘛。
Closing this gap.
Oh, Guma got lifesteal, is fine.
Yeah, 还有 lifesteal.
He has flash cyclone. They have to respect this.
And this is a
Oh shit,
singular
oh
Cloud
shit.
Drake. You can see that they are going to respect it.
Owner is on the other side.
On the Drake, Meganara.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Is always on time with that one.
AT so split on the calls. They're chasing this Wukong and they're losing control of the Drake.
But no damage on the Drake from T1.
不要打咯。
No, take care about the Drake. It looks like they want to keep the fight saves with Meganar. As Owner's going to Cyclone here on top of EDD, or rather onto Keen. As now the damage is in.
Oh, Guma couldn't eat.
Oh, bye-bye.
Keria gets the flank, and can they get on top of EDD is really the question, as he's going to get away. Cuz looks like he's dead, and more kills go to the side of T1.
Oh man, they tunneled so hard onto Owner. He survives. He had to Cyclone early, but they did not see the flanking Rakan again.
他们一直在 focus 在那个 Owner 那边呢。
Top side of the map. They still have Baron buff for 20 more seconds. That should be 2 additional turrets going over, and yeah, KT getting the Drake, but it's just soul point, not the soul. Turrets falling all over the map.
只是那个那 bat 的话就 GG 了，是不是啊？
And it's not over till it's over.
还是
Man,
射爆
back in the driver's seat in a huge way.
Wait, when did they get Baron? What?
The Baron buff power play was like 5,000 gold.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they lost the singular Cloud Drake. Who cares? They are so much better spot
Wait, did
now.
they have Baron?
你刚刚换 Twitch 的时候，他们已经在打好像是。
I was like, what? When they fight Baron?
因为他们那个谁都死完了嘛，他们去打。
Yo, Keria, damn son.
呀啦 ，Keria MVP 啦，我都讲了。
Look at this dude.
Look at how quickly he comes in and the shot calling, how rapid it is. You can really feel the tension in this series. And KT almost stole away.
Oh my god.
He's like, oh, this is fun.
So.
Zeus is having a great time.
Reminds me of another top laner who said a similar thing. Yeah. Doran.
Oh, their goal actually come back
against D+. Formerly Domwon, of course, from that series last year, but look at the items now for Zeus. He has so much money he's picked up. He's actually becoming a huge frontline threat. Before, it was like, okay, Keen didn't go for the Eclipse build, but Nar's not that tanky. It's very difficult for him to actually frontline and look for these fights, but now he really is. He's got a Thornmail online. His Force of Nature is coming online soon, so he can be able to deal with some of that BDD poke, harass, as well as engage.
Why Jace buy the item
across the board in
instead?
items. Only
Why you
Keen
don't
really
buy
starting that big
Eclipse?
advantage. But it's unfortunate.
Eclipse right now, no life steal.
Oh, no life steal already.
Eclipse no more life steal already. I mean, he still has the shield lah.
Fights have all been the way that T1 won a fight, right? Like it's just full on engages, crazy, scrappy casks are sending your.
If you use melee a lot on Jace, I think it's okay lah.
Jace, even though he's a little bit tankier with the Gore Drinker, doesn't matter. He gets thrown into the team. KT have not have a moment to breathe and just poke them down since like minute 15.
Yeah, this is what happens when you lose map control and all that standing gold. It's just hard to engage now, you know, because there's so many.
This is also a weakness of Talia lah. Talia, if you just jump on her, cannot do anything.
Talia is a stopwatch, doesn't want to get anywhere near that Xayah. Xayah is just going to ult and be fine. Faker is just so tanky, it's hard to actually blow him up. And then you look at the Gnar build, Nature is done.
This is also why I don't like Talia.
The flanking Recon.
Talia 你抓到他就死定了。
Last time it failed, who has GA now? And it feels like checkmate here in terms of the itemization. KT's comp.
Faker level 18 already, what?
You know, the hourglass is running
he
out.
got off ages.
Go for double lethality here. And now the armor's up. Now the armor's ready. Now you have to deal with the
yeah. Now Gragas always buy this one.
Even the Zhonya's, the GA, the Thornmail, obviously. Lots of armor just strewn across multiple members here on the side of T1 is absolutely going to help as this goes, as T1 is going to start this one up. That was actually on Vision. They know this is happening. I don't know that KT can stop it.
It's going to be
I don't think they
really
start first,
right? So KT need a miracle fight.
No.
Xayah got E to execute lah.
Control ward is ready. He's got flash too.
He's looking for that angle. Not going to have it just yet.
Man, I'm making my heart stop. As he often does.
Alright, there is a controller in the back of that pit, so...
No vision on Dragon for both teams.
I think T1 also have identified, like, okay, if this game goes late, we're probably going to be...
Yeah, now so they all roaming the Baron, man.
Unless, you know, KT really try to force something on the
I think Wukong can take it. Yeah, no one is there.
Otherwise, maybe just wait it out, you know, get another Cloud Drake, start stacking them up, and take little wins.
And they can stay over here on this Baron, too.
Or just kill the Hens, who is killing...
What is the damage, though? Oh my god.
He does not have Hex Flash, so this is actually pretty significant that this has taken away one of the best engaged follow-ups. And he's pushed away.
Yeah, Wukong take the Dragon Lord, easy.
On this Drake, this Scuttle is so valuable. Because KT need to try to wrap in here now and push this Baron, look for a pick. I mean, Faker's level 18.
Now they just stuck here on
anything out of this. They're going to let the Drake go, and they're not going to contest. They're not going to set up on Baron. KT falling apart here in the last hour. Because the only chance you have is trying to push on these tanky front lines when they're alone and the damage is on the Drake. And you had Scuttle Vision there, and don't use it. And, like, T1 are like, okay, well, we know that they are concerned that we could be wrapping around with the Wukong. And now, like, they're just not going to do anything. So if we go over there, we're going to get the Drake, and then we're going to have the better group. And this is exactly what's happening. T1 setting up for this.
So fast.
Oh, he can out.
Oh,
what the fuck?
Legends doesn't have any flash. He is
Legends is so dead.
Keen's here. I'm like, I don't do damage.
Need to catch him first.
That's
he always the engaged one.
Didn't have flash to begin with, and this is now when T1 pulled the trigger.
T1 got 4 fat boy.
Gragas got the Shadow Flame already.
They've got full vision here around the edge of the pit.
All right.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know.
Oh, they don't know.
Keria died. What the fuck?
One by one, as in the front line, Cuz will eventually go down in GA. Very important for Owner, but look at the health bars on the side of T1.
Okay,
that was not the fight.
Keria.
Actually forced the fight here instead of trying to go.
没有 Keria 刚刚卡着了。
卡了。
你刚看他飞过去的时候，他卡在中间。
These are huge wins for KT now.
好像是他中到 Varus 的 ulti 啊。
There's Zaya there. Guma with the stealth
Oh,
assassination.
Oh, you see what Keria does? He feed himself. Keria feed herself.
Zeus will be able to take him down. Faker can just go into Zonya's, and now
That's what Keria without does. He feed herself.
They might just be able to end it here with no defending to lead for 50 seconds.
That's why I say like Keria like
At least
very
if they
bad
were trying to
champion.
force this inhibitor, they don't even have to waste
You
time
don't
on
need
Baron.
to feed.
The inhibitor
She will
needs the
feed
ball on
herself.
Baron. Zeus has Gnar, and they have full map control.
here you go. There you go. Zeus looking for it. He's got flash. He's just gonna hop the wall and
Early
just
game
gonna
plays
be
so
looking
well.
for
You see
angle to
the
open
late
this
game
one
like that
up.
already.
28
They can
seconds
end, man.
on the Talia.
I think they can.
I think they can.
On the Varus.
Mid and
Because they trick people only.
yeah.
On the doorstep of winning this best of 5 as a massive amount of CC in that
Team
front
need to
line.
go in a D
Trying
actually.
desperately to stop this, and they do take out the minions, as you mentioned, which is so important. They will back off now.
They need to get the Baron. They need to get the Baron.
Owners on the Baron. No teleport.
No, not
for
enough
Talia.
time.
Keen's teleport coming back
No,
up
they
here,
know
but there's
Xin Zhao
wards.
already.
They're just trying to
Yeah,
chase
take
down
it.
and force this fight here on the Baron. This is probably going to be the
He's
fight.
out die already, man. Now they go up. Aiyo.
If you give the Baron
Yeah, yeah,
over
yeah.
here, that mid is open still.
That's what I said.
They have to fight for something.
我看回去啊，刚那个 Rakan 都卡着，你看回去，你看，
It's too late.
你看
We're gonna go all the way back to this.
啊，你他中到 Varus 的 ulti。
Instantly deleted by all of this
What the fuck is that timing? Why the Varus shoot there one?
我也是不懂为什么他射那边的。
That timing, no. What are the chances? What?
Oh my god!
I think he was aiming Faker 啦。
Yeah. 然后他们又不知道他躲在那边呢。Oh my god!
And I think, you know, T1 now should
And then, yeah,
just take the whole map.
Keria will
With the
feed
Baron that they
without
secure.
you doing anything.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, especially with the inhibitor down in mid. We are taking a look at all of the replays. You can see that the minion wave, biggest thing, it's gone. So not much they can do. They can't force it there. They have redemption, so that's there. But here is the Baron.
I think they can end
KT let it go. Like you said, though, real fight there.
if they play properly. Oh shit!
Keria's almost gone. And BDD's desperately trying to carry this team.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Wait, what the heck?
The depths.
And Zeus,
Hold up! Wait a minute!
Flanking there.
He didn't expect Keria to just appear in the middle of
Oh
nowhere.
He just instantly
no!
dies. Keria looks so frustrated on the player cam. Because he wants to
Keria
let
very.
that engage happen. Once again, Guma hanging out and hiding.
Keria
As
shaking
that's
his
on
head.
Your Baron power play gone. Now for T1, Faker's trying to set this wave. This game is crazy. It's going 40 minutes maybe.
They need to
here.
get the
Elder
dragon. It's
still
not. They
spawned
got
yet. We're looking
the.
at maybe even a
They
7th
got the
game.
win.
Oh man.
I think win not
There we
that.
go.
Good?
Win not
Guma is seen. He's
not
gonna
is.
back
I think
away.
win is okay only.
I'm gonna push over.
As
and they
long
have
as not
control. This will
the-
finally-
what,
looks like finally
Hydra.
the soul going over as look at the
Lol.
sound here, Zeus and Keria.
But why Rakan? Oh,
Hit here for BDD and then
I
Zeus
thought that was
is down.
ulti. It's not Rakan ulti.
rest
It's
of
the
team
what
so
item? The
far away.
Shurelia's.
The right call here. Bit of a choke here in this
Suddenly
critical moment.
Shurelia's.
Lahens,
Stop
where
the
are you?
item. Oh
Where
shit!
are you, Lahens? He's got flash. Looks like he will be okay. The team, meanwhile, doing the Cloud Drake as they're just.
Oh, they're getting baited by Lahens. What the fuck? Why go for
No, they
support?
know it.
Oi! Oi! What the fuck? Talia, what the fuck? Oi!
They got the Cloud Soul.
He
A lot
almost
of extra movement
fell
speed
his
for them, which is
teammate.
fast.
Oi! Oi!
Movement and rotation around the map. This
I
bottom
pinged the
inhibitor
Talia deal like that. What the
still
fuck? Ding
very
ding 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 ding
here
ding.
for T1 with the wave clear that KT has. And we'll see if round 2 works out better this time around.
20
Lol.
seconds on Baron buff. They really desperately
need to
want
catch.
any kind of value out of it. Yeah, so far they took it and then died over here. 10 seconds. In they go again. Knock up here
Oh,
on a
no.
Faker. He's taking a big chunk, but the turret goes down.
Bar set for Zeus. He's got to be so careful, cuz in the front line.
Okay, they're going to let this one go. KT not going to fight here on the inhibitor. And T1 gets some value at the end of their Baron power play.
All right, backs coming through. No objective for 5 minutes. Or no Elder rather for 5 minutes. The Baron spawns in 3. So there's going to be a bit of a late game lull state here. But the inhibitors are going to be perma here for the side of T1. Mid inhibitor going to go down, or rather respawn here for in 1 minute. So KT will have that pressure somewhat relieved, with the bottom pressure, which is the opposite side of where Baron is a huge concern. As Faker is full build here. As you can see, doing a ton of damage when he does have those engages. Zeus as well.
Zeus, relax, Zeus.
Yeah. KT need to somehow deal with that inhibitor.
Oh shit,
What?
they all
The
standing there.
wave and somehow stop T1 doing Baron. Zeus.
Oi!
Trying to take down Zeus here. He's knocked into the rocks. Down
Oh, you got
goes
GA.
You got GA, you got
Trying to
GA.
get anything on the backside of this. Zeus.
Oh my god, the last minute ulti.
Oh
man.
my god.
He is now on the run. And that is the GA gone now.
Last
for
minute
the
transformation.
And that's going to be his teleport. He's going to have to commit. Skumas is trying to push top here and get a third inhibitor. They're going to have to defend.
They have
The
to defend this. I think
Talia,
response from KT pretty
the
slow.
Talia
KT
E, I mean the
from
Talia
Zeus. He
W
doesn't
is
have
so
Mega
good,
Arm.
man. He always
So they're really
get
trying
someone.
to make this inhibitor go down. They're trying to force it by any means. Owners in mid.
Mid's back up. KT going to have to be decisive here. Keria on the edge. Once again, drops a ward. Got to be so careful of BDD's engage. As has been the bane of T1 here in this late game.
They gonna do something, man.
Kuma's just in there. He's just poking away bit by bit. Owner.
Oh, the bot lane.
This is falling apart on the right side of your screen. The
Oh,
inhibitor
big wave.
also
Holy
gonna
shit.
Go down as okay, Cass comes
Oh.
in, just pushes Lehens in, Cuz pretty low. Goes into a CA, didn't have crescent guard. As now he might as he gets up. No, he's just gonna get smoked
Okay.
down by Owner who takes him here.
Keria.
Oh
Keria
my
getting a
god.
little bit too close to the sun. Keen is fine. He's getting in there with the damage. Finally gets charmed up and Guma.
Oh, Faker.
Guma gets knocked up.
Oh,
Guma
fuck,
cannot
fuck,
do the
fuck, fuck,
damage.
fuck.
They're
Oh,
staying
shit.
Ming's alive.
on their base.
Wait, who's the Wukong ah?
The ruins of their
Oh,
base.
oh.
Owner is trying
Oh.
desperately to get this one down and aiming.
Oh!
Will take it
Oh, so
Why Wukong
close.
walk back?
So
What the fuck?
close, and that's
Inhibitor.
the late game ace.
Aiming your mid inhibitor.
He's going to defend it. Oh, man.
Oh.
I don't know how much more of this game I can take
no.
It does not get close
KT
to
roller coaster.
in Game 5. Is Cuz is caught here early in this fight by Faker. The cast doesn't hit him, and that's the opportunity he sees to maybe re-engage here. Doesn't have the Crescent Guard.
That's the big issue.
And if he has it, maybe this fight is so much cleaner here because the poke damage from aiming.
Don't know why they
is
just go for
fantastic in this
Faker
fight. Great
again.
flash over Keria here. Without that, I think they lose this game for
Yeah.
sure. And then
Faker
these
got many
Nexus
fan
turrets
one,
doing
man, you
so
don't
much
know.
damage here in the aggro. Lehens, so much high value. You're going to look like for maybe a second they could turn this with the GA pop from Owner, but it's not enough.
Holy shit.
Lehens does go down, but aiming will pick up both
Baron.
of those. Baron.
Oh
TPs
my
for
god,
KT,
their
and
base
that
is
TP advantage
open,
goes
right?
down.
And they should be able to.
Yeah.
There are some wards
The
to
bottom
base.
is quite-
Oh, faster, man. Oh my god. Oh, Rakan.
No, Brew comes in. Cuz has Crescent Guard this time. The knockup is there. Faker's getting on in. As the chains go wide, the cast takes
Oh.
out. The
He's coming
Zeus
over.
Look at their base, their base, their
There's
base.
a lot of long-term damage in this fight here for KT.
just putting up a wall. Just
Oh,
trying to
Zeus.
save his team.
Only
As meanwhile,
Gragas got
the
TP only.
base-
Baron buff here now defensively for KT is going to be pretty useful. They're trying to get this inhibitor potentially.
It's 5v4. I think T1 can just step up. Yep, they're just going to take down the inhibitor.
They got to be
How
careful.
soon
on this
is
cloak.
the
There's so much
respawn?
work between the Talia, the Jace, and
Yeah, Jace got
this
GA
boss.
leh.
Guma so far away from the fight here, wants to be positioned
This
well.
is
Someone can
defense
hit
of the
anything.
ancients.
43 minutes and Elder is spawning in a minute.
He's gonna be up for it. He's not going to have flash.
T1 not going to take any chances there.
I think they need to
I
prepare
like
for
it.
Elder
I mean,
already lah.
especially the way this
Elder
game's
lah.
been going.
Man, I can't believe this game.
It's Elder versus
down to a
Baron right now.
45-minute Elder 5v5, which could be a flip, but it seems unlikely considering T1's advantages here. As they secure this, but Cuz gets caught here. Does Crescent Guard and Flash try to escape? He just barely is
He's so
taken out.
nice.
Good dodge there on the ultimate from aiming. Because maybe there's actually
媽
a
冇
re-engaging
屌啊，
there if
看
that
到
hits.
就抓了。
KT gonna defend. There are no.
Oh,
I mean,
Faker
like,
TP
these
might
inhibitors
just
down,
end it all, man.
Teleport from Faker, teleport from Zeus. These things could just end the game. So they have
Faker's
to prep
Zeus-
these
I mean,
waves
Zeus
against
TP is
T1.
almost up.
We'll have prio on this Elder no matter what. Like I was saying,
Double
it's
TP?
unlikely it's going to be a flip because of that ability to just end
Oh,
the game.
burger
At least
flip.
KT have the two next
But they need also need the minion lah. You don't.
You are right. It's not looking great for them, but they do have some space. So they have made their way into mid lane. They get
T1 don't need to force it.
Oh.
Mama,
Flash Cyclone is ready. They have no
Wukong
vision.
behind.
No vision. Cuz Crescent Guard. I'm checking for that one now. As meanwhile, yeah, they just have no idea where Owner is.
We don't either.
Where is
Oh,
he?
shit.
Here he is. He's pretty fast. But is he fast
Oh,
enough
what?
is the question. Oh,
Oh, he
they're
is.
taken out. T1's jungler!
That's no smite.
T1's jungler is gone!
Wait, who's that?
Meanwhile, oh no! KT's jungler is gone!
Okay,
What is
so is Keria.
happening?
Keria's gone here. Guma has to carry this fight. Guma will have to carry this fight. The
Guma has
Nova
to-
is fading away, and they've got poke. Oh, Valdez.
He has to go back. He has to stop the wave. There's too many super minions up there. He's
Yeah.
got TP though.
And Zeus could just TP and end if he wanted to, so he has to come over here and stop the minions.
Alia also have TP
this
leh,
game. Oh my god.
so she can come back though. They cannot start the Elder.
There's just no way.
Oh, he's TPing now.
Baron here still for 20 seconds. As they're
no
going to
smite.
start it up. The smite might just go down to a straight up.
Oh my god, Gragas.
As
Ah!
Faker gets
Ah!
aiming, and that's it. Down goes aiming, but the follow
Oh,
down
shit.
goes
Oh,
the
Guma.
Sasa, and all of a sudden we're trading again. Faker too low in the
Whoa!
middle of 3 members.
That, he
Oh
hit
my
3E.
God.
The E hit.
Is that TP? Does he try to TP to end? I mean, I don't know if he can do this without Narvar. He's about to have it.
Cuz just respond. He's like, do I defend? Do I go over for the smite?
I mean, Zeus, how's your steal, man? How's your steal?
One boomerang and a dream. He doesn't even have vision. Nope, that's going to be Elder to the side of KT. And they will be able to defend their base at the same time.
Oh, there's inhibitors coming back up top, inhibitors up, mid inhibitors.
Oh,
up,
LCK
too.
finals,
This is the
man. What
craziest
the
game
fuck,
I've
man?
ever had in League of Legends.
Insane.
This owner is caught here, but T1, they can't
Ah,
stop the
they-
Elder during this chase, and they don't
Look
actually
at
have
that
good
Nautilus,
follow-up
he
here.
used
The Weavers
everything
won't
on.
prevent anybody from coming through.
He'd
And
be
Clutch
like,
is caught here on the
he's here.
chain.
The
So it's
hands.
a trade of junglers
直接
here.
秒
The
了。
follow-up here from Faker that we see in the next replay, where he's waiting for this flank angle to kill
哦，
Amy,
这个
is so
可以，
significant because he
Gets in
uses
the pit.
everything.
Yeah.
It's like surprise.
Oh.
Like, if he actually gets the bigger priority
没
target,
有啊，
Korea,
那个塔利亚的
then
burst
that's right. I think
太
it's
够力
different
了啊
because！
Wow, the hands got ulti again ah. What the fuck?
champion
The
right
hands
now,
like
whereas
30
the
second
Korea is
cooldown. What is
actually
that?
really long-term carry with Leandri, so
I ulti Wukong and then ulti the Guma you see or what the fuck?
Start off feeling good and not so
Oh,
great.
the face.
Oh, man, that was,
Their
that
face.
was okay, 41 kills.
We have passed that.
Yeah, we're way beyond that. We're at
41.
52.
Oh my
It's so
god, what is this
Here we go,
game?
we're going down mid.
Okay, Elder is ready.
What? Got TP again ah?
TP.
Everything cooldown so low already ah. The Talia got
Coming in,
cooldown,
Lions. Hey, you
got
gotta be
TP
careful
again.
about some of those. I don't know about that, buddy. As the wave clear's still good. Note that KT does not have Baron, so you know either you're diving with Elder or you're taking it slow.
Oh,
You're gonna have to hope
Keria?
for Shock Blast to connect.
We need to
is
clear all the-
crazy for on this flight.
Only he can
One
engage.
Shock Blast and he's
Not-
100 to 0.
All right. Cuz again in a precarious position, but he's okay. He's got backup this time, and the poke with Elder, it's just so powerful.
Oh, Elder man.
Misses.
Pass miss.
Huge miss.
The wall will not miss. It gets them
Elder
the turret,
30,
it gets
around
them
30
the
seconds
inhibitor.
left lah.
Still 30 seconds.
They need to
of Elder.
tahan until
Trying to force down a second inhibitor here on top.
Zeus. Oh.
Oh shit.
SGA, but
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
They got this mini wave. Look at this little cannon. He's doing his best. He's tanking it up. He's reducing those resistances.
15 seconds on Elder.
Zeus
This might
need-
be the end for this push for KT, but they can just rush over to
No, they
Baron.
cannot
Go
really.
back.
But I mean,
Go to the Baron.
if you lose this Baron fight, you lose the game either way. KT maybe need to
Oh,
set a
oh,
trap.
but
I mean the
Away from
bottom
T1. They have
have
double
wave
TP.
huh?
I think KT really need to consider.
The
you gotta send
Talia
someone
or
back. You
Jace
gotta
can go
send
back
TP.
actually. They got
Keen
TP
has
ah.
TP also.
Oh, maybe you just made a fight. T1 trying to push in mid as a unit's trying to push over to that
Hib
inhibitor.
is taking some damage.
They cannot
here,
lose
but it should be
this. They
fine.
lose
Back
if.
comes in. King gets back, but the damage
Oh, man.
on the Baron is going to be so fast.
Oh, the
It is
both
so
of the
fast.
people with
Here,
TP go back
44
already.
gets in.
And look like he's got a TP now. They both got a TP. Are they just going to give it away? Are they just going to try to steal it? Cuz it's going to... Nope, they're not going to get in.
Oh,
Flash
what is
in.
that flash?
He's probably going to go down.
Where is the follow-up? Where is the TP? Here it
Okay,
comes.
They're finally TPing. Feels like it's hours.
What is
Oh, they
KT
so
doing? What the fuck?
Only TP, what the
And he
fuck?
should be going down here.
What is KT doing? What?
Baron available for
What?
T1.
But they have
What?
to go back and defend
What?
their inhibitors. I think the reason
What the
why
fuck?
they waited so long to TP was KT.
Just
didn't
tell
decide
Cuz to
whether
not go in
KT
lah.
to
What?
end or
What, he
KT
going to die?
Actually take the Baron because
What?
they have 2 TPs to push
What
into
is
the base
KT
and
doing?
actually take
What?
those Nexus turrets and then kill the Nexus.
Yeah,
If
they're
Clutch gets in there,
trolling.
wins the smite
Why am I
fight,
looking
they have
at?
arrows
What?
off on those TPs too. So they were
And then
really
they
making
wasted one
decisive routes,
TP.
and I think that was
They
really the
waited
main
to
reason
cause
why
to
the
die
lead
only
so long.
TP
But
in
now
now, what?
T1 has Baron buff here. 40 seconds on.
They
all
did-
Xin
they-
Zhao.
Look at this. This is so
Are
cute.
you?
It's gonna buy them some time. It's gonna redirect some of the minions for a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know how significant it's going to be.
Oh.
They need more than that. They need to get a big
Apa
team
ni?
team fight.
Trying to buy time for Cuz, right? He's up in 25 seconds. They need to buy as many seconds as they can.
Mana aku tahu ni.
Oh, the poke is
What the fuck their poke is?
Right, everybody's full build at this point. There are no boots for the Varus. There are
Oh my god,
no
it's
boots
15-minute
for the
game.
chase.
Yeah, the top wave is
Holy
really stacking.
shit.
We're going to back away. I think we're going to have another Elder fight here. Baron buff and Elder lined up here, but with super minions to deal with, I don't think T1 really has the advantage here. It's going to make it easier. Ooh, Elders.
Yeah, we're gonna get a second Elder in this game.
This could end up being the longest game of the season.
It's looking pretty likely. Look at this roller coaster we've had.
We're our longest game,
Roller coaster.
51 minutes and 47 seconds.
At this point, it's
so
down to the
1
team
minute
fight,
away,
dude.
1 minute 12.
We're gonna get there.
We're getting there.
Already surpassed the
Faker, it's all down to
amount.
Faker actually. Faker got the best team
Keria
fight
on a
combo.
flank. Again, he has all this vision set
And he
up.
also got the
has
damage.
been
He can one-shot the
critical
aiming,
in every
actually.
single objective fight that T1
Yeah.
It's up to him
He's
already.
pushing top here, does have teleport. He's gonna have to push that super minion wave away. If Keria is caught here, the game is essentially lost, but because he knows he has vision and he swept this out, he could just kind of play this long con game as Lehens thinks he's trying to come over here on the left side of the pit, but he's not. Lehens is trying to look for him, but he's actually...
Oh my god, another Elder fight.
Yeah, there's-
Oh shit.
Trying to cover all their bases. Like, with how insane this game has been, I mean, choose now. I mean, it's better late than never, I guess.
They have the Elixirs bot, the Elixir bot here for Lehens. Ward upgraded item here for Keria. I mean, that's the late game we're in right now.
The damage is there to clear these waves even
God.
with the Baron buff. Pretty
Crazy.
reliably. So KT are doing a decent
It's a
job
what,
with that.
nah?
They need mid prio, which they will,
Oh.
to recollect.
That top prep,
getting close.
That top prep from Zeus was so huge.
Oh my god.
We've reached
They
top,
keep poke out
longest
them.
game of the
Poke,
season
poke, poke, poke.
now, and
They cannot start lah. If they
Come out of
start,
this fight.
they keep
one more
poking
fight
on me.
inside this best of five.
It's
And
gotta
they
be
gonna
easy,
lose
right?
this.
Like, there's no
You see?
way. The poke is there
Actually,
for KT.
T1, T5 is better actually.
Everybody's buffless. The
KT
cloud
only can poke only.
soul might be the
Hey, they
difference
keep
maker.
poking only. What the fuck?
Let's look at the poke. Look at the damage
If
here.
T1 just
T1
start
can't
straight away
really
stun
match
cow
that.
them, then they
What
win
I've
the
been
team
asking
fight.
from KT this
Yeah,
entire time.
Owner, they're gonna try to collapse on him.
Oh my god, Faker! Oh my god, okay.
Faker on this one, and that's gonna be the end of Zeus as well.
Zeus need to TP right now.
Zeus goes into his GA. Keria is desperate. Down goes Cuz. Okay. Wait. Hold the phone.
Okay, but there's not a lot of damage here in this
Wait,
fight.
wait,
outside
wait.
of Zaya.
It's not
He still
done
has
yet.
ult. It's gonna have to be on Guma to carry this. He's got GA and ult. He also has Gale Force here, so picking him is very difficult.
KT don't have a jungler.
Yeah, teleport coming through.
Oh my god, the Nautilus ulti so fast, man. You see?
This fight's gonna go that long.
Yalla, shit.
It might. I mean, yeah.
I
Like,
mean, it's hard to expect either team to win this.
KT just can't let them start it.
It's
right?
almost
They don't
up
have a
already.
spike, so they
What
just
the
have to fight only. Unless you can keep at least forever, basically. You're never really threatening an Elder Drake.
And
Oh
Cuz,
my
I mean, Cuz does not have
god.
teleport when he respawns, so
Yeah, no.
T1 have the advantage here. The KT are on a timer right now. They need to hit this poke, and they're not. They're not hitting it. Zeus is on the edge here. KT.
Oh, no, 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 no.
The
You're gonna have to find
redemption
an
by
angle.
2 is just so much value. That's okay.
That's
they
a
get
clone.
the clone, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you're gonna have to engage. Lens has flash ult.
Oh no.
Misses and changes.
Oh.
Okay.
Zeus has Star.
Zeus, Mega
Oh no, no,
Zeus.
no, 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 no.
And he goes.
Keria.
His arm is
Oh, Keria.
so far forward, and the damage. It looks like it might
Keria.
just take out BDD. Guma gets the double, and I think that might just be it.
Guma, Keria. Oh shit.
And no smite right now for him.
yes.
Should be able to get
Oh,
it back.
no.
Here on the run.
Oh,
Down he
sh-
will go. A CP into the base. Are you kidding me?
Oh, shit.
Wait.
Are you kidding me,
He
Kate?
has GA, but I don't think it can end. I don't think
He's
it can
trying to
end.
hit. Oh,
Zeus.
the damage.
So
Okay.
many minions here.
He got so many backs out. He's hitting the turrets. Can anyone take
Woo!
it?
Oh my god.
The Elder didn't go. The Elder's
Zaya
still
still
alive.
going. They're still pushing. T1 are still pushing. They stopped the back door.
And this shit,
T1 are pushing into
and
the
this
base.
shit.
T1 should be able to take this down
I
unless Cuz.
think they've done it.
Oh,
Cuz
Cuz.
back time the minion. Cuz one minion.
And this shit plays, and
There's another wave coming in. I think they've done it. Cuz is just going into a GA. Eskuma's so low. And he's gonna back up. Makes
and
I think they've done it.
oh my god.
T1 take game number 5. They take game number 5 in this telecom war against KT.
Holy shit. What is this game?
Somehow, someway.
Keria MVP lah, this
They win it off of some amazing.
Keria just go in is they win already one.
They
Yeah.
do not crack under the pressure.
He catch them.
They were so
The behind. He catch all of them. What the fuck?
Throwing objectives away. Left
Holy shit. What the fuck is
They were
this?
giving kills over to Keen. Keen had a 4-0 start, and he almost ends the game off of one teleport play to try to finish everything off. As what a series we just had. And it's not an upset win. It's T1 taking game 5. They were the favorites and they will do it.
Guma also, when he see Keria in, he like,
most fans will tell you,
just all in already.
of the season.
Oh my
God. 60 kills in
KT must be punching themselves.
Zay is having some shaky moments there, but in the end, when it counted,
is that Zach? A Zach? Oh.
Yeah, a Zach.
Could not actually end with the teleport. Was so critical for getting Elder Prio there. Oh, what a best of 5!
What does that mean?
So relieved if you're a T1 fan.
I don't know.
Flower. Faker thumbs up. Okay lah.
In 5 years, and it all slipped away in the late game. T1 were just more clutch on the night.
Keria
has been the best in the
Keria?
And KT just couldn't do it.
It has been the best. I don't know what to call that game 5, but there were a lot of also insane just back and forth plays.
Oh my god.
Stuff like that is
longest game, most kills.
就是这搞到这个好像 final 这样的吗？
What a series! Like, what can you even say at the end of that? Like, who?
Oh, he's looking at the crowd. I want that
these
picture.
Mistakes at the end of the day wins, but I'm not even sure that's how it went down at the end. As maybe we'll get a look at the last fights, but maybe it was just too long. It was like a 2-minute sequence.
Wow, Guma uses back so much shit.
The problem was that
so many keychains. Shit.
Whoa.
What the crazy late game. Team fights that they could take that they should not have been able to take.
Stay hydrated.
The way some of those fights went, like the trade
Holy shit.
Oh, 5 game 5 bottle.
Faker really favored T1 because Faker has TP, and that fight went so long he actually comes back up. And unfortunately for Cuz, he can't teleport back to the fight. He can't actually be there, so we're gonna go all the way back to here.
I closed my stream first lah.
And remind everyone who tuned in late, or show everyone who tuned in late.
Oh god, thank you for watching game. Wow, game 5. I streamed for 5 hours, bro.
And T1's, you know, starts off
good.
One game per hour.
Keria putting